ないのどうして多分君がいないからそこそこうまくこなしたつもりでも君がいなくちゃ半分半分ピカピカ光る月が丸いから今君に会いたいよ半端なままのはぐれ者としてよか明けまで過ごそうよどんな悲しみに出会っても二人でなら上書きしちゃう Oh, baby 心配しないでなかなかことに巻き上がってそうや歴史を変えて世界がことはうやむや変えてそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい巻き上がってそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうやなかなか長く生きてるとどうして何もかも曖昧になって赤がか燃える怒りがは損して消えていてしまいそうなんだだけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせら心配しないでなかなかことに巻き上がってそうや歴史を変えて世界がことはうやむや変えてそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい巻き上がってそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうや
Tá de lance maconha segurando, vai na via safada relaxando, vai na pica safada sem vergonha, vai sentando na pica doida de maconha, presta atenção que o bagulho é doidão, trava essa puta quicando safada, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, ai, senta no meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhaço, vai, senta no meu palhaço, vai sentar no palhaço.
Aquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, 7 cerveja de maconha, a novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, 7 cerveja de maconha, a novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha. Imã de piranha, imã de
Welcome, one and all. And I remembered to unmute my microphone before starting my spiel. That's a good start. That's a good start to it. I know I am 2 hours late. I usually start at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, but making up for it by bringing breaking news. That's right, Big Soda. News sounds. Breaking news, okay? Well, kind of breaking news. Pretty breaking news. So, Erika Kirk has met up with Candace Owens. And Candace Owens, as of literally 2 hours ago, has posted a video. So, we're going to find out what that is. That's what we're going to be going through today. Big Soda, I'm glad you're here. Link is at the top, brother. Link is at the top. We got some shit to go through, okay? We got some shit to go through because it seems like this meeting was, from what they both say, good, but we only have Candace's actual opinion on it now, besides both of them suggesting that it was a good meeting. So we're going to do brief backstory, okay? Brief backstory. These are all recent things from yesterday night, and then Candace just expressly made a video on it 2 hours ago. So first of all, first tweet we need to look at is the one from Candace, okay? The one from Candace says, Erika and I had an extremely productive 4.5 hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. No shit, Candace. We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. And people as well. Most importantly, we're able to share intel and clarify intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow as I'm currently exhausted. But I wanted to quickly let you guys know that absolutely nothing was held back. An immediate result was that tensions were thawed. Okay, so it seems like they met. Could have gone well, could have gone bad. Now, I'm a skeptical guy, so I was unsure. But then we have an Erika Kirk tweet from almost the exact same time. I don't know. Yeah, they were like 10 minutes apart. So Candace's was 10 minutes before. Ontological Soda, I'd give you one of these, even though I don't know how someone would get you wearing a mask. Okay, I'll fill you up. The masked soda, the soda bandit. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm late. I was at a child's Christmas concert, and so that's, that explains.
Hopefully it's not a random child's Christmas concert.
Yeah, I just go around the neighborhood and just, go into schools and just act like I have no, I'm just kidding.
You just cool children's concerts?
Yeah, I just we'll be like, you're singing flat, you little shit, until they kick me out. And, so I hit 5 tonight, and then, so they each kicked me out pretty quickly. But no, and a brief complaint. The school I was in again had, a giant LGBTQ flag in the gym. And this is an elementary school, and it's only K through 5. So the oldest a kid could be is 9 or 10. Right, and they have a giant wombo combo pride trans flag right in the gym. So
and see people like Ryan would be like, there's no problem with that.
Yeah,
and it's just like it kind of is.
He would, and it's like, look, I can at least steel man the junior high in high school. Junior high's a little sussy. At least I can steel man in high school. But like, if you're like, these kids are like 5 to 9, or 5 to 10, I guess at the max, right? Like. Do they need, and they're the same school as an LGBTQ, like safe space and stuff. It's like, do you need all this stuff on the walls? And then they did a land acknowledgement, Big Soda. And how that triggers me. They switched it because last year, okay, at the same school, they did a land acknowledgement and they had an adult say it, and a bunch of the parents like groaned. And I'm like, oh my God, people are getting based. And now because of that, this is my theory. Now they have a kid reading it. It's like, I can't boo the kid.
I can boo the kid.
They like switched it.
Yeah, give me the address next time this happens. I'll come in. I'll boo it.
Yeah, you would have the stones. Brandon, good to see you. This is in fact the Big Soda show. Big Soda show. You are in fact in the right place. Brandon, what do you think about that? A brief aside, but trans flags in elementary school. I was just at a Christmas concert, in an elementary school, giant trans flag on the wall. It just makes me a bit ornery, ornery. Yeah, that's the right word. Ornery. Gotta be careful when saying that. Don't like it. Disavow. But besides that, did you hear about this, Big Soda? Have you heard about this? Have you seen this? This Erika Kirk?
I did.
Candace Owens?
And to be honest, I have even more to add about it. Did you see Erika Kirk's interview? I forget which agency she did it with, but it happened maybe a week ago where she told the reporter asked her, people speculating on the cases and stuff, and she had asked she'd asked Erika Kirk, what would you say to these people? And Erika Kirk looked in the camera and she would say, I would tell them to stop. I think she
Oh.
just said stop. And I think
Hmm.
with Candace, that's your cue. You said you were waiting for Erika to say something. If this is directed to you, you kind of have to keep your word.
So presumably, maybe this is what sparked this meeting.
It could be. And I think Turning Point is trying to. They want to have this meeting, and so maybe they have to use the middleman being Erika.
It's strange because it's like, so the thing that just dropped 2 hours ago is Candace. That's what we're going to be mainly watching. Which literally I was already going to talk about this, and I was going to talk about it from Tim Pool's point of view. But then when I saw that, by the time I got home, Candace had just released a video. I'm like, well, I might as well go from the horse's mouth, And so, but I originally thought, I saw Candace's tweet and I'm like, okay, she said it did good. But then we have this tweet from Erika Kirk that says, had a very productive conversation with Candace Owens. More to come for both of us. Looking forward to AmFest this week. Time to get back to work. So I guess Erika's saying it also, like, hopefully this is all just done now. Hopefully this is just over. Hopefully Milo especially shuts the fuck up, because like this doesn't seem like now Candace and Erika are beefing, or we'll see what Candace says in the video. Like maybe she's gonna still cast aspersions, but so far it's like Milo's the main one now. Like Milo, I don't even know. I feel like now just Milo mainly looks bad. I mean, Candace looked bad, but if she actually is like, okay, we settled it, right? But Candace's tweet did say they disagree on persons. I'm assuming that's TPUSA employees. So I'm assuming because Candace directly said she has kind of hinted at Erika Kirk doing stuff, but she's directly said that the TPUSA people have, I think, betrayed him. I think she's directly said that.
Are they going to release the interview between both of them, or is this something that?
No, this is a backdoor.
Yeah,
this was private. So, but Candace then, today, like literally, at like 6 p.m. my time.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad that it's private.
She'd probably be private. But then it depends what Candace says about it, because Candace's thing is titled Erika, as we'll see it here. Erika and I sat down. Here's what happened. So, I mean, like, maybe it'll be good. I'm a little nervous. Because
I am a little nervous too.
Because there's a closed door meeting. So the problem is, like, I agree it should be private. This is too personal. It's gotten too out of hand. But at the same time, now if Candace does say some stuff, it's like, well, how? I'm not going to be able to know. All I know is what Erika said in that one tweet is that it was productive. But Candace could like say a bunch of stuff that didn't happen in the meeting as well. Yeah. Like, I don't know what direction. Maybe Candace is going to like be like, oh yeah, beef is squashed. We totally agree. We're on the same page. Like maybe. Or maybe Candace is going to say some shit, and then maybe Erika's watching this and being like, oh my God, what's going on? Oh, we have a special guest here. Give me one of these, brother, just because of the recent shenanigans that have been happening. So give me one of these. Unfortunately, it has to be one of these. Everyone does something else, but it has to be one of these. There we go. Okay. It is the second coming of Common Sense, the Indian Jesus.
What is going
welcome.
on? I don't know if you saw my DM. Were you already planning to stream right now?
Yeah, I just got home from a Christmas concert where I was I was just explaining why I was triggered by an LGBT.
Not a random.
I was allowed to be at this Christmas concert. To be clear, I didn't go to a random children's Christmas concert.
No, I just did. Like, I was doing a little bit of drinking, and I literally maybe 10 minutes ago DM'd you. I'm like, Confluence, why aren't you live? I need a panel to go on.
Oh, great timing. Because I'm 2 hours late, so yeah, it's like I feel like the usual suspects are nowhere to be found, except for Big Soda, my one true faithful compatriot against the evils of the Rad Left.
Well, I mean, given people who shall not be named that may potentially be flakelicious, maybe Big Soda could fill in.
Yeah, well, Big Soda is, Big Soda is dependable. Okay, I will say that.
Relatively.
He's dependable as what animal did you get from Maryland? The earthworm. The earthworm.
Yeah, that was well, at least I'm not a rabbit.
Yeah, I was rabbit coded. Indian Jesus, Maryland. She gave She did a little spirit animal tarot readings where she drew a card for me, Big Soda, Anson, and stuff, and then read out the meanings. And some of it was a little spot on. Some was a little too real.
Scary, little scary.
Yeah, it was a little scary.
IG, I seen your clip about the Trump comment.
What you guys think about it?
I think you're absolutely right. I don't know why Trump made that, but if it comes coming from people from the left, it's like, if you're going to question me about this, I don't want to entertain it.
Well, that's the irony. Well, you stay here. I'm gonna go get more alcohol. You chill. I don't need my wine. I need my wine. But yeah, like I don't think that Trump's statement was that bad, but it was. As Temple said, it was a good opportunity to be magnanimous. And okay, fine, he didn't do that, but worse than what he said is everybody being like, yeah, based, and then like posting things that he said, and it's like, guys, didn't we just do this? Did we just condemn all of this?
Yep.
I know I'll read it so that I think we've all probably seen it, but just for posterity's sake, because I think it's not good.
I can judge the standard because I try and be as consistent to that standard. But if you're on the left spectrum and you tell me how bad this is, I don't want to hear it. I really don't.
Yeah, but I don't know that sounds, and I know I shouldn't say things I can't take back, Big Soda, but that sounds a bit Destiny coded. Because that's what Destiny said. He's like, I don't want to hear any of you right-wing motherfuckers say anything about what my comments about Kirk and stuff and all, because, the right has done so much worse. So it's like, if they're on the left, and I guess they've done this, but if they're on the left and there's someone who's always, someone like, I guess Piers Morgan, if we count him as left, but someone who's like, they pretty are unequivocal about casting down celebrations of violence, right? It's like that if they're on the left in that way, if it's Anna Kasparian, and I know I'm a little biased to that friend, but if it's Anna Kasparian, I feel like she can tell us that this is a bad tweet. Or do you disagree with me?
What exactly? I didn't catch when you said the first part. Can you say that in a different way? I don't fully understand what you mean by that.
I was saying. So when Destiny went on these panels, like Piers Morgan and stuff, he was like asked to condemn this in front of like Dave Rubin. And he's like, I'm not going to do that to anyone who's on the right, because when I saw what you guys said about Nancy Pelosi's husband, and so because you guys are pieces of shit, you're not going to critique my rhetoric. And so I'm asking Big Soda if he's kind of doing the same thing. If someone on the left that has celebrated violence is questioning this tweet, then I get the point. But if it's someone like an Anna Kasparian or a Piers Morgan himself, who's centrist and stuff, who does condemn violence, then it's like, would you hear their critiques of this tweet?
To defend, I guess, my statement on it, like, I'm actively going to call it out, and even to a leftist, I'll admit it's bad. But if they're trying to bludgeon me with it, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, it's like you can't then use this statement against me, because no, I'm going to consistently call it out, whether you ask for it or not. But if you're going to try and attack me over it, saying how could you support someone like this, blah blah blah, I'm going to be like, no, you don't get to say that. You don't get that power.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a case by case basis, because specifically with Rob Reiner, there is a clip of when he was on Piers Morgan right after Charlie Kirk died. He was like, yeah, this is horrible, even though we disagree and blah, 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 blah. So, like, you have to, even though he's been very TDS coded, the fact is that he hasn't, I went the wrong way. The fact is that he was not some horrible person. He just had TDS, like half of the fucking country. So if we're going to say that's enough to be like, you're dead, which is not what Trump did, but a lot of Trump supporters, in the wake of seeing Trump be like, TDS, they were like, fuck this guy. And I don't think that's cool.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And okay, we got a chat from Let's Chief Has Trump ever been magnanimous? Even when Erika Kirk forgave the killer, Trump says he hates his enemies in response, which is that is true. People like Soda want to hold Trump to the same standard as random Twitter lefties. How do you respond, Big Soda?
I would
Trump
say
is the goddamn president. He should be held to a high standard, surely.
no. I would say I'm holding him to my standard because if I went and made this comment, I would find myself egregious, and so I hold everybody else, but I guess I shouldn't say but me, but everybody else to my standard.
Well, but here's the other thing: is that if he was doing stuff that like everybody loved him right now, then that's a little different. But everybody does not love him right now, so he needs every little bit of help that he can get. We were just talking about how it was Tyler who was saying that, like, oh, we're in such a good position for the midterms, blah, 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 blah. And, or maybe it wasn't Tyler. I don't want to. Anyway, somebody was saying that. And I'm like, yeah, if everything goes perfect, then we're good. But it has to go perfect.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But I think it's... I guess I do understand what he's saying because, why would the president be held at a similar standard to just a random person online? And I mean, that's a good point because Trump has the actual power to do things about that. But I would also say that, I mean, I'm still going to hold that standard to anybody. I don't think Trump's more on a pedestal than the standards I would hold for myself. Just because he's president.
That's true, and I think that's a good point. And I'm not, I don't think you're at all like trying to lessen this. I think you're trying to put everyone on the same standard. What I don't like, I guess, is like I feel like even though I do hold people to that standard, I do expect something a little extra. Probably not from Trump at this point, but in general, like it was nice to see. Like, so Mark Carney is like the current PM of Canada, right? And I do not like Mark Carney. Okay, but when like Charlie Kirk was shot, Mark Carney said nothing bad. He didn't wax poetic about how much of a fascist Kirk was, right? He was like, this is a deplorable thing that should be condemned. Like, not a verbatim quote, but like I was happy with it. Like, it was like, and that's what even this guy I don't like, he's still the leader of a country. And, so it's like, he had a good response. And it's like, and so Donald Trump, I know Donald Trump always does this, but, I just don't like it, and we'll read it just for those of you who don't know. Big Let's Chief says, Big Chief. Big Chief, is that racist? Let's Chief says, not Let's walking to a liquor store yelling that it has to go perfect. Oh, careful, buddy. This has to go fucking perfect. And then just camera goes off. Who knows what happened? Okay. So I will not try to, as much as I'm tempted, I will not try to do the Trump accent. I'll just read this as a normal person. A very sad thing happened. No, I'm just kidding. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and an incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, in all caps, sometimes referred to as TDS. First of all, his son killed him, who had addiction struggles. It probably was a personal thing. It probably wasn't reportedly due to the anger he caused others through Trump derangement syndrome. Okay, that's me saying that. That's not still Trump. Back to Trump. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession with President Donald J. Trump, talking to third person, Donnie, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. It's such a weird sandwich. It starts out totally fine. Very sad thing happened. Then it's like Trump going on about this guy having TDS and how that probably caused his death and all this bad stuff. And how great Trump is. And then it ends. It's like, may they rest in peace.
Because think about it this way. What if he didn't say, he just said, oh, rest in peace, it's a horrible thing, blah, 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 blah. And then tomorrow or next week, he was like, yeah, I mean, of course, we're sad when anybody dies, but he had TDS. Everybody was like, fucking yeah. Timing, optics.
There is a part. I still wouldn't, I would see no need for that. I think I agree that, the timing especially looks really bad. And the same thing, your same rest in peace tweet, your kind of thoughts and prayers kind of tweet you're gonna also be like pumping yourself up for most of it, and then also saying he, and especially not even just saying he has TDS. The thing that bugs me a lot is that it's saying that he passed away reportedly due to the anger he caused others through Trump derangement syndrome. Like, this was a personal family thing that happened. Like, this wasn't like, this would make more sense to say at least about a Charlie Kirk. Like, at least that one, it's like Charlie Kirk was, even though it's bad to say, obviously it had to do with Charlie Kirk's ideology. Even though I'm pro Charlie Kirk, it obviously was a political thing. If Charlie was like killed by a family member, I wouldn't think it had anything to do with his politics. And just like with this guy, I don't, unless his son is like a rabid Trump supporter, like I don't think so. Probably not. Like, probably this was just like, I mean, the guy apparently can't. It was reported that he can't, like, his lawyer said he can't physically stand trial right now. I think he has a lot of like dependency problems, so he's probably in like detox or something. Like, this is I don't know what he was on, but he's like, this probably was not something to do with the anger that Rob Reiner caused through Trump derangement syndrome, right? So
to be fair, this should have been a 2-statement tweet. This should have been the very first sentence and the very last sentence. All the fillers can get cut out.
I'm not asking for like political bullshit of like, oh, he was such a good father, but like, if you don't like him, if Trump doesn't like him, that's cool. But just you can skip. Trump just needs an editor, someone to see his tweet and be like, okay, how about we take out like the 90% in the middle? We just make this a 2-sentence thing, bada bing, bada boom, done. Like, that's all you have to do.
And then right after, just have a big campaign speech about all the good things we're doing and how we're winning and how people who disagree with you
are fine. I guess this is kind of luscious thing. Yeah, those things are fine. It's like to squish everything together into an unholy tweet. It's just like not the best look.
Yeah, and again, it's like we are. I'll speak generally for Trump voters. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you disagree. But I think in general, the notion that if he was pulling through on all of his promises, and this was a little kind of personal gaffe, then we would have a lot more wiggle room to be like, all right, maybe you shouldn't have said that, but you've been doing this, that. But like, he's been moving further and further and further away from the base, and at least the actual MAGA base, not the sycophant Trump base.
Yeah,
and to get him the votes.
What's sad is the leftists used to always say that the base is kind of, I wouldn't say psychotic, but they have a weird loyalty. And now someone who's sitting a little bit outside the base that's now, I can kind of see it.
Well, I think I don't. There's two different. So there's the voter base of a voting Republican, and then there is Trump's base.
Yeah.
Of like, I'm with Trump no matter what. Yeah. And those are there's overlap, but those are two different groups.
That's fair.
So yeah, I'm talking about how the Trump no matter what kind of vote. They're kind of in the same vein as the vote blue no matter who.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think they're like, I think it's cringe. Left, right, center, libertarian, whatever. If you are like fangirling over a politician, that's pretty gay. Trump is better. Yeah, like, Trump is better than most of what I've ever seen in my life, but he's still a fucking politician. Like, he's not cool. He's not, like, what? What are we talking about? He's a politician.
It's the same people. They do it to Reagan as well.
That's the thing that bugs me. With kind of both Reagan and Trump, but especially now with Trump, it's like again. So I'm happy I voted for Trump still, but at the same time, it's like I never bought the kind of selling point that Trump is like this super for the people, different than anyone else, kind of populist. Like, he is still a politician. He's a New York billionaire socialite. Like, I feel like everyone has to keep that in mind. Like, he's not, he's not your everyman guy who just like rose up the ranks. Like, I mean, the guy was like a Democrat. Now he's his own brand of person, which is fine. And people like that he goes crazy and stuff. But yeah, it's like he is in his heart of hearts a politician now. Okay, like he's not your common guy that just rose to power, right?
Yep, and I think it's both fair and important to acknowledge that happened. That it's like, okay, just because 6 months ago I was like Trump, doesn't mean that I was wrong or that like I was mistaken. It's just things change, and depending on the landscape, depending on what's going on, like my opinions are going to change.
Yep.
The thing I don't like, if I can ask you guys, because I feel like everyone thinks I'm soy for this. Okay, so that's
You are.
this is my pre-copium that I'm doing right now. But okay, so what bugs me with this is like, so what, Lutch, you were saying that, yeah, like you think if everything was going good optics wise and stuff, and then maybe this would be okay. And
yeah, it's still bad, but it would, yeah,
right, yeah, not morally okay, but yeah, it wouldn't be. But that's almost what bugs me in some ways. Not with what you said, but the truth of what you said bugs. It bugs me that it's true, because I don't like. I think that the Republican Party is becoming like less and less empathetic, and everybody thinks that's based, and I feel like that's not based. I don't think that's actually a based thing. Like, so we're seeing too many things with like bad. Like, okay, so
what specifically do you mean when you say less empathetic?
Like, so like if we look at almost kind of every policy, I think people are like, so if someone like gets, let's say, falsely deported, right? It's like there should be a level that we're like, okay, that was a mistake. Even though I'm broadly for the deportations, that was like not good. That caused a lot of harm in us. And instead people are like, send them all back. Who gives a shit, right? Same with like, if someone like, if something happens with like a trans person, right? The instant thing is like, it doesn't matter. It's just like, they're all like degenerates, you know, they're all blah, blah, blah. They're all groomers. It's like, it's too much. It's just too much. And like the video I showed of the ICE guy, like smashing the guy to the ground at the protest. Maybe the guy did something off camera. I agree, but it still looks like police violence. And it's like, no one wants to like go down any, everyone's just like, I don't care. Everything's gotten too far. So if anything actually, or the freaking cinnamon bun girl, right? We should all be able to look at cinnamon bun girl if you've seen that video and be like, that's insane. Instead, she raised like, I don't even want to look what it was at. Last time I looked, it's like $150,000 for like, she's just calling someone the N-word on camera. Like, we're like, no, that's not empathy. That's people being like, I mean, did you see those dono goals, by the way? I just realized this because I'm not booked up on this, that the first one was like 109,000, which is like,
Jesus,
you know, 109. And then this, when it was bumped up, it was bumped to whatever the number of people who, the number that the people like
267.
Yeah, that they think that's how many cookies were actually baked back in the day. And so both those, the whole campaign is like, has all these like actual like dog whistles in it. And like, nobody seems to care. Everyone's just like, oh yeah, because everyone's so sick of everything else that then when it comes to like stuff that we should all be able to look at that girl. We saw, I can't remember who it was. I don't know. So I can't give them credit, but someone pointed out that she had like all these like child endangerment charges, like DUIs, and assaults. Like, so we're celebrating someone who's like an actual crazy person who I think it was on the left anyway. Like, I don't think they're Republican. And just because they're white and they call someone an N-word, it's like, I feel like that's why we're celebrating. Cheers, IJ. And I just don't, I just feel like we're getting crazy. I feel like we're getting too crazy. And I feel like everyone's just fine with us getting crazy. And I'm like, I don't know if we should be this crazy. But you tell me, am I crazy?
I mean, to be fair, the right's never really been like an empathetic party. Like we've kind of lost a lot of ground when it comes, and it may be rightfully so, but like the gay marriage stuff, the trans stuff, we've lost a lot of cultural ground, and so it's getting to a point where we're becoming less empathetic. But to be fair, we're judging this against Democrats, and so Democrats aren't really empathetic. I mean, they claim to be, but like they're not really.
But yeah, you're right that they're not, but they have the rhetoric to seem as if they are. And so that's really the schism, is that people like us can see, oh, the left isn't really so grand and great and all that stuff. But the average person doesn't necessarily understand that. And we think, like, I'll say we, as more right-leaning in general, we feel like, well, we know the answer, so it's your fault if you don't. Yeah. But you take that to its logical conclusion, and you get Nick Fuentes, where people who are in this, people who are live this life like me, don't really actually understand what it is that this guy is all about. It's not good. No bueno.
Wait, that's Confluence's new favorite streamer. So careful. He's been really digging his
Wow.
content.
I mean,
I did like him in the Pierce thing. I will say, I did
Yeah.
like him. I'll admit, that's the
Yeah.
one time where I'm like, okay, this is a Fuentes W. I hate to say it. Well, more so a Pierce L, but if someone
Sure.
gets an L, I guess someone else gets a W. So in that sense, it wasn't a draw, that's for sure.
I've said this before, and I feel like a lot of people would agree that before the Tucker interview, I genuinely just did not know that when he said the Jews, that he didn't mean all of the Jews. Like he just meant my comparison has been about, like, when we talk about black fatigue, that doesn't mean every single black person, but it's a pattern. And I just didn't know. I just didn't know that was what he was talking about. And so that's a real issue with the rhetoric, and brings me back to whether or not people like Nick Fuentes actually want to spread their ideas throughout the country, or if they just want to be the guy that has the right answer.
Yeah.
See, but one thing I don't like, I think there's some hiding the ball going on though, in a way. Like, so obviously, with Nick, obviously Nick doesn't hate all Jews, but at the same time, I don't think that means he's not anti-Semitic. And I think you see this happen a lot. Like, there has been somebody who I really like, if they happen to be watching, that has been sending me some clips of the recent Australian thing, with the implication on some conspiracy things that it was actually a staged attack and it was like done by Israel, and the guy had like blanks, and and then I've been digging into this rabbit hole from this, and there's like a big community of people, and it's like that those people are like, they don't hate all Jews, but they're still looking at an attack that took place on Hanukkah, and all these people's first thoughts is like, how do I make this like look like it wasn't actually? And like, to me, that's the, and Nick hasn't said this, but I could see at least a Groyper or somebody who follows Nick saying that type of thing and trying to look for like some reason how this was suspicious. Maybe these people are crisis actors. And it's like, would we be doing this if it wasn't Jewish people? I mean, I know we have in the past, but I think specifically with all the tensions being so high, it's like, it seems like a lot of people are coming out of the woodworks to like cast doubt on something that, to me, I don't see a reason to cast doubt on it at all. And so it's like, so what's happening there? It's like, yeah, you cannot hate all Jewish people, but if you're like, you could still be, I guess, you could still be kind of like really dispositionally opposed to like black people and still be like, well, I don't hate all black people, right? And you know what I mean? You could still be like racist. And
it's the Illuminati effect. It's the Illuminati effect. It's like people who want to be the people who know the truth. Same thing with flat earthers. It's like, but this is more gauged toward politics and more gauged toward kind of specifically American politics. So I don't think this is anything relatively new. But I guess to counter with that, I think the problem is us on the right, if we're true to our beliefs and we listen to Nick, we will realize that, hey, his descriptions are accurate and his prescriptions on what to do about these descriptions really hold no water. And so what I'm kind of hoping for is that he will get his kind of fame, and then we'll realize, oh, well, this guy isn't really going to do anything for our movement. He's just really good at identifying the problems.
I wish that were the case, but I feel like there's too many people who are looking for somebody to say the things that they wish they could say. And Nick is doing that so well that, like, especially the younger, like, if we'll talk about Zoomers, like Zoomers specifically. If they see that Nick is, he is fighting against the establishment that we don't like, and like not in the way where in 2020 we were fighting against the establishment legitimately when Fauci was out here. You don't know I am the science, Senator Paul. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, yeah, we were fighting the establishment, but we were informed at what the fuck was going on. We were listening to Peter McCullough. We were listening to Robert Malone. We were listening to these people who actually had information. And Nick Fuentes does a fantastic job of capturing that energy without necessarily, and here's where I'm not super familiar, so correct me if I'm wrong, but he doesn't necessarily have the justification to back up the extreme things that he's saying, unless he softens them he walks them way back. Well, I'm just talking about worldwide Jewelry. Like, what the fuck does that mean, bro? What do you
That
mean?
actually really sounded like Brenda's.
Well, see, the other problem is he can say things they begin as factual, and then if he gets challenged on them, he can always resort back to, there's a little bit of trolling, there's a little bit of joking, but the heart of what I'm saying is true.
That's
and
it's like a modern Bailey
disingenuous
fallacy. Have you ever heard of that fallacy? Right, where it's
I don't think so.
It's like you have an easy claim to defend. I can't remember if that's the Mott or the Bailey. I don't remember which, but you have an easy claim to defend, and then you have a more spurious one to defend. And then so you say both of these claims, and then when it goes into the weeds, where the one that is more harder to defend, as soon as you lose ground, you retreat to the easier claim to defend. And so you kind of play this game. And I think I see Nick do this, where he'll say really insane stuff and really maybe stuff that sounds over the top. And he'll say it when there's no pushback. And then when someone really pushes into him, he retreats to, well, I'm just saying I think Israel has like undue influence over things. And why did we give them so much money? It's like, well, those are true, but that's not exactly what you said. And we saw that with like the black people should be in jail for the most part. And he's like, well, I just mean the percent that does crime. And it's like, that's not what you said, though. And so it's like, so maybe some of it is trolling and jokes and stuff, but there is like a backwalking. Alexander with the $10. Yeah, you can get a sound bite. I know you don't have your thing in front of you, so you get to be the human sound one. I have to ask, why do so many of you guys trust Robert Malone?
For the same reason that you trust Dr. Fauci, because he's a doctor who has said things that have been backed up. He invented the type of a vaccine that we're talking about.
But I will say, he is credited as one of the many people who invented the mRNA. He's there, so I feel like Joe Rogan kind of oversold him a little bit. He's not like the one guy. It is a lot of people, right?
Like, okay, so how many people invented mRNA technology?
I want to at a guess. I want to say it was like 20 something, and he's been credited with like maybe 10 papers on it, whereas other people invented, I think, were credited with like way more papers. So he had involvement for sure, but he's not like, I think he was kind of billed as like, this is the guy who like is the one man who invented the mRNA vaccine. Alex, I want to add you to panel, but I need one of these in the back chat.
Verification from Google.
Yeah, come on up, brother. And
you don't have to be on cam, but I need one of these just, because
backstage. Nobody will see it.
No one will see it. It's just between you and me,
Alexander. I like, this is an interesting point that people make about like, oh, you trust this guy? You trusted Fauci?
Well, to be fair,
Donald Trump. We trusted the experts. We are not. No. I mean, I'll speak for myself, but maybe you two will co-sign that. I don't think any of us are saying that we are vaccine experts. Yeah. We're looking to the experts, the people in the field who are doing the work, who are doing the thing.
Okay, side convo. How do I assume? I mean, he donated. Is there a way to check someone's YouTube channel?
Like, just ask him to send you a message.
No. You just had a scare. Sorry, Alex. We very much appreciate it.
But I love Alex so much.
We very, very much appreciate it. And I will tell Confluence that your free chats get priority. But like, we just, we need the cam because people.
I wish I had you on Discord, Alex, because then you could at least send me the same message and then post it in the private chat, and I would know. Not a scare. We got I had to delete everything. Let's say so. A reality. Someone joined with a fake cam, switched the virtual cam. Yeah, it was. Yeah, so.
So it's not you, Alexander. It's just unfortunately the losers and the trolls ruin it for everybody.
Is Alex in anyone's Discord? Like, is he in your Discord, IJ?
I don't think so. I think he's in Ryan's Discord. If I had to guess,
join though, Alex. You seem like you got some interesting ideas.
Oh yeah, I love Alex.
Alex is. That's what I mean. Alex is so great.
Wait, Alex. Here's what you do. Jump on. Click the link from your phone. Your phone has a camera. What I mean, you can't have a phone from the last 10 years. There you go. So drop the link.
Yeah. So.
Confluence
Okay,
isn't
here
computer
I'll
savvy.
search for you because Alex. Have you never talked to Alex before, IJ? Because Alex is super good.
I think he just missed him on the abortion topic.
So here I will. This Alex is worth adding. So I'll try
All
to
right.
find
So
you, Alex.
here's
You
what,
guys
yeah,
talk.
Confluence. In this situation, here's what you do. Up to you. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you what I would do. You bring Alexander up and hover right over that remove button. So in just
Yeah,
in
that's
case.
true. Oh yeah, I can just full screen myself because I know Alex's voice.
Yeah.
Okay,
So if
yeah,
I
there
just
you go.
full screen, okay, I will still add you on Discord. Okay. So I'll see. Yeah, we have 3 mutuals. So yeah, I'm assuming this is, but yeah, I know it's, yeah. Oh, and he has his YouTube okay, yeah, he's got his YouTube connected. Okay. Yeah, I will still,
There you
yeah,
go.
I will add you. Yeah. So sorry about this, Alex. Sorry about this. This is just, yeah. Just, the last guy, yeah, I had to, you can get your whole stuff deleted from that, unfortunately. So yeah, that I forgot that I know your voice and I can make myself full screen. So yeah, join, and then once I hear your voice and obviously recognize who you are, then yeah.
So wait, real quick, Confluence. Right now, are you on the layout, like right underneath the video? Are you on the full screen yourself? And you
Yeah.
have a setting? Okay.
Yeah. So then I should be able to add him, and he won't show up because
Well, the
I'm
reason-
on the left.
Yeah.
Right?
The reason I asked is because I found that.
Okay, it does auto do it, but I could change it. Okay, Alex, say something.
The reason I ask is because on the vertical stream, I have my shit set to be full screen, where you have your shit set to have a border, and when I'm in full screen, yeah,
I didn't even notice that.
yeah. So I think the other one is better for the vertical stream if you plan on bringing up comments or clipping that. Just as a side thing while we're waiting for Alex.
Alex,
the other one you had, like if you click where it's the 2,
wait, this is better or this is worse right now the way I have it?
So it's up to you, but you're filling. I mean, you can see yourself. You're filling up the whole screen. Before, yeah, here.
I don't
if
want
you
that
look on
border.
the vertical stream, for the purposes of the vertical stream, the comments aren't going to intrude as much. Right.
Oh, I see. And then if it's like this,
and then if you right.
Okay, I think I still like this full one better, the borderless one.
Yeah, you have a lot of space up top. So
yeah. Okay, Alex, say something only Alex would say.
I don't know what only Alex would say. You were wrong that one day about everything. There you go.
You already passed the test. You already passed the test. It's not a hard test to pass, but good. Sorry to put you through that, Alex. Sorry, I hate doing it, but yeah.
So
only the real ones survive, and Alex is a real one.
Yeah, because the problem is someone pointed out that Big Soda pointed out that even the names, because you can put any name in StreamYard and you can even take someone's profile picture. So even with Big Soda joins, now I have to get him to give me a sign because it's it could be someone pretending to be big, which is so fun. I'm so glad I have to worry about that. Anytime someone drops off, I have to
That's
double
why
check.
I completely stopped doing that. Once in a while, I'll drop the link, and it's okay, I have to know you, or you have to be cammed up. Some of the OGs, shout out to my boy Trey, our token black guy. He doesn't have to cam up. He doesn't like to cam up, but I know him, and I know his voice very well. So if somebody used his name and whatever, I would know. But in general, it's just it's scary, and it's scary because it can really destroy your channel. It just takes one troll to do one stupid thing. And luckily, imagine this is a phone. I had some stupid troll come on and be his phone was over here. He cammed up. So, and he had a setup. So I felt comfortable. And we were talking for a minute, and then he was not looking good. And he goes, I got to show you something. And by the time he did that, being showing P-Hub content on his phone, I was bro, I seen what you were doing. I removed you. You're not on the stream anymore. Why?
My guy was way more smart than that. He had a fake video of a Mexican looking confused And then I was like, I didn't want to be rude. I thought maybe there's a language barrier. So that's what I was like, oh, can you do this? And he just like put on his camera again. He kind of like looked confused. And I was like, oh, he doesn't get what I'm really asking him. And as soon as I let him up, he had a virtual cam, instant switch, full screen. And I was like, fucking Jesus. Thankfully, I ended it like immediately, deleted everything. I already told you all this, Lutch, because I was asking you for advice.
I think as long as you get rid of it immediately, then it's like, oh, okay. But
yeah, I don't think you.
Welcome to the stream, brother. What do you got for us?
Hi, thank you. No, I was just what was I even gonna say?
We were talking about Robert Malone. Was your comment when you? I don't know if that's.
Oh yeah. Well, one of the things I was gonna say is I didn't trust Fauci. I don't really trust anyone who acts more like a politician than they do as a scientist. So
fair.
You know.
So what? But I mean, what did you?
I guess the thing.
So how familiar are you with what Robert Malone and Peter McCullough have said? Like, have you seen the Rogan episodes? Have you read any paper? Okay,
yes,
so
I did.
So what did you think of? Are we both, or we pick one? So we were talking about Robert.
I watched the Rogan episodes, and I've looked into some of the things he said. I haven't read his papers though.
Alex, are you able to turn yourself up? I'm trying to turn you up, but it keeps resetting to automatically adjust mic volume. You sound really quiet on my end, and I don't know why it keeps resetting this. Usually I can adjust people's volume, but it just keeps like going back to auto adjust for some reason on StreamYards.
Put a little spurg in his voice.
Yeah, so like, that's fair.
There we go.
That's fair if you say, like, yeah, I never trusted Fauci, but that is that's a reason why we shouldn't trust any of them. That's a super fair position. I still have things to say about that. But like, what is your qualm with trusting what Robert Malone has said? Let's just specifically talk about the Joe Rogan episodes because I haven't watched much more.
Sure. Actually, do you mind? I'm gonna join from my computer really quick. I'm on my phone right now, and it's doing the weird audio thing.
Yeah, come on back.
Yep. So give me just 1 minute.
Now watch. This is now someone's been waiting with a fake Alexander word name.
No one is waiting.
And as soon as he hops off, he's gonna jump.
This is tied to my account. So unless they're hacking my email, they're not getting.
Yeah, no, he could do both at the same time. That's usually like.
Okay, this is you, Alex, in the back chat for sure.
That is me.
Okay, because there's 2 Alexes now. Okay.
Which one do we trust?
And who's the imposter? There's a fungus among us.
Okay.
True. Very true. Yeah. So the thing I hear the most about like Robert Malone is that people keep saying like he has like he's like speaking against the powers that be. He doesn't have a lot of incentive to say all this stuff, whatever. But the truth is he had a lot of incentive to say the things he did. He ended up building basically an empire of people and got millions in speeches. Like it's not like he did this and got nothing out of it, right? He's more popular now than he ever was when he was around before. So I guess I don't like the narrative that that we should trust somebody when they have clear reason to lie or deceive.
Does he just have reason, or did he do something shady? I guess I would ask, because by saying anything controversial, right? And like there's a reason we all know Robert Malone's name, right? So obviously, he did gain something, but did he do something deceptive? Like with the whole inventor thing that Let's Chief points out, and I made this point earlier. I don't know if it was Robert Malone that claimed this, or was it kind of just presented that way by like the pod, like Joe Rogan and stuff? Like, did he misrepresent himself, or what happened? Real quick, can I smoke a cigarette on your stream? Of course, you can smoke tobacco on my stream all you want.
This is all that is, tobacco. Good. Yeah, don't let it get over here. I got allergies.
I can already smell it.
Keep it in your box.
Yeah, don't let your smoke leak over into the left side, okay?
True.
But yeah, did Robert Malone do something untoward in your opinion, Alex, or
Yeah,
is it just that he had a lot to gain? Because I agree, a lot to gain.
Well, I mean, to be fair, at first it wasn't immediately clear that he had a lot to gain, right?
Mhm.
Like it was kind of risky what he was doing, but it seemed like he had pretty much fallen off the face of the world. And then he comes in and starts saying all this stuff, and that leads to some downstream effects that get him a lot of attention. But let's just say that that's not even the case, right? He depended a lot on the research he did in the 80s and had no like up-to-date information in terms of like how
there been any
mRNA works.
changes in how mRNA technology has changed in the last 30, or I guess it would be 50 years?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like,
genuine question. I don't.
Yeah, what was his last like published paper? See, it's gonna be hard because like I feel like Wiki is gonna be very biased against
before
him.
we get to shout out to Guam Tech, who's probably not watching, but before we get info cucked, before we get into the source, let's back out. What is it that? So you said Alexander said that you weren't a fan of Fauci. Fair enough. You ain't gonna get any argument from me.
Who is?
Fair
If
enough.
someone's a fan
But
of
then-
Fauci, that's a Fed right there. Okay, just saying.
But if I'm understanding your position correctly, you're saying it seems like you're saying, okay, I wasn't a fan of Fauci, but Robert Malone, like, oh man, is that? Do you understand what I mean?
yeah. You're
Okay.
You're saying that I'm giving like
So then what is the difference in motivation, in monetary incentive? What is the difference in all of those areas between what Fauci had to gain by being the guy, once again, let's not forget about AIDS, and Robert Malone being bastardized essentially for just explaining his work?
Okay, so like I said, it wasn't just that. Fauci, he was, to me, he was essentially a spokesperson for the White House or for whatever group of people he became a part of once he gave up his research credentials, like boards or whatever he was a part of at that time. He was no longer a scientist by far, right? That guy left the science field to win.
Wait. Okay, I don't want to get info cucked, as Indeed Juice, he's always adding cucked to the end of words. I can't stand it personally. So what I'm reading is that in early 2020, Malone was involved with the Department of Defense to research stuff against the C-19. So it sounds like he was still in 2020. It's called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, and this is on the wiki page, which is very anti Robert Malone. And so according to this, he was not only involved in the mRNA stuff in the 90s, but as current as 2020, he was literally funded by the DoD. So what have you? I mean, I just learned this myself. So
DoD.
Yeah, the Department of Defense.
That's not my understanding of his work at the time. This would have been after he blew up on Joe Rogan? Right?
I'm trying to see April 26, 2020.
So, from my understanding, he was on Rogan because of all the work that he did. It's not that he did Rogan and then got a bunch of follow. He did get a bunch of follow. But in terms of the actual work he did, and I watched the episode, but I didn't do a deep dive on Robert Malone. So I'm totally open to being like, yeah, well, this guy's a hack because of X, Y, and Z. But if that's the case, that's the case. But from what I understand, a lot of people are just in the position of saying, no, he's wrong because A, he disagreed with the narrative, whether it's Fauci or otherwise, and B, because Joe Rogan is not a serious person, according to them.
He's not a serious person?
I didn't. Well, yeah, a bunch of people were giving him flack, right, for like having this guy on in the first place and promoting C-19 misinformation and stuff. When I think, at least you would say Robert Malone, I think for being someone, even if it was, you know, an early paper in the 90s or whatever, it's still he's not some random quack. And if I'm right about what I'm reading, which again, it's on the wiki page that he was involved in a DOD funded thing to treat COVID, then it's like, this isn't some random guy, right? So it's like, that's the thing. People act like he was just some like Yahoo that got like pulled out and like wasn't really anything.
What? A Yahoo or a Yahoo?
A Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Is that Canadian coded?
That's Canadian
Yahoo
coded
versus Yahoo.
Yahoo. Yeah, that's really what I'm trying to dig in on, is the fact that, like, maybe not you, Alexander, but a lot of people were like, "Oh, Fauci is the guy." The things that Fauci is saying is a fact. I am the science. When you go against me, Senator Ball, you don't know what you're talking about, okay? Like when all that shit comes out and people are buying it, then that seems to be a basis for why you would reject anything that doesn't agree with that at face value. And like, that's not an unfair position. I understand why, if you believe that Fauci, the late Trump administration, first Trump administration, the early Biden administration, they were telling us the truth. If you think that, I'm not surprised or amazed that you're like, yeah, this Robert Malone guy or this Peter McCullough guy. I can get that. But then you have to actually give me something as to what it is that either Fauci said that is so right or in the official narrative was so right versus what McCullough or Malone said that was so wrong.
Okay. So I guess let's start on the Fauci side. So his initial recommendations, not considering the mask thing, were reasonable per any scientific consensus of how you handle infections. But
okay, no, first of all, not including the mask is wild, though, right? Like that was a pretty big misstep from Fauci.
Yeah. So you
don't need to wear a mask.
Hold on. Yeah. So hold on. This is the problem. He lied, right? In not wanting to cause a panic and people to go and like hoard masks and all that other stuff. He said something that clearly wasn't true, and then he backtracked it later. I understand why he would have lied, but I also understand that by itself destroys any trust you can have in anything he says in the future. Right? It's like your doctor lies to you.
Do you think that's his only misstep, though? You said beyond that.
No. But this is just the first misstep. This is the first major misstep, right? This is like literally what lost trust in the entire scientific field, or at least the medical side of it, by 50% of the country in like 2 days, right? This was the biggest thing he ever did, or the first thing he did that screwed up in every way possible. Some of the things he said were scientifically valid. A lot of the things he said were very political, very trying to control a narrative or spin a narrative, which scientists should never do, right? Scientists give you the data, they give you how to read the data, they tell you what the data indicates, and that's it. They don't tell you what kind of policies you should implement. It's just not the domain of science, right? If he wants to lead into like CDC credentials and whatever protocols, that's fine, but that's not all he was doing. So there's zero trust for Fauci at all, right? You don't take anything he says seriously unless you can validate it.
And would you agree also, before you move on to Malone, do you agree he also misrepresented the scientific data itself? Because I think that's one of the most sneaky things he did.
Yes. So on the one hand, he misrepresented some of the data itself. On the other hand, he way overstated the confidence they had in the information they had at hand, right? Yeah. Whether it was for a good reason or for a bad reason doesn't matter. It's
right. Yeah, that's possible. The motive could have been same with what Let's Chief has. He says, look at how people are buying up toilet paper like crazy, seems well informed. If that's the argument that like, yeah, he did this as like and he just miscalculated what the results would be, but he was well intentioned. I get that. Same with like some of the data was really skewed, right? To say that like the Omicron variant, that the new whatever the new version was that they had against it, the booster, that it was like supposed to be 90-something% effective, and then the source that Fauci quoted, it's like it was studying people's immune responses in like the first like 3 weeks after. And it's like, and I know you can't trust 3 weeks after. Obviously, that's when you get like the major boost, and then you'd have to look at it like down the line. And so Fauci to say, "Oh, it's your 98% chance not going to," it's like that's so he knows that's a lie. Maybe
maybe
for the 3 weeks. Yeah, I believe that. I believe the study. I don't believe that his conclusions that would track on to anything more than that. And so maybe his virtue wasn't bad in that way. Like maybe he didn't intend to. Maybe his intent was like, hey, this will cause better health outcomes, and the way I can get people to do this is I think that's still fucked, but at least maybe his intention was still to get more people to take it for good reasons.
So here's the thing. You're understating how important what he did was. If your doctor knows that you have 2 weeks to live because you have cancer, he's not going to tell you that you're fine because it's going to cause you to panic. He'll tell you the truth so you can make informed decisions, right? That is the point of being a medical doctor, the point of being a scientist. You do not lie to the public. You do not create data. You do not manufacture data. You don't overstate your confidence in anything, because the moment you do, who's going to trust anyone in your department anymore? Who's going to trust anyone in the field anymore, right? Like this ruined the trust that had been built up for so long in the United States in the medical system, right? Single-handedly destroyed half the country's trust in this, and the other half were more than willing to swallow whatever BS they came up with to justify his actions and whatever. But no, he was probably, I don't know, in like 50 years when they write about this, he's going to be one of the people they note as possibly like the person who caused the most damage.
Hey, if Trump is right about the auto pen stuff, he might be a guy that's in a federal penitentiary in 50 years. Hard to say. Well, I mean, he won't be alive in 50 years, but
I was gonna say I don't think he'll. I don't. Yeah. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
You never know. He's an enigma. He is definitely an enigma.
Maybe he can keep living. Okay, him and Brian Johnson have to get together.
I apologize real quick. I apologize to the chat. My keyboard, I have you guys I have the chat on my TV, and this is the keyboard that sits right next to my ashtray in bed. Yeah, that's the kind of life I live. So there's a lot of stickiness involved. So it might take me some time. It might be loud, but I'm there with you. I just hit myself in the face. I'm done. Dilly. Put a 1 in the chat if you drinking. Put a 1 in the chat if you drinking.
Oh no, I don't drink. Sorry.
Yeah, my Jesus don't drink. Just a little bit.
You got the wrong Jesus.
Yeah,
what do you mean your Jesus don't drink?
No, thank you. No, I'm just kidding.
And if he was alive today, he'd turn water into Facts and Logic beer from the Daily Wire.
Oh my God.
All right, let's chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out.
Yes, we know.
I was thinking that. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it.
True.
Okay, so Alex, continue with your. Continue telling us how terrible Fauci is.
I was going to dive in on
now.
That. So, all right. For the Coomers in the audience, you're glad that we're not going down that road. Go ahead.
Okay, so when it comes to that's kind of my stance on Fauci. After the first couple of lies, I pretty much ignored anything he said because all he was doing was causing more damage. And I would wait until like an actual scientist came out and said something. He was a politician.
If you guys super chat Confluence, Morty gets a treat. Every 99 cents. 99 cents gets Morty a treat. You want to tell me? You want to tell me that you don't fucking have 99 cents, you broke ass bitch? Like, fine. I nobody fucking say, oh, drop a big 5, drop a big 10. If you don't have 99 cents, you might be gay. I'm just saying. Hey!
This is what I need. I need someone to grift on behalf
I don't
of me.
have anything.
Oh, there we go. We have.
I should have brought
there we
treats.
go.
I didn't
Who is
bring any
this guy?
treats.
Who's this guy in the chat?
I didn't bring
Who's
any
this
treats,
stranger?
but full screen.
Well, you don't have treats. He's gonna charge back me, brother.
Come here.
Oh, he's got something. He's got.
He
something.
loves cinnamon toast
look at
crunch.
that.
Wait. Cinnamon toast crunch waffle version.
Ooh.
More surface area means more cinnamon sugar. Look at this. Look at this.
Damn,
Look at
dog's
this.
eating better than I am.
This is the peak of
Oh.
breakfast cereal.
Holy
This is
God.
the peak. Quest.
Morty gets another treat. Love to the stream. Thank
And he
you,
gets the
Bill
licks.
Quest.
He's gonna go for the licks. Look, the
Oh, he's
extra
going
licks.
for the licks. Do you have the? Oh, he does.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Thank you both to Alex and to Vale, and for Indian Jesus for giving Morty the treats. I need a Morty to give treats to, and I'll just shock him if he steps out of line.
can I- oh, wait,
he'll
I
purely
would
be there to get donos.
Real quick, I would like to stop the show because, hey, we're low key. We're all small channels. We don't fucking
Mr.
got money.
5K, by the way, congrats to that.
Okay.
I don't think I said that.
You're
Mr.
fucking up my message here. You're fucking up my message. And let's cheap. I got you in a second. But there's one like. There's one like on Alexander's super chat of $5. If you're not gonna pay,
Wait, I don't even know if I liked it. How do you like a super chat?
you hit the like button.
It's a like button.
And
right there.
you click reply and you say thank you for supporting the platform that I love to watch so much that I can't afford.
Can I not do this on? Do I have to be on YouTube?
No,
using
you
the
can't. No, you as the person, you can heart it, but everybody else can hit the like button. There's two. Reply. Be like, Alex,
so I have
you're
to
a
be on
fucking
here.
gangster.
Oh, there we
And then
go.
who else
Okay.
was it? Oh, I'm on top chat. Hold on. I gotta figure this shit out because I can't see
And
it.
Vale too.
Point
Vale, too.
being.
Oh yeah, I have to be here to.
This
do
is
the
a
likes.
free. This is a free show. We're just fucking doing this for free, and we've accepted that. But if somebody is willing to fucking pay money to keep this going, do you think that we would be able to do this without money? The fact, full screen.
Okay, brother, sound up.
Do you think that we would be able to keep going and going and going with nothing? We can't do it with nothing. We are fine. We are fine with 99% of you sitting there and watching for free because we care. Stop me, Confluence, if you disagree. We care about what we're talking about. We want you guys to be able to hear. We want to provide this platform. We want to provide a space where you can talk about these things for free. So when somebody fucking puts their hard-earned money, you all fucking work. You know what your fucking dollar is worth. When somebody else puts their fucking money up, you can't fucking hit the like button to say, oh, thank you. Because now the content creator that I'm watching feels good. He's feeling good, and I didn't spend a dime. I'm sitting here for free. This shit's on my TV. I can switch to anything else, but I'm here because it's free. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. But
So
please,
everybody
like the super chat.
Alex's and Bale's super chats.
If you're not gonna like the video, which you should, at least like the super chats. So here is what I've been ranting and raving about.
And I totally agree with you, Quippy. House lives paycheck to paycheck. On one sense, I still want your money, but at the other sense, don't give me money if you're living paycheck to paycheck.
God, I need to try those. Those look amazing.
You're making me feel a certain type of way.
So like
waffle.
And again, oh shit, I'm drunk. And so like what Cinnamon Toast Crunch is. But so like, yeah,
surface area.
Jesus Christ, I dropped that.
Oh,
More, go get that. But like the thickness. Oh, there's cinnamon around all of that. Oh my god. Amazing. Come here.
Amazing. Oh, Morty's
You
gonna
gotta,
get
you
another
gotta,
one.
you gotta, you gotta. Oh, there you go. The dog is eating better than I am.
Hello, Lex.
That's what I said. I was like, damn.
Hello, Lex.
Yeah, we're
I'm
fattening
drunk.
Morty up, making Morty a thick boy.
That way, when we
Boys, I'm
sacrifice
drunk,
him,
so
it's worth it.
if you need to tell me to do this or don't do that, please.
No, you're good. This is a chill stream. Okay. Look, it started
That's
with
what we call
Charlie Kirk and
content.
Candace, and now it's Fauci, and so I'm that's the way of the confluence stream. Okay.
I do
Devolves
like them
into
thick.
chaos.
I do like them thick. Bug a button.
So, what was the last thing that we were talking about?
Malone.
Oh yes.
The
Yeah.
difference between Fauci and Malone. Why is Malone not trustworthy,
Okay,
but
so-
Fauci is? And maybe neither of them are. But that's what I need to hear.
No, neither of them are.
Fair enough.
Fauci became a politician. Malone is, as far as I know, a disreputed researcher who gave up whatever career he had for propagandizing conspiracy theories. Okay, so among many other things, it's not just what he said, it's the way he stated things. For example, he did take credit, singular credit, for inventing mRNA vaccines, despite the fact that he hadn't touched them since like the 90s. Early
Do we have
90s.
I don't want to source, bro. I'm just, if you don't have it, it's fine, because it's probably like the massive 3-hour Joe Rogan. But if we have a clip, we could play the clip. But if you don't, I'm not saying I don't believe you
that he developed mRNA.
Yeah,
I don't have that clip.
Okay, because I think it was a long time that I watched it, so I'm not disbelieving you. I know I got that vibe from the episode, and it wasn't until someone pointed out that he was just one of many on one major research paper that I was like, okay, yeah, a bit different than it was presented. But I don't know if that was Rogan, if that was, I don't remember that part. I don't remember who.
I understand the technology changed quite a bit since he had researched it. The research he did at the Domain program in 2020, he was looking into like Pepsid or something.
Famotidine,
as a potential treatment for COVID-19. Like, I don't know. That's
DOD funded, brother. So they obviously, that's not just him doing some like crazy research. That's funded by the DOD.
Are you sure that's the DOD?
I mean,
Defense
that's
Threat Reduction Agency.
No, like the Department of Defense.
Well, no, that's the agency was called Defense Threat Reduction.
Oh yeah, that's part of that. That's a DOD project. It has like, what's the
DOD,
acronym? It's like the acronym is, I can't remember. I lost the page now, but it's got a nifty little acronym to it. Is the point?
Yeah. So this is like a pattern I see with most conspiracy nut jobs or theorists, right? First, they give you something that they have no real evidence for. They give you like some predictions, like, if what I'm saying is true, these things will happen. And then if they don't happen, well, it's because we didn't wait long enough. And if they do happen, well, look, here's proof of.
Don't stop talking.
Defense agency and a combat support agency. Oh,
yeah, within the DOD. Yeah.
Nice. All right. And I guess one example of that would be, what did he say?
What the fuck is
It's like an air blower. He's blowing stuff out of
I thought he was using a black light to see what the sticky stuff was, and I was like, I don't know if I want to necessarily see that.
And see, I smoke. I mean, okay. If you need some proof, this isn't my fucking stand. This sits right next to me on my bed.
Oh my
god. He sleeps with it.
All right. This is.
Oh my gosh.
Like this is right here. You want all right? You want some real shit?
You want some real shit?
Here we go. This is what So this is the pillow that I sleep on. It's all clean right here. Clean as a motherfucker. But then
you go a bit up and chaos reigns.
There's shit there's I guess there are things that we must compromise. And the benefit of being able to sit like this is my home. This is my This is where my safety is, and being able to just have a fucking fat tobacco
Yes,
joint,
tobacco.
a tobacco cigarette, be right here.
See, Alex, don't you wish that you imbibed in all these substances?
No, I don't.
And it's right there.
This is like a
I don't
beer
have to
ad
go
for you right now, Alex.
I don't need to go outside. Spliff? What spliff? What is this, 2015, where we need to put alcohol, Jesus fucking Christ. Tobacco in our shit so that the fucking RAs don't catch us?
Pretty much, yeah.
Just kidding.
Just YouTube. You don't want YouTube to catch you. That's
Why
all,
did
right?
the entire keyboard glow white? What do you mean? What does that mean?
It's just the light bouncing.
Oh
off
no,
of the
because I
keys.
have my light.
It's
I fucking
extremely
turned.
sticky.
I have fucking bright ass LEDs in my fucking face so that you guys have a better viewing experience. You're welcome.
That's why I have these on. That's why I don't know how people do it with like bright lights. Like my eyes get like fatigued after like streaming for like 5 hours. So that's why I have my shades on, because it's like I have like a bright ass ring light. I got like a big box light here that just like shines on me. It's like, yeah. See, if I was staring into that thing,
so you can see,
no
I have
sunglasses.
I have you guys chatting on the TV, but right in front of the TV, a bright ass light, so bright that you can't even fucking see the brightness of it. The things we do. Y'all think streaming is just talking. Y'all think it's just talking. It's adorable. Like,
It actually also
talk.
involves
It's
the occasional
adorable.
amounts of alcohol and other substances. Okay.
It's adorable. Isn't it adorable how they think that, like, yeah, you don't do anything. You
All
just
these
fucking talk.
plebs that just think all we do is talk. I agree.
That's all Confluence does, at least.
Yeah, IJ puts way more prep into his show than I do. I will say that.
That is
I will
not
say
true.
that.
That is not true. That
The
is
one I
not
was
true.
on, you had like all these clips with timestamps. I'm usually like, see interesting thing, watch a few parts of it. I'm
Okay.
like, do I want to cover this?
Low
Yes, I
key.
do. And then
Okay,
start the stream.
this is our secret. This is our secret. And my shit is my shit. Okay, this is our secret. Nobody is allowed to tell. But here's the thing. I watched the Piers Morgan Nick Fuentes thing on my own, so I already knew what it was. So I knew it was
pre-watch.
that there were clips. And so I was like, when I watched then going back to real talk, when I watched I don't think it was the next one, but it might have been the one after. But when Piers was talking to Milo and Crowder, and they were like giving him like, hey, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. Da, da, da. I was like, all right, fucking that's base to having people want to tell you what you did wrong. And I had seen the whole thing with Piers and Nick. But the fact is, I knew that there were clips. And so what I did was I wanted to focus on the Crowder aspect, because I think Crowder did the best job of critiquing Piers in how he interviewed someone like Nick. And I think, I don't hold me to this, I think I'm closer to Piers than I am Nick. I don't know. I think I'm closer to Piers than I am Nick. But I 1000% understand how, between the Piers and Nick interview, that he just fucking was the boomer legacy media guy.
Yeah.
And Nick was the new generation of media. I very well understood that. And so when I saw Crowder articulate that so well, I was like, okay, I got to build a show around this. And I've been lazy. I'll be honest with you, I've been lazy. Like, well, hey, a podcast is an hour plus, so we're going to watch a podcast. Yeah, a lot of times it's like, that's already what I wanted to do. But, hey, if I click on one podcast and it's interesting, here we go. My work is done until I fucking turn on the camera.
Yep.
I'm not going to lie to you motherfuckers. But
yeah, I watched that podcast too. Yeah.
Which one? The Nick and Pierce or Crowder?
Yeah.
And yeah,
Nick and Pierce.
I would agree with Lutch, and I'm closer to Pierce, probably both rhetorically and politically. But yeah, I think Pierce got blown out, unfortunately.
Pierce overstated everything. That was his fundamental issue. Like he overstated. You know the lawyer term, like facts not an evidence, or when somebody brings in like facts that haven't been presented as evidence yet. Yeah. He was doing a lot of that by referencing like other quotes, and when he got things wrong, or when Nick was able to say they took it out of context and he couldn't like take the what's it called? He didn't have like any evidence to back it up, or when he asked him about his father being racist. Like these all felt like personal insults.
That as the framing, as like the first question to kind of like poison the well against Nick. So everything that Nick says in the future, it's because you were raised to be racist. Your father was. Yeah, right? It's like some Freudian fucking nonsense there. I don't know.
I can understand why he would leap to that conclusion, but I'm sorry, there's not been anything said to prove that. Not really. Like, you're overstating what you've been told so far, and the fact that he couldn't even like nail that down, he lost that really, really hard.
Yeah, if he didn't, I think I agree with Bucket Button. If he didn't try to gotcha him, because I do think Pierce is fine, and a lot of times, like I like watching him. I think, you know, so he pearl clutches, but so do I. Some things are worth clutching pearls over. So like I don't mind that. But then when you have a guy, especially in a one-on-one, then it's like, and you're doing a gotcha, it's like, this is your time. You have like, you know, like how long was that? Like an hour and 45 minutes or something to like get down and actually like talk to the person that you have with you. Like, I understand when he does these things where it's like 5 people screaming and okay, it's cinema and it's Kino and it's great and stuff. And yeah, you can't really go in depth on one person. But when you have Nick Fuentes, talk to Nick Fuentes and just like ask him what he means and push him. I want to see him push. But yeah, don't do these like cheap poisoning the well tactics and these gotcha moments. Exactly. It just feels so hackneyed.
Yeah, it was a pretentious, insincere way to ask, what do you mean by this? Instead of just asking, what do you mean by this?
Yeah, it's not even just asking, what do you mean by this? It's like, you're already talking to someone that they're whatever group he's in, they're predisposed to jumping down your throat if you leave them even like an inch of space for it. And then you go in there and then you swing it and you miss. You can't do that. It just doesn't work that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you know, and it's, I mean, I talked about this when I went through it, but what stuck out to me so much was the utter real life miscalculation that Pierce was doing. Because like you said, if you know anything about the Groypers, and especially if you, and even without the Groypers, like even just like, again, I'm like center right. I'm not someone who's predisposed to like Nick Fuentes. You know, again, I actually have watched Ben Shapiro for thousands of hours, okay, which I know is going to lose me credibility, but you know, I don't watch him now, but a big fan.
But I'm the atheist. I'm the atheist, so you're not the most liberal one on the band.
That's true. Ooh. And like, so even for me, it's like, I think Pierce did bad, and it's weird to see in real time Pierce be like, well, this is out here for, he kept saying this over and over. It's like, the audience can decide for themselves, and like, well, they'll see what a race, and it's like, it's such a miscalculation.
They absolutely have,
like, crazy. Yeah, it's like, Pierce, what you said, like, yeah, if you ask and you shall receive. You asked the audience to judge, and they did judge, and it wasn't in your favor. And it's crazy to think that Pierce in that moment was through the whole thing thought that he was like winning. Oh, we got a dono from Fuck It Button.
Oh, you got it.
To be fair, this is like the British style.
You want this? Yeah.
And I will go on YouTube specifically because I realized I can't like comments from Streamlabs. Look at Morty eating those.
Wait, I got fucking cinnamon. There you go. Take the cinnamon on.
Someone is rapidly unliking and liking this thing. At least in my end.
There we go. Give me another spot. There we go. What a good boy.
You have a great.
You know what? Fuck it, Button.
How old is he?
Fuck it, Button, because I like you. Because I like you. We're gonna do a double
treat day.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Thousands of hours is crazy work. I used to watch Ben Shapiro every day for probably 4 to 5 years. So yeah, basically 365 hours times 4. So yeah, more. Well, not thousands, but more than 1,000 probably. Yeah.
Jeez, dude.
Yeah, I what can I say? I like me some
figured out the grift.
Ben Shapiro.
I watched Ben Shapiro for maybe less than like 6 months, and I spiraled out, and I didn't like him no more.
Yeah,
I actually
never.
I love fast talkers. Like, that's why I've watched the 2 people I've watched the most in my whole life is Ben Shapiro and Destiny. I hate that, but it's true.
Okay,
It's
wait.
true.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw a wrench here. If you guys know, are you guys familiar with Alex O'Connor?
Yes.
AKA
Yeah,
Cosmic
you know
Skeptic?
I love Alex O'Connor. We've talked about
Really?
this. I'm a huge fan. Yeah, huge fan.
Andrew and Soda, are you familiar? Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Alex likes him, right, Alex? We've talked about it. AOC, the
O'Connor?
good AOC, Alex O'Connor.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't like him, but I don't dislike him either.
Oh, I thought you enjoyed him.
Whoa! I need more on that. I've never heard anybody who doesn't either love Alex. Well,
yeah.
For the verticals, love Alex, or hate Alex. For the landscapers, I've never heard someone who didn't hate Alex or love Alex. Alexander, please tell me more, baby.
He's all right. I think he's trying to be a little more reasonable now, but his like vegan period, the way he like presented a bunch of his arguments and stuff, and the way he like turned around on it.
Real quick, just a quick thing. You know that like he hasn't been on the vegan thing for like a year, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I just didn't know. Okay, yeah, go on.
Hold on.
I will say,
that's the same guy.
There's almost when he rebranded, I think, and actually, yeah, tell me what you all think. I used to put Cosmic Skeptic in the same basket as like, who's that? I don't want to say corpulent, but he is a bit corpulent. Aaron Raw. It means like large, like, big boned, fat. It means fat. Okay. But
that's easier to say.
I just didn't want to be, not nice, but and the Matt Dillahunties and the Rational, I can't remember the other guy's name, Rational, whatever. All those people, like I put him in that and I think he used to be. If you watch his old stuff when he was Cosmic Skeptic, a lot of it sounds really like the same type of, pretension and like, oh, I'm so much better than you because you're religious and I'm not. And now I think in the past like couple of years, I think that has like disappeared. I don't see that at all from him. I think that he has like completely changed in that way.
Yeah, the thing that almost kind of worries me is he's starting to trend into like really religiosity to some extent.
Based.
Well, no. It's.
I agree. Alex, keep going. Because
the problem isn't that. It's just like I can't tell if he's in like a transitory period or he's just he's already like come to the decision, but he's too like captured by his audience to be able to complete that change.
Oh, like you think he actually is religious and is just can't?
I think he's no longer anti-religious or what's the right term?
Yeah,
correct. That has been
an
huge.
Anti-theist.
Yes. So, if I may, I want to lay out my, just if I may, cook sermon. I think that the Amazing Atheist was amazing for like 5 months, but no, I think Alex O'Connor is the fucking peak of what non-belief can be. He is someone who's so focused on philosophy, ethics, morality, and also is probably more familiar with the Bible than anybody on this panel. Suck a dick if you want to disagree. I don't care.
I disagree.
No, you're not.
No, get the fuck out of here.
Disagree.
You said you're already talking.
I'm just saying I disagree. Was in a Master of Theology program.
Fair. Okay, fine. I don't care. Point being, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the Bible. He knows what Christianity is. He knows what Christianity is supposed to be. He knows what the theology is. He understands the scripture. He knows more than I could ever hope to know
about the philosophy of religion, and that is more important to me personally than what the actual scripture actually says. And also, he is better at that. So, it is my opinion that as long as someone like Alex O'Connor exists, then like the Andrew Wilsons of the world are irrelevant until they have that conversation. And I just see that there so much of my message, like me personally now talking about the Indian Jesus, so much of my message is that, like, yo, Christianity has some fucking awesome ideas, bro. It's just based on some bullshit. So if we can find a way to tie these awesome ideas that come from Christianity into some real shit, then society is golden. And I think Alex O'Connor is the best path to the conversation that is, okay, what does make sense within Christianity and religion and spirituality, and what is important in empiricism and all that stuff, that when we tie those together, it's not about you as an individual. It's not about you. If you are genuinely a Christian and believe that Jesus Christ came to this fucking planet and changed like all of the shit, if you believe that, then you need people to buy in. And whether or not you believe that there was magic and fucking supernaturality and whatever, if you think that Jesus Christ did some real shit on this fucking planet, then whether or not it is supernatural or it's magic or it has a scientific or empirical or whatever the fuck it is, the fact is Jesus did do that according to your beliefs. So you need to find a way that skeptics and empiricists can accept what you are saying.
But if I can ask a clarifying question, because
actually that is super based. I agree with you. I think I agree with you pretty much on all that.
Okay, so let me check. Maybe I'm not understanding, or I do understand.
You don't understand. Okay.
And I don't like maybe. But to me, like, if you just mean the ethics and values and the archetypes and stuff, then it sounds to me like vacuuming God out of Christianity to build some type of secular monolith, which I completely am against that. I don't think that's what I want at all.
That's because of your dogma.
It's not because of my dogma.
Yeah, I can prove it to you.
Hold on.
I can prove it to you. You
could certainly try.
Okay. So I can prove it to you.
Okay.
So is there not a scripture that I could find that says one must not do this or one must do this that you would not abide by? There's nothing in the Bible.
Oof.
No, well, I think you have to apply proper biblical hermeneutics is my Protestant answer to that, right?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so what does that mean?
There's passages that say, go kill the Amalekites, and I would think that was specific to a point in time in Israel. I don't think, even if the Amalekites were alive, I don't think that's a call to me. There's stuff where in Corinthians where Paul says, about women wearing head coverings. I think that was dealing with like the Corinthian women at the time. And, I think that was a specific culture bound thing. Again, everyone can say that it could be cope, and it might be, but I think my argument would be that everything has to be properly interpreted. And you can't just if you isolate a certain verse, it's not like every verse I'm going to take dichotomized from all other scripture and be like, I will follow that one. Like Paul says, I do not allow a woman to speak in church. Am I going to be like, oh, me too, Paul? Based. I mean, some maybe of the ortho bros might say that, but
I feel like you're not addressing what I'm saying, though.
Can I ask a question real quick about that?
Yeah.
So just because Paul said it doesn't mean that it's actually like God's determination that is to be so, right?
Well, that's what I mean by, Indian Jesus asked if there was any biblical verse where it says do this or don't do this. And so I'm just giving examples. And so I agree with you. I don't think, but that's where the proper hermeneutics come in. I think that when Paul is saying this, I would say that it either applied to a specific thing, or it's like
There's so much
Timothy,
weed on this
remember my
fucking
cloak,
keyboard.
where it's like probably not meant for us, you know? And so Jesus said I didn't, the Indian Jesus, to be clear, said I didn't answer his question. I feel like, did I not? I'm trying to answer your question. I feel like you asked if there was do this or don't do this that I don't abide by. I think I gave a few examples from Old and New Testament, and I give the reasons why.
Give me 1 second. I'm in the chat. So.
Good to see you, Anson, by the way.
Micro said I'm better atheist than isn't Jesus. Wait. Micro Blade, you're a better atheist than I am. He's fair weather heathen. None of Jesus' quotes are real. Okay, fine. I'll go in the fucking Christian. How the fuck do you know that what is quoted as Jesus' quotes are not real? Do you understand how much you could improve my profile as an atheist conservative if you could tell me that any and everything that Jesus said was bullshit? So please.
This is Anson, by the way. If you know Anson,
tell me.
Microbladder fluence is Anson.
He did not come to change. Yeah.
He did not come to change.
Wait, I'm okay. I'm drunk. Sorry. Hold on. I was responding to somebody. Hold on. I'm better than Indians with fair weather heathen. Microblade, I think you're right, because I am very I'm very much in favor of Christianity. I was trying to type this shit. I'm just gonna say it. Hold on. Okay. I wonder where he steals his moral. You know, from like Christianity. It's almost like I grew up in a Christian nation, but don't believe that a man in the sky.
You were supposed to be proving to me that this is based on my dogma. That I don't like the idea of just having Christian. This is what I worry even with Jordan Peterson. I think that you can't vacuum out spirituality from religion and still have religion. You vacuum out, you get a husk, you get a shell, you get nothing.
Okay, here's what you do. Click on the notes tab of StreamYard. Write down exactly what you're saying right now. Let me apply to your chat because that's the most important thing to your channel. And then whatever you have to say, I will address that. Where were we?
I don't know what you're.
Is he talking to us?
I can't follow. Directions unclear. Dick stuck in ceiling fan. Okay.
So there's comments, banners, something.
No, I see, but what do you want me to put in the notes? I see the notes, but
whatever the fuck it is that you're saying, I am doing work for you right now. So whatever it is that you have to say, put that in notes so you don't forget. Okay. Fuck it button said everyone just wants to steal Christian values because 20% of bullshit they know is wrong. What to do? Facts. Quippy, I think the vicarious redemption bit of the Bible is actually evil. Facts. People cannot absolve themselves. Yep. No, okay. So Microbyte said none of Jesus' quotes are real. Nothing was written about his words for decades after his death. That doesn't mean that he wasn't a real person. I do agree with you that does call into question the validity of the specificity of what he said, but I don't think that's a reason. I don't think that's I don't think that has enough weight. Like there's other issues with religion that like, hey, we can't exactly pin down what Jesus said. Let go of that. Okay. Michael Blatter said, "No, real no decades again." Sorry.
Can I just make the whole point is that it's like divinely inspired, right? So it wasn't. It doesn't matter if it was written 10 years ago or 10,000 years ago, right? The parts about what Jesus would have said or what God would have said specifically would have been absolutely accurate based on divine inspiration. Now, the point I was making earlier is just because it's divinely inspired.
Theologically, I disagree with that, Alex. Just to be clear.
Oh, okay.
Because you have like the synoptic gospels, and you have like the same story being told in Matthew and Mark, and it's not verbatim the same.
No, it's not.
So I don't think those were necessarily the exact words that Jesus did speak. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. I think it's inspired, but I wouldn't take that to mean that is verbatim what Jesus said, because again, what would we do when we have like the same story showing up like in two different books?
Hold on, do we have
So
books?
fucking bullshit.
Hold on, do we have books where Jesus said two different things based on?
In Matthew and Mark, there's a bunch of times where it's the exact same thing, but the wording is just slightly different. Like that's why they're called the synoptics between Matthew, Mark, and Luke, is because some of them have their own individual stories, but to a large extent, there will be some overlap either between like Matthew and Luke or Mark and Matthew. And that's why scholars invent what they call Q, to think that there's a primary source that Mark copied off of and then Matthew copied off of, and then John came in and did his own thing. And that's why John is like the kind of unique gospel that is like very different from the other three. And so, so you have the exact same thing, but told with different words. So then when you look at like when Jesus is saying a parable, a lot of parables are written in two accounts, but the wording is different. They're not the same wording. And so it's like, which one did Jesus actually say? I don't think it matters.
Well, was it the same meaning or different meanings entirely as well?
I wouldn't say different meanings, but just like it's like broad changes in words, not just small words, but I would say the meaning is the same. But
we are translating a very, very old language, right? So I'm just
that's not the issue, though. That's not the issue.
I think to give an example, there's one account that describes like when Jesus dies, they say he is truly the Son of God, and another example of that same accounting, it says he was truly innocent. And you could, I guess, I would say that those would be the same things, but they would be told differently. It would be still the same idea.
Who said that?
I could look it up. That was just off the top of my head. Give me 1 second. I got you.
Shout out to Quippy.
Quippy.
I need to get my kid to bed here soon. So let me just finish a couple things with the Malone thing, if that's okay. Not to I guess back to that, but
flexing that you got a family. Like we're not fucking degenerates that have nothing else to do but fucking talk on the internet. Because we're fucking losers.
Real responsibilities.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Then I'm not desperate for fucking Morty. Come up here. I'm gonna give you more of this thing so that you do this right in front of my face because I have no one else in my life. Like what a fucking loser! Oh my god!
Hey man, I had a dog
so here's
myself.
What I do.
Right?
So we've got this is how. So like when I need peanut butter because I mainly survive on protein shakes. Because if I don't do that, then I'm like it's a whole thing. I'm short but I'm small, and there's a whole fucking story there. Anyway, The point is peanut butter goes into a protein shake, which is mostly of what I survive on.
Morty's eye tracking that peanut butter.
When I can't scoop any more peanut butter out like that, then I take a bone and we'll just because he can only get so far in. But we go oh shit. Whoa.
We're getting crazy here.
Dear God.
It's getting crazy in here. It's getting crazy in here. And then we got even this. And
You're edging that peanut butter as much as you're edging Morty right now. I'm just going to say that.
True.
No, we put the bone aside. Oh, come here. Yeah, get it. No, get it. You're online right now.
Morty's confused. Dick stuck in ceiling fan.
Why are you doing this to me? We got this. Don't worry. We got this. Keep me. I got it.
Oh, we're going back. There we go. Morty.
Oh my goodness! It's fucking
figuring out this is in real time.
Oh my god!
That is
the best night I've alive. Yes! Oh, it's so good. All right.
Amazing.
I found the two quotes. It was Luke says it. He certainly this man was innocent. Versus in Matthew, they're talking about the centurion who's seen the crucifixion. Matthew quotes him saying, "He is truly the Son of God," And in Luke, he quotes him saying, "Certainly this man was innocent."
And it's implied that it's the same centurion.
Yep. They're both referencing the crucifixion, and they're both talking about the centurion that stabs him in the rib.
There's a lot of cases like that where it'll say slightly different things, like the amount of angels that were like sitting on the rock and stuff after after the resurrection. It's like, and they try to do this stuff like if you're really fundy and you take it literally, then you try to be like, well, one says there's 2 angels, one says there's 3. 2's not wrong, because if you say there's 2, that's still true, because if you have it's true to say there's 2 people on the panel right now. There's also 4.
Is there really only 2 likes on this video? Is it really only 2 likes, or did I just not?
1, I guess.
It's just me and Alexander.
But okay, I know Alex has to go. So Alex, back to the Malone thing, because I know again your children and stuff.
Yeah. So among other things, he made a lot of statements like talking about like the cardiovascular risks and stuff like that, and then he predicted there'd be a lot more people dying after the vaccine came out. And it's like, well, it's a pandemic, right? People are dying anyways. Numbers will be counted afterwards. Of course, the numbers are going to be high. It basically just a bunch of like non-statement statements that don't really prove anything but can't be disproven.
See, I would disagree strongly, because my cousin's aunt's neighbor got the 3rd COVID vaccine and they had a heart attack the next day.
Yeah, so there was like heart attack links to it, of course. Well, not heart attack, but like heart heart issues. I don't know if there's
with specifically Moderna, there was some cases of endocarditis or whatever it was called.
Here's the thing.
Or myocarditis.
People who didn't get the vaccine, just got the virus, had the same like heart inflammation and everything else too.
Yeah.
It's just theirs ended up being a lot worse than the people who got the vaccine. Now, was it like an unknown, or maybe not even unknown, but was it like a lied about thing where they said it wasn't there and didn't know, or they knew and said it wasn't just because they didn't want to freak people out? I have no idea. I'm willing to be convinced either way, but regardless, I linked it in the private chat there, but basically he started like posting things on Twitter, like videos of like athletes.
Oh, the athletes. Yeah. Is that?
So this is just one. This is just one that I found, but he said this guy Jake West, he was a 17-year-old who died to sudden cardiac arrest after getting the jab, is what Malone said. Turns out he died in 2013 because he had an undiagnosed heart condition. Like,
oh wait, so that video is actually pre-COVID.
Yeah. Well, the video itself, I think, was, I don't know if it was actually the video from then, because he deleted the tweet right before they banned him. But well, yeah, they had said like a cease and desist to him to get him to actually delete his tweet. But like those kind of things, the idea that you're like overstating something with no actual proof, and then you're basically like pointing to people dying online only to be like not even in this decade.
Is that lying though, or like, I mean, maybe he deleted the tweet because he falsely believed that it was in the moment. I mean,
right. But
the Steel Man would say there's a reason that we don't give Moderna infections to, what is it, people under 25 or something. Like, we stopped doing that. Like, that's a real effect that we recognized, and that's why we give them Pfizer. But that happened early on, right?
Hold on. If Fauci told you that somebody who got the vaccine, somebody who got the virus and didn't get the vaccine, like suffered unimaginable pain and then died bleeding out of their eyeballs, right? And then you find out that they're talking about somebody who was like had Ebola 10 years ago and he just like quote unquote misunderstood what happened and when it was. You're going to start wondering why he's referring to things that aren't real, that didn't actually happen.
But
did he not bother to look it up?
I hold Fauci to a way higher standard than I do just like a random scientist guy.
But
that
he's
like
not a random scientist guy. He's the guy that all these people trust. Who said
I know,
that
but that's different than being in
vaccine-
like a government appointed position for like decades, right? Like that's different.
Well,
I mean, Confluence, I kind of disagree with you on
You
this.
can't trust them anyways, right?
You don't think that's the same? You know, if Trump shares something that's false, I get a lot more angry than when like Joe Rogan share. Even though Joe Rogan has a massive audience, it's like Trump is the fucking president. You have to be super careful, way more careful. And I'm not saying Joe Rogan doesn't have to be careful, but you have to be more careful as Trump than you.
I know.
Fauci, you have to be like ultra. You have to pass that, and you got the money to do it, right? We all know Fauci's rich.
Well,
you have the staff to do it.
Yeah. The problem is this
It's
guy.
almost like he
was
fucking created
"My shit doesn't
AIDS.
stink." He's like, my shit doesn't stink, and I'm telling you guys the truth,
so-
and I know all this information about this. And then next thing you know, he's spreading stories about things that didn't actually happen. Like, either he didn't take the time to look up what happened to this and just assumed that it was the vaccine, which is a whole different failure on his part, or he didn't care enough to look it up and just pointed to people dying left and right, saying that this is because of the vaccine, right? You cannot be the father of the mRNA vaccine, make all these predictions, and then point to bullshit to prove these predictions are true, right? That's all I'm saying. And nobody holds up to any kind of standard at all.
Well, no, I don't think that's fair to say. Like you telling me this, and I'm like, yeah, that's a fuck up. That's a big fuck up he shouldn't have made. So I wouldn't say I'm holding him to the same standard as someone who's been the head of a government institution for like decades.
It wasn't a fuck up. Even once he knew that it wasn't real, he left it on there.
I thought you said he deleted it
after the family sent him a cease and desist through a lawyer.
Like, how do you know what the time period is?
I don't know the exact time period.
Because if it's like a day, then maybe he like found out. If he left it,
you're not getting a cease and desist in a day.
You absolutely can. You absolutely can, brother.
No,
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Find where you are, man.
I could send you one tomorrow. What are you talking about?
You couldn't. You don't even know where I'm at. You don't know my name.
I know, but it's Robert Malone. Okay, so I know.
But you realize
I couldn't send specifically you one, but if you were a public figure, I could send you one tomorrow.
They have to get somebody to deliver it to you. Like, these things don't just like happen out of nowhere.
It could literally happen in a day. I'm just saying that is like he is a public contact info.
Unlikely as all hell.
Trump is not.
I think people overestimate how hard it is to get a legal firm to write a cease and desist. That is that you can walk into a law office and that could be done in like 2 hours. Like, and you can send it. He has a publicly contactable pages, right? Like you could publicly contact this guy.
Fuck it.
So I don't know. Like I'm just saying it could have been. Maybe it was 6 months.
Are
maybe
you threatening someone in the chat? Or are you threatening one of our motherfuckers? Are you threatening the panel? Or are you threatening someone in the chat?
Bucket Button is a good guy, so he wouldn't threaten anyone. Bucket Button he's just here to fuck around.
I agree with
that button.
Okay. Maybe I was confused. Maybe I think cease and desist was something different. Escalated. I didn't know it was just strictly from the lawyer. Like, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not like a judge thing. It's literally just something that, you get a lawyer to be like, hey, stop doing this, or else, basically. And it's something you can just walk into a law office and you can get them to do like
wait, real quick. You guys got long hair? I bought this shit on TikTok Shop. It's fucking clutch.
Find the affiliate link in the description.
Look at all the hair that's not in my fucking face. Yeah, so fucking gays are gay and
getting a Grinch emphasis for God.
Gays are gay and other fucking countries are bullshit. Here's the question.
Yeah.
The question is, where do we as individual citizens need to care about what's going on around the world? I think that there is there's a strong emphasis on people being like, oh my God, you don't care about XYZ country?
All right, I got to go. Sorry, guys. Bye.
Okay, Alex. Thank you for stopping by.
Yep.
And thank you for your patronage and support, Alex.
Yep,
that was great to see you, brother.
Bye, guys.
Peace out.
Imagine having
Damn.
kids.
Now I'm surrounded by
cringe.
DJs.
Right, big soda, so
Yeah.
cringe. Imagine having a baby soda. It's like, what are you even doing with your life? Raising children, increasing the birth rate. You're like, what? Like what? You're not every day live streaming on YouTube and trying to build an audience. Like what have we been reduced to? I don't even know.
Well, I will say
every day we move further from God. Okay.
I do like the fact that you stream a little later, so now I ain't gotta, miss the fucking fun just because I'm taking care of my kids. They can go to bed. But now I'm surrounded by DJs. No family life.
Yeah, if you want to really be surrounded by DJs, hey, there you go.
Don't let Anson up. There's only so much DJ.
I'm fine with a woman who is insane, okay? Just gonna say that. There's an amount of insanity that I will accept.
I was digging the religious side. I ain't gonna lie, the religious conversation, I was kind of digging it.
I know, I wish Alex didn't have to peace out, because I was really curious on...
Wait. Well, we can talk to the atheist.
Yeah, we do have an atheist on panel. Crazy.
I am. Yeah, but okay. Wait.
Oh wait, can I read my notes now? Can I read my notes? You told me to write notes. I wrote them.
It's your fucking show, bro.
Okay, the notes I wrote. It says, "Tell Indian Jesus he's retarded." I don't remember writing this, but it's tell Indian Jesus he's retarded, and you can't vacuum God of religion and get nothing more than a husk. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. You can't. So Indian Jesus, you're retarded, and that's not me. That's past Confluence that said that. That's not me saying that. That's not. This Confluence, that's an old Confluence, old version 1.0. And yes, the whole point was what you said like an hour ago. It sounds like you want to just maintain Christian ethics and stuff. We've done it before. It's called secular humanism, right? We've tried many times. I think once you vacuum God out of stuff and try to maintain, you get a fucking
you are not putting secular humanism on me.
I'm not putting it on you. I'm just saying that other people have tried, and they end in Church of Satan, and it ends in secular humanism.
I have never mentioned secular humanism.
I know you haven't. I'm saying that people have tried to do what you do, and it ends up, I think, in, again, Church of Satan, secular humanism. I know you're not. I know that's not what you want, but I worry that when people try to do this, they end up with that. Because if the religion is nothing without a spiritual core, like that's what I truly believe. I think it's absolutely nothing. It's worthless. Like maybe you could build a good ethical system. That's fine. That's not what I want. And again, that's what worries me, even with Jordan Peterson, where sometimes we get too much into the archetype stuff and too much into where I'm like, I love all this stuff. But and I think Peterson does have that spiritual core, but I want to maintain that. I think that is like the most important possible thing. Everything is outflowing from that. You can't remove the center and expect the system not to collapse.
Why do you need a daddy?
First of all,
hang on. That's a good answer. Every child needs a dad. Every child needs a dad.
Hold on. Let me cook. If there was, whether it was from me or from someone else or from we're gonna use our TikTok shop, guys. I got this on TikTok shop, and
never given you Desiree's phone number.
You put it right there. So, okay.
Yeah, use the affiliate link below.
The question is, why is it that you are incapable of understanding? Hey, shout out to the Mortal Family crew. I seen you. Why is it that you guys are incapable of understanding that people who do not believe in the truth claims can embody the moral claims? Why are they wait, why aren't they inherently connected? Tell me why they need to be connected. And the answer is
they're not.
Real quick, let me tell my bow in it.
You're gonna tell me the answer?
No, I'm just gonna type on what I'm asking. The answer should be, y'all people in general, humanity cannot be good people because of something that has to do with God.
You want to answer, or you want me to answer, Confluence?
You go. I've had something.
Okay.
So you go.
Because every moral structure, if you take away the foundation, the walls are going to fall in. So if you just want the house without the foundation,
wait. We gotta
the foundation is the truth that Jesus Christ died for our sins. If you don't have that as your foundation, you can't take the morals out of it.
Oh, my TV went. Every structure. What? Just give me go.
Okay.
Treat me like I'm a 40-year-old.
I got you.
I'm not trying to gotcha on anything.
No, you're good.
I'm trying to understand. So you're giving me real ass shit, and I'm trying to understand your real ass shit. So
So if you want a moral structure, if you take away the foundation, then the walls are going to cave in. The moral foundation is why we have these moral principles.
Sure.
Yeah.
What is it that you know about morality that says the Christian ethic is the best that humanity can do?
Because it was given to us by God, and everything that is good is God.
How do you know that? Okay, if that is the case, then that would be really strong shit.
Yeah.
Okay, how does somebody like myself determine, hey, Big Soda's right, it was given by what he is calling God? I don't really know what you mean by God, but we'll put that to the side. Let's just say there's some bigger thing. We could be very broad about it. How do I know that what you're saying how do I know what you're saying is in fact what is true?
Well, you're judging my moral principles, correct? You say they're good moral principles, correct? Like you personally.
Yes.
Like Christianity moral principles, would you say they're superior to others?
Yes, but when I judge your moral principles, I'm not saying, well, do you have a divine absolute morality? I'm just determining based on what I think. Do you align with what I think is right and wrong? So yes, but that's a non sequitur in terms of the sorry. That is a non sequitur. Oh Jesus, that's a non. Marty, sorry, he goes down the stairs. He's not familiar with. So yeah, that's a non sequitur in terms of. I'm going this way. That's a non sequitur in terms of how I can understand what you believe as the influence of God as reality. Well, that is begging the question. That is what I'm trying to get at. What you believe is what God says. What you believe as what God believes what should be. That is inherently what I'm questioning.
Yeah, you're asking how do you come to that conclusion? And my only thing is to start a relationship with God. That's what happened with me.
So you see the tautology in that, though. Well, if you believe in God, then God will tell you that what you believe is right.
Well, I believe God's told you, and you've ignored it. But I think generally, on a certain level, you live in a society that was founded by principles of Christianity.
So am I stupid or am I ignorant?
No. In fact, I would say I think a lot of intelligent people struggle with it.
Just to be clear, I don't find either of those as offensive. Am I ignorant to what God's line is, or am I misguided as to what it is?
I mean, I think in some way those could be elements of both.
I could be misguided and wrong. So how?
Well, I wouldn't say wrong. I would say arrogant, not arrogant, ignorant, because ignorance comes with just not knowing. Like it's something that hasn't been presented to you. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I think it would probably fall more under that.
I think I think ignorance is very prevalent when it comes to people understanding the truth about the universe. So how does the ignorance of how the universe works and what is the specific aspects of the universe, how does the ignorance of that connect to a moral aspect?
By preference, if you're ignorant to if you're ignorant to the foundation of my principles, then I would just say yours has to be preference.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Say one more time. I was looking at the chat, and I've just decided I can't. I'm drunk enough to.
No, you're good. You're good.
Say it one more time.
I would say if you're ignorant, if you're ignorant to my moral foundation, but you like my principles, and I would just say that it. I said it better the first time. If you're ignorant to my moral foundation, that your moral foundation would have to be based on preference because you would have to attach it to something outside yourself. Because if
Right.
it's
I
just
agree with that.
attached in yourself, then
So
it's just
then how
preference.
do you determine that you're not determining your morality outside of yourself that is not the absolute? Because you agree
Mhm.
that when you're taking this position, you're saying something outside of myself
Yep.
is the ultimate authority.
Mm-hmm.
So how then do you determine that that authority is the authority?
Well, I mean, to my understanding, it would be because of my faith. Like because I'm dealing with things that are above me in itself. So a lot of
that's
things would
cute.
have to come down to two things: faith and my relationship with Jesus Christ.
Sure, and that's cute. But like as an outsider, when we're talking about the reality of what is and is not.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm asking you, is you're saying this is what you believe, and
Yep.
I'm asking you for justification as to why what you believe is in accordance with reality. And when if you just say, well, because I feel like it, like, okay, good for you. Like, I have no desire to say you shouldn't feel like that. But as an outsider, that definitely does not convince me that what you think is in accordance with the reality.
Yeah. Well, it's. I mean, if we're just talking about, according to what's like, if we're according things to reality, then I would say, well, we would be more instinctual and we would act more based on self-serving goods. I mean, I don't think that my, I guess, religious foundation it corresponds with reality, or that's a bad way of putting it. I don't think reality determines my moral
I agree
foundation.
with you. I
Yeah.
agree with you, Big Soda.
I
I think
about
you
said
just had
something
to where
terrible.
you slip. That your
Yeah,
idea
about the.
of faith and religion and ideology and
Mhm.
what the
Are you
universe is
peeing right
does
now, Lunch?
not comport with reality, and that's
I feel like I
fine.
hear
I don't
urination
have
sounds.
what.
Are you peeing right now?
Maybe nobody needs to see that, or
I
that's
was going
not
to say
relevant to
compliment.
what's happening in this conversation.
Nobody would know unless you called him out.
I'm drunk as shit. I thought that was more about. Okay.
I will say I would like to have this conversation with you sober as well. So if we could
Well,
also
I'm
have this
fucking tearing you
conversation
down
sober.
drunk, motherfucker. I love you. I love you. But like, the point is, I've done this 7 billion times, and what you're
Oh yeah.
saying is not anything new. And I don't disrespect your aspect of wanting to wanting to see something bigger than the material world that we see. I do absolutely believe that exists, but I'm so very, very, very comfortable with. I don't know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
It is something. It is something. But I don't have to fake it and act like I know what it is in order to understand the value and the awe, inspiration that it is.
Yeah.
We're just fucking meat pockets with fucking meats in our brains and electricity and all that shit. You can break it down to the most nihilistic, materialistic shit, and it's still spiritually beautiful. That's what I feel like is missing from a lot of the Christian perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it's like, yeah, we can be. Oh Jesus! Hold on. Oh Jesus! Hold on. Hold on.
Compliments, I'm about to tag you in.
I'm here.
Indian Jesus is buffering.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Yeah, I think that the notion of the fact that everything beautiful in this universe has to be oh god damn it! Everything beautiful in this universe has to be Jesus Christ is a failure of humanity. Maybe there's some beautiful shit that
hang on,
comes
let's
from
focus
Jesus
on
Christ.
that. Let's focus
Wait,
on
what'd
that.
you? What? Yeah, wait. Say it. What?
Let's focus on that because you said everything that is beautiful. Well, unless there's a objective standard, then everything isn't beautiful. And unless we have that objective standard to adhere, and that would be the truth in Jesus Christ, then
All right, Andrew.
we can't all
All right,
share
Andrew.
the same beauty.
All right, Andrew. Can you explain to me why? I will engage with this. If you can explain to me why subjective morality is incompatible with this conversation. I don't think you can, and I think that you've taken this.
I didn't say subjective morality. I said I said beauty because beauty is just it is a subjective conversation, but it doesn't really deal with subjective morality.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying like the only thing I can create objectiveness from or objectivity is from saying that it is beautiful because of Jesus Christ. And if you're a Christian, then you would believe then we would have the objective standard that hey, something is beautiful because of Jesus Christ. And with everyone else, it would just be because it's beautiful because I think it's beautiful. I don't necessarily think that.
What's the difference? How can you
objective morality? Well, I guess in some ways it could tie back to objective or subjective morality because then we could change the argument to say, well, why do you think something is right, whether someone says it subjectively or because I believe in the standard of Jesus Christ? So I guess that I may have misspoke. You may have been right.
Fair. I think you're making a fair point, but I think in order to say that outside, as an atheist who has an objective morality that is not an absolute morality, that's the difference. That's the difference between what we're talking about when we have like the Andrew Wilsons of the world versus the Alex O'Connors of the world. Like, there's a difference between objective morality and absolute morality. The Andrew Wilsons of the world believe that what God says is absolute, and maybe somebody do whatever. But objective just means outside of the self. And so when I say, well, Aristotle, and when he determined virtue ethics, that's what I appeal to. Or if I say Immanuel Kant, when he said the categorical imperatives are how that's what I appeal to. Then that's like the question of, oh, well, you can't base your morality on anything. The fact that people don't know where they base their morality doesn't mean there's no basis for their morality. And it's cute that you know, Andrew and the Crucible have spent a lot of time you know, fucking playing that game, and they've done that very well. I'm like, well, where do you get that from? Like, okay, fine. What if somebody was able to answer that question? I get that from Aristotle. Virtue ethics. Aristotelian virtue ethics. Okay, that's objective morality.
Well, I mean, would you have to have faith that he established those
principles? There's no faith necessary.
Are you sure?
Okay, wait, Latch. The only thing I will, because if I can jump in, because I too am a virtue ethicist, but I think if you're an atheist virtue ethicist, then I think the obvious question is, what defines a virtue for you? Because I can like look at like the Bible and things like that for like what is a virtue. Like I think it's not virtuous to be like lustful, or I think it's virtuous to be kind, right? But like, where are you deriving even what a virtue is to even know where you ought to virtuously punt toward?
Understanding history and what it actually is, human flourishing.
But why is humans flourishing? Why is that virtuous? Like I don't want to pull an Andrew Wilson on you, but in some ways I do want to at least do a modicum of a internal critique here, right? Like,
and I will have supremacy. Humans, I have human supremacy. Fucking sue me. I have human supremacy. I think humans are more important than any other species. And
so when you say something is good, you just mean
which is beneficial to humans is more important to me than that which is anything else.
You know what this sound? You know who else says this exact same thing?
Who?
Every secular humanist. That's what secular humanism is founded upon, is human flourishing. That's the whole point.
They're
That's why it's
not
called
wrong,
secular
dude.
humanism.
They're not wrong. That's the fucking
okay.
problem with the whole
Let me ask
fucking
you this.
discourse. Secular
do you define
humanism is correct. Secular humanism is correct.
I thought when I said it before, you're like, you'll never catch me talking about secular
Yeah, because you didn't fucking listen to what the fuck I had to say. Secular humanism is correct. I'll say it again. Secular humanism is correct. If somebody wants to be a moral human being, then using the spectrum of human well-being versus human suffering, you will be, according to your God, a good person. That will happen. The issue with that is that it's not 100% aligned, and so there may be situations where you are there's a holy reason to not do something that we think is good, and blah 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 blah.
I mean, that's what every structure is.
Difference between what secular humanism says is moral and what Christianity says is moral on a grand scale. There might be slight differentials that don't. Hold on. There might be slight differentials in terms of the liberal perspectives that are injected into secular humanism. I'm not liberal, but liberals are the ones. So fine, there may be some things where I'm not 100% in line with.
There's so many things. There's so many things.
Please, give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay.
So maybe you might not be 1,000% in agreement with someone else who is articulating what secular humanism is. But the basis of what secular humanism is Christian ethics applied without a dogmatic belief. It is the empirical application of what Christian ethics advise. And the only problem is that it does not give a secular fucking loser ass fucking almost said the F word, some loser ass degen atheist. It doesn't give them a reason why they should do the things. But if they buy into it, secular humanism works for all of those things.
I don't.
There's so many the coattails of us.
But there's so many counterexamples left.
Why is that wrong? Why is that not okay?
First of all, the first thing is that I'm going to do the little henpecking in a second, okay? Because I'm getting really been watching too much Home Math. Okay, good channel by the way. Shout out Home Math.
Sorry, Mort. Oh fuck. I just fell out, Morty. Sorry, Mort.
Oh boy. Yeah, see, that's what secularists do.
That's where secular humanism leads, you know. But no, okay, let's briefly, okay, most secular humanists, okay, right? Pro-trans, pro-abortion, pro-LGBTQ, right? They're often prone to like factory farm or anti-factory farming and stuff, and veganism, where it does it because those things are not about human suffering, whereas, you know, there's a lot of stuff with that. So it's like, so those are like, all of those are like pretty big issues. Also, the whole fact that like worshiping God is like a pretty big thing again to like vacuum out and all of that stuff. Every religious duty gets vacuumed out at the same time in the same way. But even if we just look at those social issues, abortion, trans, gay, right? Like those are pretty big issues, especially I would say the abortion's a big issue. Euthanasia also. And again, veganism, like there's like a lot of issues that those are not just like fringe issues.
It's an easy answer. Who serves the consequences when you don't adhere to those moral foundations?
That is not a thing that people think about. I understand that is a valid moral criticism of being a secular humanist. I understand that. Yet again, I am not a secular humanist. But the fact that, well, who are you appealing to? That's some gay fucking
It's not.
That's not how people think. That's not how people think.
So
When
hard
you
on
get
crime
to
doesn't work. You're going to go in the
Alex
position
with
that
the
being hard on crime
$10.
doesn't work.
Sorry to interrupt. Indie Cheese, can you hit me with the sound effect? Thank you, Alex, who is still listening. He's still there. Sorry, secular humanism is idiotic based, based, and has as much nuance and thought as libertarianism. Base super chat, Alex. Thank you for the $10, brother.
You're not getting it unless you come over here. You're not getting it unless you come over
Morty
here.
gets a fucking treat.
Full screaming. He's not going to do it. He's not going to. Come here. Dude, you need to chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. You're going crazy.
Morty's
I lost the
ornery right
fucking
now.
thing, dude.
Oh, look at him.
I lost the fucking thing. Right here.
He's a Christian, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Morty's Christian coded for real.
Lick the fucking cinnamon off my fucking head.
Do you see how much he forgave you after you fell on him? He is a Christian.
Yeah, he's very grateful.
Oh, you're gonna make me double up, you fucking cunt! you black bitch. Oh, the blacks.
13% of
that was a joke.
Morty?
That was a joke. Here, come here.
13% of Morty's like 50% of the peanut
butter. We're doing a show, motherfucker. Okay, that's what we got. Hey,
that's true. Where is Marilyn? I actually agree with Anson on this. Where is Marilyn?
Shout out to the moral felon crew. Oh, there you go. Gotcha, bitch.
But this is non-consensual. It's non-consensual.
Secularism at its finest.
Secularism at its finest. Morty just was me too'd in front of the live.
Okay, wait, but I had a point. Yeah. I was making a point.
Okay.
I can remind you the consequences. How do you adhere to consequences?
When
we're talking about moral structures, you're saying secularists following Christian ethics without God, they don't need God. So who serves the consequences?
What do you mean?
How do you get punished for not following these ethics?
The law?
Can I change the law, like to abortion? And does that make it ethical?
No.
Okay, then what prevents you from doing it?
Do you believe that you have superior ideals when it comes to abortion?
I do, but that's because I believe every life is created equal.
About people who have stupid ideas.
But what I'm saying is,
you have the right idea, and you are effective at telling people why we should not be killing babies, then I think your issue is with liberal propaganda, not with me saying.
No, mine's more so with the consequences. Like kind of what's the thing that's keeping people in line? Because humans get out of line a lot of times.
Liberal propaganda. So yet again,
liberal propaganda keeps them in line.
We need to do better.
So I believe liberal propaganda keeps you in line.
Keeps me in line?
Yeah, keeps you in line.
And can you?
Yeah, I was just joking.
What is the liberal propaganda that keeps me in line of what?
Because what I meant by it is, since you have no standard, I applied that standard to you as a joke.
What? Why you?
The standard of consequence.
Where did you get that I have no standard? Were you not listening?
The standard of consequence.
Conversation?
You have no standard for consequence.
Why do you say that?
Because who judges you based on these ethics?
What do you mean? We have laws that are established.
Well, I can change the laws.
Logical errors.
So the laws don't mean anything.
Okay, are you going to talk or am I going to talk?
Oh, no, you can talk.
Oh,
you're good.
So we have objective standards on how a society should run. And whether or not we believe why people do do X, Y, and Z, if people do X, Y, and Z, which is not compatible with society running as we wish, then they gotta be removed from society. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree with. I
You
agree with it
disagree with
because
the
of my
people who
foundation.
are disrupting society
No,
need
I
to
said I
be
agree.
removed from society.
I said I agree with that.
I don't know what the Christians are saying, but in my personal humble opinion, if you are disrupting the way that all of us as normal Americans live our life and breaking laws, then you need to be removed from society. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree
sorry
with
if
that.
that is extreme to you.
No, it's not extreme at all.
Oh, it's not.
It's just
Okay.
it's not my job to punish them. They're gonna face their punishment
Right.
by the consequence of not accepting Jesus Christ.
How does Jesus come into this?
Well, we'll see. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, if humans have a tendency to, I guess when they
We're talking about
establish their
religion.
moral.
Join the panel, buddy. Sorry to
Sorry.
interrupt. Shut up.
Take the link. Hit the link.
I feel like he's been on panel before, hasn't he?
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, I'm taking a fucking.
Okay. I
He's
think
a
I've seen him
magical
before.
man.
He's a magical man.
I will fucking say, Guamtech is a magical man. But go ahead. What was I wrong about?
No. I wasn't necessarily. I guess I am necessarily saying you're wrong, but it's more so with a sense of consequence. It's kind of like you either appeal to the government, and we know the government is going to be immoral, or you appeal to God, and God sets the consequence.
What are you sure that's the dichotomy?
Well, if you don't believe in God, who are you adhering to? Because you're not adhering to our morals, you're just following our society. You just happen to be here. We set the morals for you.
Are you sure that there's a who to appeal to in the first place?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I was not aware of that. Can you validate that for me so I can be on the same page as you? Because I've been for the last 20 years I've been dying to validate.
I would say I would validate it by the structure in which you form your life. You follow these laws, don't you? These laws were built on top of Christian.
I don't know.
Christian
Wait, you're already getting above my head. You're part of what you understand. I'm someone on the outside of what you understand, and I want to understand what you understand.
Okay.
So how do I
guess I'd go
start
more
from
into
not understanding and get to the place where you understand?
Okay, so you live in America. America's kind of their legal principles have come from religious foundational ethics. We have examples like Blackstone. We have examples of the Ten Commandments. We have examples inside Christianity where we set ethics and then we set legal laws around these ethics.
Are you drinking Fireball, brother? I just realized.
You didn't see it in the store?
If they ain't paying me, I'm not fucking telling brands. But if you're not stupid, then you know.
He's almost done with it, too.
It's been I haven't drank Fireball since I was like 20, but it looks like Fireball.
I like the degeneracy.
You get used to it over
would
time.
still drink it, to be clear. It's just, by coincidence I haven't, but I absolutely would,
I've never been able to get used to Fireball. It's one of those that it gets me every time. It makes me throw up.
Cinnamon hearts if they were condensed into an alcoholic format. Like those cinnamon hearts you get like Valentine's Day and shit.
I'm much tired. I could get up
they were like fermented for like years.
What time you got to get up?
I mean, not like early, but early for me. Like I have a one. I think it was 1 p.m.
I don't know why. I thought I heard 4. I was like, good Lord.
Yeah, you're missing
12.
that meeting.
I got a 12. Where's Winnie? Winnie is in Marlboro, so I gotta drive like 20 minutes. I gotta leave the house at like 11:30 a.m.
Okay.
My brain don't usually work before noon, but anyway, okay.
Yeah, you got to put that fire out, Guamtech. Put it out with some water, okay? Indian Jesus.
Make
sure you're drinking lots of water.
I mean,
stay hydrated, brother.
Guamtech, fucking come help me, please, dude. You don't even have to come up.
Grom said he's gonna join. He said he can't stay for long. Well, he said he may jump up. I guess I'm a bit, getting
Bro,
excited,
you don't even need to cam up. Cam up for confluence. You don't even need cam up on online. I need some help right now.
Yeah, StreamYard needs to fix that. Like that's a poor.
I know.
Okay,
There's so many things I need to fix.
So let's go. You were getting to a point, Minnesota.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying. I guess the main point that I'm trying to make is you're adhering to our system, and the reason you're adhering to our system is because we have political power. And once we lose political power, like we've
that's
been
not why I'm
doing,
adhering. No.
Yes.
Can I interrupt you and say that's
No,
not why I'm?
go for it.
It's not why I'm adhering to what you're. When I say you, I mean Christianity, and that's not why I'm here adhering to that. I'm adhering to that because empirically, that has been the best way to show. I mean, if you're all gonna be off camera, like give me the fucking whatever. That is the way that humanity, society, civilization advances. The best way that we have seen that there are already set up structures is Christianity. You will never hear me say that of all the systems and structures and moral facets and whatever way you want to put it, you're never going to hear me say that what we have today in 2025, in December 2025, we have something better than Christianity. We don't. But that doesn't mean that better doesn't exist. And so my purpose, my existence is to challenge that. Maybe Christianity is the best that humans could do. Probably not, though. Probably not, though. Why would you think that something 2,000 years ago, there's nothing better?
Because it represents my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Like I would say that this is dependable.
So this is what Andrew Wilson calls preferences. I like what this is, therefore I'm going to claim that this is the peak of humanity.
Well, I mean, in a sense, yes. We're all basing our moralities off our preferences. My preferences happens to be with a moral structure, and that's connected to a religion. So there are objective standards that I would appeal to that are outside of myself. And what
so
need
you're appealing to things that make you feel good, and I'm appealing to things that are empirically correct.
Well, no, I wouldn't say they make me feel good.
I'm wrong. Because secular humanism fails because of the fact that it doesn't have an incentive structure for people to do what is right. Whether or not it can determine what is or is not morally correct, it fails to give people a reason why they should do what is morally right.
Well, my structure doesn't appeal to what makes me feel good, though. Because I could do things that make me feel good, but it would be hedonistic to my belief.
Okay, but that wouldn't be Christianity. So then,
it would be Christianity.
You can do things
because, having sex feels good, but I'm not meant to just have premarital sex or outside marital sex. So, and that could make me feel good, but I wouldn't appeal to that. The feeling good isn't what I'm appealing to.
So
Adam, give me one of these.
I could do heroin, and that would make me feel really good.
Yeah.
Adam, you got to give me one of these if you got. I need one of these.
I don't want to do that because that would probably
shake it a little bit more. So we're on high alert.
Put me in the wrong path.
Thank you.
Well, that's correct. That's why I say I wouldn't appeal to what makes me feel good.
Nice to see y'all.
Hey, is that Adam? What's good? That's a mortal felon crew.
Two great people joining at once. What?
I'm starting to believe that he don't have a soundboard. He makes
He's Squamish. He's Squamish. He's the most Squamish motherfucker.
Guam is like a shadow figure right now. He's like, this is what I see when I experience sleep paralysis. This is for me, okay?
Yo, real talk. I wanted to know where you got that, and I forgot. So fucking DM me or fucking something. Where did you get that fucking hoodie robe,
This robe?
whatever it is I
Yeah, the
want.
hoodie robe.
Okay.
No, I got it
so-
on Amazon. I think I got it last Christmas actually from my mother-in-law. So
Best comment I've
Shout
seen
out mother.
was when Guam Tech, when you wore that Doomerang, someone in my chat said, I too am wearing 3 robes right now. I thought that was so good.
yo, you got to stay warm, man. This thing's
It does
like
look like you have a
saved
lot of
me.
robes on.
As far as I can go with that, it's switching. All right, so
Adam, I
who's
think
got-
this is the
one
first
of
time
you
you've
got-
been on
I'm-
stage, so good to see you. I've seen you in chat. You know, I've added you before, you know, for various things because of your name, of course. Because I pointed out that wrong direction. Pointed out that you know you and me probably have a lot of stuff we'd be interested in talking about. So
yeah, so either of you, what? Do you, well, add something to some. Add blah, 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 blah.
So I just jumped in. Like, what are we getting magical about?
I would say mostly the conversation has been about, I guess, Jesus appealing to my moral ethics, but saying he doesn't want to appeal to the moral foundation, and I guess I'm trying to make the argument that you can't have one without the other. If that does a good job of describing it.
Yeah, I'm saying I can have objective morality without believing in God. Objective and
I never said you could. I never said you
divine
couldn't.
are different things.
I never said you couldn't have objective morality.
Right. I'm just saying for them, like I think I have an objective. Like that's an Andrew Wilson thing. Well, you secularists, you atheists, you just believe in whatever you want. Like no. I have a thing. You can agree or disagree, but human suffering and human well-being, that's an objective standard, in my opinion. And so you can change that. But the notion is that if you're not Christian, that you have nothing. And that is a silly notion.
Now, over here, you guys go ahead.
No, I mean, I would just say, like, because I think I heard before I jumped up here that, let me make sure I got your name right. I'll just call you Soda.
Yeah, just call me Soda.
Yes. So Soda was talking about, like, the historic, I guess, like, the fact that most of our morality comes from Christianity in the first place and whatnot, right? So, I like to kind of question that as far as not necessarily saying that it doesn't, but more so asking, like, is it enough to just acknowledge that that's the case rather than having to, like, really base your standards off of it?
I guess then I would say is, as our society shifts to more secular ideas, would you then be, I guess, appealing to the secular principles or to my principles?
If the secular principles were already based off of your principles, then would it really matter?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say abortion is, I guess, set on my principles, but that's something
you can secularly come to the fact that scientifically DNA is created at the point of conception. There's no scientific
you get ethics
reason.
from that. You can how from what you just said. How on earth are you going to arrive at an ethical statement from that? That's impossible.
What do you mean?
Who gives a shit if unique DNA is created upon conception
that's the
without
only
some religious
non-arbitrary
framework?
That's the only non-arbitrary position to take of when life begins.
I agree with you, but I'm saying
okay. Then what do you mean?
Because I don't get how you bridge that gap. I guess to that is now morally valuable. Like that's where I totally get. Yeah, we have the science stuff. And Anson said the same thing. He said you go from logic to science to morality. It's that last part that I can't. For me, I can't bridge that. I don't understand. Science can tell you a lot of stuff, right? It can tell you when a unique DNA was formed. Why does that tell you it's ontologically valuable now?
It doesn't.
Well, so there we go. So how do we get to a virtue system from that? Like that's the things I brought up of what I think secular humanism is lacking, right? One of the examples is abortion. I don't know, and that's the reason for that because they can't bridge that gap.
You're right. That is why I reject secular humanism. It
So
doesn't
what do you
have.
put in its place? I guess like what? I'm sorry if I missed something, but like what?
I'm working on it. I'm working on
With
it.
the abortion thing, like what?
You're
How would
like,
you?
oh, we got Christianity, fucking 2,000 years of people fucking building up what the fuck you're appealing to. I'm fucking working on it. I've been at this for 4
That's
years,
fair.
bro.
That's fair.
I've been
That's
working on this
fair.
for 4 years. Give me some fucking time. Are you claiming that I cannot, it is impossible for me to have an objective standard as to why abortion is wrong without God?
Yeah, I think I actually would claim that. Yeah, I would claim that. I don't, but I would say you can't say anything of any moral value that's actually morally valuable without God. Now, you could define God in a different way from me. So I'm not talking about a sky daddy.
Of course. That's how everybody fucking gets around that. Yeah, well,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying real talk. If you never added any, no, I'm not saying that.
It's fucking
I'm
code.
saying,
dude,
if
let's
you
fucking
don't-
talk
no,
about reality.
If you don't add
some
any
fucking basic
God-coded
bullshit.
language and you just focus on science and logic, you will never get to a position where abortion
You're
is just
strawmanning me.
definitionally
I've
morally
never
wrong.
said that I only reply on. I only fucking whatever.
Well,
resign-
okay, so what do you rely besides those things? If you're not replying,
the
now
human
you got me.
condition,
You're not relying.
the undefined human condition, the lack, the appealing to the
Say more.
acknowledgement that maybe in 2025, merely 2,000 years of since what you claim was the biggest fucking event in human history, that maybe crazy, but maybe it takes a little bit more than 2,000 years to fucking figure out what the fuck is going on.
I don't see. I feel like okay. I'll let Adam Cadmon jump in a second.
We need some more time, and within that time, we need maybe within that time, we need to determine based on scientific and empirical facts what is and is not correct.
And and the only thing I want to say, and I'll let Adam join in, but I just want to tie this off a little bit. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm actually not saying that. I'm not saying what I think you think I'm saying. I'm saying it can't happen without either something God or something God coded. It's never going to happen from empiricism and logic.
That's only because of the semantics.
No, it's not from the semantics.
You're muddying the waters.
I'm not muddying the
We
waters.
could figure that out. If you are not so,
no, you can't. I don't think you can.
If you are not so cucked to this word of God,
you're talking to Confluence too much. You're starting to
you're
use my
goddamn
language,
right. I'm speaking your fucking language because I understand who the fuck you are. If you are not so God cucked to this word,
I am God cucked. Okay, I'll admit it.
So
In a
do
good
you?
way.
Okay,
Not in a
fine.
gay way.
Hear me out. Do you disagree that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us are on stream right now? If all of us individually wrote down, if we were saying, okay, define God, and then we all wrote down what we thought about that, do you think we'd all have the same answer, or do you think there would at the very least be 3 people?
Yes,
who
of course.
Don't match?
Of course, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we all have to agree. I'm saying we can't derive from logic and empiricism and some unverified human condition. We're gonna start using God language eventually, right?
But
So
hear me
all
out.
3 of us or
Hear
all
me
5 of
out.
us will use God-coded
Hear me
language to
out.
define God.
Hear me out. If it is the case that within this group, not even we can agree upon what God is, then perhaps what you, Confluence, are saying is God may exist. But that is a different thing than what Adam says is God, or what Lutch says is God, or what Guamtech says is God, or what Soda says is God. You don't have the leg to stand on that you think you do. You are appealing to a word that everybody. Hold on, let me finish. You are appealing to a word that everybody is using their own definition and not
That's
appealing to what
fine.
you are saying.
That's
not
fine. You seem
fine.
to think that's a fundamental
That's not
problem.
how language works.
The point is that is how language works. The point is we all might mean different things, but what we all, probably anyone who's even remotely religious, will not just mean is empiricism and logic. That cannot get you, and some kind of jejune talking about the human condition, that's not going to get you to saying abortion is wrong or right. It's just not going to happen.
So you're just appealing to special pleading.
I'm absolutely not. I'm
Okay.
doing the
What is
opposite.
what is
I'm
a
doing
dog?
the
What is a
actual
dog?
opposite.
Confluence. What is a dog?
I'm doing the literal opposite thing that you're saying I'm doing. Just to be clear.
What is a dog?
The opposite of God in one sense.
What? No. What is a dog? I'm not asking about the opposite of anything. I'm asking what is a dog?
You know how hard that is to fucking define? That is
Not hard at all. A lot easier than defining God.
Wait, okay, then without looking it up, would you tell me what is the precise definition of a dog? Without looking it up.
I would say a canine. A canine being.
Well, that's not true. I mean, there's a coyote is a canine being. A wolf is a canine being. So, it ends up being a lot harder than we expected. Oh my God, who could have seen that coming? Shock of shocks.
It's almost like that goes to my fucking point, compliments.
Wait, then that was my point.
Yeah.
That was my point. I said you said it's really easy to define something. I'm saying just because you can't give a precise definition of something doesn't mean that you don't. You have to use the language of the divine, the language of the spiritual, the language of something to punt into actual ethics in the way that you want to punt into.
Okay,
Otherwise,
great.
I don't think you're pointing to anything. Alex, send me a DM. I see Alex could be back, or it could be a fake Alex. We're on high alert. So Alex, just send me a DM and I'll let you up, brother.
So the point that I'm making is that when you have an understanding of a word, whatever that word may be, it sticks and it has parameters of things that are not that word. And so when we talk about the word God, you, Confluence, have a particular idea of what that God is. But I know for a goddamn fact that Adam right here does not agree that what you are applying that word God to, he says that's not God.
And I'm okay with that.
And I don't know. I don't know.
I'm okay with that.
I don't
That's
know.
what you don't seem
I
to
don't know.
get.
I don't know. I don't know whether Alexander would agree with Adam that that's not God. I don't know whether Guantek would say that's not God. I don't know whether God would say that's not. With Soda would say that's not God.
Me and Big Soda.
So the point is,
we both believe in God, and we would define it differently. Those two things can be true at the same time.
I'm just going to keep going until you let me finish. The point is that you are trying to claim that there is this thing that everybody agrees upon, and there is no agreement upon that thing.
I'm not claiming that. I've never claimed that. Okay, just to be very clear, not claiming that.
I think you two need to get a confession booth together.
Well, hey, funny that you say that.
So, just to when you say the same God, I mean, I think everyone's referring to a God, which is like an omnipotent being, right? So
depends.
Well, how else would you define a God?
Well, yeah. Actually, I think I would disagree with that as well. A God, I would say, is different than
God for that exact reason.
God, or is this about just using?
Okay, Adam, wait, I gotta turn you up. Oh, and Ryan. Okay, the more chaos continues. Ryan, you gotta give me one of these. Ryan's here too. Yeah, and I will turn you up. You're really quiet. I'll see if I can turn you up on my end. And good to see you, Ryan. This is okay. Insanity hour. I mean, we got a lot of. This is a great panel now. Jesus. So Alex, Guam, India, Jesus, Adam, Soda, and Ryan.
If I may, I would like to get to. Well, wait, Ryan, were you watching? And do you?
I was trying not to. With your screaming personal, but go ahead.
So I am trying to say, essentially, I'm at the position of they're claiming this God thing. And I am saying, how can you establish that without any further justification?
How about that?
Okay, before Ryan, let's let Adam go. Adam, can you turn yourself up more? I have you as loud.
Is that
You
better?
sense?
Yeah.
Is that
Right
any
click
better?
or long
better.
press.
You're
and
still a
turn
bit
yourself up.
quiet.
I'm still a bit quiet.
So
Oh,
hot
no, you're
in
good.
here.
You're better
Using a
now. You're better
browser,
now.
It may be turning you down
Okay.
on its own.
All right, don't be fucking gay. I'm taking my fucking sweatshirt off because it's hot in here. And
You're
if
jerking.
you
It's okay to be
fucking
gay.
shit of it, you're fucking gay.
I think you're gay enough for us. We're good.
Shut up!
Brother,
This is why I wasn't watching.
Disavow.
Yeah. So are we trying to define God or just accept the idea that God is just the principle or the pinnacle of where we stand in defining our morality and ethics? I mean, it just seems like, you'll never get anywhere with trying to say God is absolute or objectively this. I mean, it's just an idea or concept. That's why you have like the Greeks and the Romans and everyone else saying, God this, God that. They mean different things, but it's just a tethering so that they can explain their ethical and morality to a larger audience. I don't think we're trying to define God, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to give a precise definition. What I would say, this is where the conversation came from, is that I think that you can't get to some hardlined objectivist stance on morals without invoking some God language, right?
Yeah,
to make it loose. It doesn't have to be precise. Well,
tell
then you
me what.
tell me again. I guess it's an open question to you, Lutch. Get to abortion using logic and empiricism alone.
DNA.
Yeah, well, I
DNA.
disagree, Confluence, with that. I don't think you.
Wait, Adam, real quick, if I may, because I can fucking shut him down in 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
So obviously, DNA is created at the point of conception, and that is the point of when a new person is created. So new DNA.
Okay.
That's a secular empirical reason.
Okay.
So
now,
that's it.
Go
ahead.
Why is that? Why should I morally care about new DNA? Why the fuck would I give a shit about that?
Well,
you don't have to.
I'm going to disagree.
Well, so then you haven't.
Yeah, you can be a shitty person. I've never argued that you can't be a shitty person.
About that.
Yeah, Lutch, what's the argument? What's the argument that it's shitty not to care about that?
And I'm trying
I never argued that you can say, yeah, that is a human, but fuck that, I'm going to kill it. I've never argued that you couldn't say that.
Hold on.
That's what a lot of liberals say. But if you agree that at the point of conception that is a human being, then you should, as a moral person, not want that to die.
That doesn't strike.
Fucking why? First of all, fucking why?
That doesn't strike at the heart, Lutch. That's the problem with that. That's evidence to it, but the reason that in regards to like abortion and stuff, because it strikes at our own preservation. So if you are able to kill the quote unquote weakest among us, then you can kill me too. And so most people will say, hey, I want to be self-preserving, right?
Precisely. That's the argument that I'm making.
What is the collective greater good?
That's the argument that I'm making. That the weakest among us, who merely have just the not even experience, that merely have the human qualities of unique DNA, they deserve the same rights to life as any of us.
Why?
Well, they deserve it. It sounds like.
Hold on.
I guess sorry, Alex.
Can I poke a really thick hole through this? All right. Let's say you get a virus and the virus changes your DNA to produce more of itself. Is that a new life form? Should it be protected?
It's creating something different, though.
Yeah, I got fucked on the same question. I don't know if it was you, Alex, or if it was Ryan. Someone that
I
had knowledge in biology tried to cuck me on the new DNA. I can't remember
I
what
think you guys really tried to Andrew Wilson.
He's saying it's a
I'll
new
put it
DNA,
this way.
so that
I'll
means
put it this way.
right? I'm just saying.
No, it's a good point. It just reminded me of where I was at when I was in the same discussion. But it's a good point.
It's easier in Discord where I can see who the fuck is talking. But no, I think you're trying to Andrew Wilson and press me for a reason why human life is valuable when you fully believe that human life is valuable.
Well, do you believe
we agree upon that, and whether or not I have a specific articulable reason for that, like you agree with me that human life is inherently valuable.
Wait,
and then you're trying to say, well, you can't tell me why, even though I agree with you, so therefore you're wrong.
That's the whole point is proving that though, Lutch.
Yeah.
That's the whole point is like to get from the empiricism and logic and cross that gap into this is a moral odd.
Then
so we all do have the same moral odds between
the axiom.
me and a lot of
it's
us.
An axiom.
Besides Ryan,
That's an axiom. I've determined personally for me that human life is more important than any other kind of life.
You hold that as an axiom?
It's almost like if you don't fucking pick your entire fucking morality from a book, then you can fucking make decisions based on your own opinions. What's it?
Right.
Everyone has different opinions.
Yeah.
Which means
yeah.
that everyone's going to have different morals.
And people can be wrong.
There's
Am I
nothing
wrong?
objectively
Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead and tell me I'm wrong about the value of human life. Go ahead. Make that argument.
I think you're wrong about the
Go
conclusion.
Ahead. Go ahead.
I think you're wrong about the reasoning that you used to get to that.
Make the argument that I'm wrong about the value of human life.
Why do you think
Go ahead.
human life is value? Why is human life valuable? Why?
And I just gotta say, like, so many religious people judge so many things off of like the end of the race and not the path. They're like it. I understand that you need a reason to understand why somebody believes what they believe, but isn't good enough to be able to at least have a decent society? Like, does it have to be perfect?
I would say, okay, wait, I want to answer this quickly. What I do like, this is why I respect Lutch. Like, yeah, like if you have good morals and you have even okay, well, I personally really like Lutch. And even if we don't arrive at in the same way, I do appreciate that we all, and even all of us, literally, even though we all disagree so much between the 7 of us on panel, we do agree on a shocking amount of stuff. And I appreciate that, right? I mean, there's a modicum that you should have, and we all come to it in slightly different ways, and that's cool. But what we're talking about is the specific reasoning on how you get to that point. So I'm not, it is, you're right, Guam. Like, I'm not trying to castigate IJ on like, hey, you can't possibly hold this. I'm just, we were talking about secular humanism, and if empiricism and logic is enough to bridge a moral gap to a moral ought, and I don't think it is. So just in that sense.
I don't buy into secular humanism. I think secular humanism is fantastic. But I absolutely understand the limits of it. As someone who wants to be a good person, secular humanism is an amazing way to determine how you should act and what is good and what is not good. But there's no aspect in secular humanism that tells you should be a good person. That's why it fails. Most people are shitty people.
No,
unfortunately, most people are shitty people.
I'm pretty sure that
hold on.
Please drink some water, sir.
Or enough people.
Well, Lutch.
Okay, Lutch is knowingly drunk. Okay, he has admitted as much. Okay, so we gotta give him some grace. Water is good. I do second that. Lutch, stay hydrated. But I just want to clarify, Lutch is openly, he's intoxicated. So grain of
no
salt.
one thought otherwise.
Yeah, I know. Before I said that, I never thought fully sober. Sorry.
So here's a question for you, Lutch. I guess not a question so much a statement, but I'm wondering what your thought is on this. I would agree with you if we knew exactly what was good for people. Secular humanism would completely work. But the problem is we don't. We have no idea what's good for people.
Wait, I don't think I. Can you say that again? I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I ever say that.
If we knew what was the best thing for someone, right? Because the idea of well-being, it's undefinable. So
I disagree with you. I think secular humanism absolutely does tell us what is best for humanity and what is not.
Well, it doesn't.
The issue with secular humanism is that it doesn't give you a reason why you should do what is right. There is no ought. It's the basic is ought problem.
It doesn't even give you that,
Secular
though.
humanism does not fail on telling you what will be good about following this and flourishing humanity and having more rights and all of the things. None of that is failed by secular humanism. What is failed by secular humanism is telling you why you should care about what secular humanism says is good.
Right, but as long as you're defining good and bad as suffering and well-being, with no real understanding of what is well-being, what causes well-being, if suffering is necessary for well-being to exist, all these things, right? You can't delineate any of those things. So, I mean, at some point you might say, well, we should all just get on heroin and, hang out like that till we die. That would be best for everyone because everyone would feel any problems, right?
There are definitely circumstances where I would say, yeah, we should all just fucking do heroin and fucking wait it out.
Right. But
so
what I'm
you got to
saying
give me a more specific situation.
We hook everyone on Earth to an IV and then just let them.
If the world was going to blow up, and if the world was going to blow up in 3 days, can you give me any reason why I shouldn't just fucking get enough heroin to inject myself and just be out until that fucking thing's happen? That happens.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time, Alex.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I actually can give you a good reason.
Okay. Without invoking something that I don't believe in?
Nope. Oh, yeah, without invoking anything. So our knowledge is imperfect. We think the world's going to end, but we don't know for absolute sure. Even if it's like an asteroid or something, things can happen that's outside of expectations. If everyone acts like we're certain we're dead, then let's say it misses or burns up enough that doesn't destroy the entire planet, you would have lived. You killed yourself for nothing, right?
Simpsons did it.
If I may, I think this is very. If I may, why do you think that question was relevant to what I'm going to call an atheist perspective? Because I don't think it is, but I'm very curious as to why you think that was a good question.
I didn't ask a question. I provided
you said,
a reason.
why should we do this? Why should atheists do this?
That's
is that what you said?
No.
Okay, I apologize then. So repeat what you said. I must have been from my wanker. I thought you said that. Why would atheists do this?
No, I don't think I said anything like that. No, my initial point was secular humanism doesn't tell us what's good for people necessarily because we don't even know necessarily what's good for everyone. And you know what's good for everyone? You know, like something that will cause
we know what's good for humanity as a whole. We know what's good for humanity as a whole, but okay, fine. You say that secular humanism doesn't say that. Fine, okay.
Yeah, so that's the missing piece. You just need more information, which means you need perfect information. Or at least as close as you can get.
So, just so I understand, are you saying that in order for me to say secular humanism has a validity means that I must say that I know all there is to know about humanity?
No, what I'm saying is,
that's my understanding. So if you can clarify better, I would love to understand what you actually mean.
I'm saying it's incomplete and can't replace anything else at this point.
So Christianity is complete?
Well, it claims to be, yeah.
But is it actually complete?
I mean, you're asking me a religious question here. I don't know. That's up to the person who believes in it, right?
So,
the basic premise, hold on. The basic premise of Christianity is that God knows what's best for people, and so He gave them rules that are supposedly best for them. That's the theory behind it, which is why, and apparently so far, it's mostly worked out.
As Homer Simpson would say, it's the most complete so far.
Sure, but what you're asking me to accept is well, we have this ideology or this idea or this plan or this hypothesis, whatever way you want to put it. We have this thing, and you don't have it all worked out in a different way. So because we have it worked out in this way, then we worked from our conclusion that God must be, and then we're back from that.
No.
Well, you don't have anything where you've started from a conclusion and worked backwards. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if you were to follow most of the tenets of the Bible, you would find your life to be working out pretty well most of the time, right? There is plenty of evidence that some amount of strain, effort, some amount of suffering is good for you. It makes you better.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry.
Responsibility is a great thing for you, despite most people struggling with it and having trouble. So these are things that would be counterintuitive to the idea of well-being versus suffering, because some suffering leads to more well-being. Right?
No. That is a huge. I have to reject that wholeheartedly.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Sure.
I think the most basic form, for my streams, part of my stream goal is if you guys hit the stream goal, I gotta do push-ups. Because I'm fucking look at this shit. Oh my god, that's fucking puny. That's fucking pathetic.
I was actually going to say your biceps are looking better than usual. Not to glaze you, but I was just saying.
Thank you, baby. But no, part of the stream goal is if you guys I'm not going to do anything to help my body on my own. But if you guys make me do it, I will fucking do it. And so the people that care do it. So when it comes to that, do you think that I don't want to be more healthy? Do you think that I don't want to be in a position where I don't have to say, well, I can only be healthy if I use this as a way for you guys to pay me so that I can make money off of what I want to do? Do you think that any go down the list of different ideas of that? The point is, I want to be in better shape. Like, this is what the fuck I look like.
If you wanted to be in better shape,
this is not cool. This is not cool. This is fucking scary. This is fucking pathetic. This is not who I want to be.
More carbs, baby.
But I use that as a way,
that's not
as
true.
a reality for other people to understand that okay, he wants it, but he doesn't have the right motivation.
Correct. Yep. What if I told you? What if I put you through a scanner and I told you with absolute certainty that if you do not get your life back on track starting tomorrow at 9:45 a.m., you will die this year? If I told you that with 100% guarantee, do you think that wouldn't be enough motivation?
Nope.
No, it wouldn't change a thing.
It would not change a thing?
No, he doesn't have any free will.
Adam, thank you so much, because like if I was to answer that legitimately, it would sound like, oh, this guy wants to hurt himself and blah blah blah.
No. I wasn't going
Adam
to that.
Is, hold on. But Adam is absolutely correct. No, Adam is absolutely correct. I am doing what I am doing, and there are many things that I'm doing wrong. And I know that, but the fact of the matter is, I am who I am, and I don't believe in any specific higher power, and I don't necessarily.
I don't know why you're invoking higher power.
Yeah, Alex's question has nothing to do
my
with
point
free
is,
will.
I don't think that
nothing to do with
non-existence
free will at all.
I don't think that non-existence is inherently better than existence.
What do you think?
I don't know that being dead would not be better than being alive.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well,
He's Schrodinger's cat.
Then you don't think human life has a value, except for
No, I absolutely do. I absolutely
what about the non-existent human life?
How can you hold that premise if you think that death is as good as life?
No. Allow me to explain. There is a certain okay, we're gonna use the frame of where you guys can see my hands. So there's a certain inherent value to human life. We are all at this level. Now, if there's some girl I'm in love with, she's probably up here. If there's someone, my parents, my fucking whatever, there's higher than where this is right now, right? But my own, just because all of human existence lays right here, that doesn't mean that when in 2013, my best friend, who, when I didn't have any relationship to my family, who was the closest person in my life, when he fucking decided, instead of going to Hawaii with a bunch of us fucking hanging out and having a great time, no, I need to buy a fucking motorcycle because I'm so fucking cool. And then 7 weeks later, he's on his way to work at 9 a.m, and there's a weird ass fucking 3-lane fucking merge on Route 130, and he fucking dies. He had every fucking reason to think, yo, if I didn't die there and I was still alive in 2025, like, that would be worth it. I would still be riding my fucking bike.
Okay, but
that doesn't mean to me that he shouldn't have gone to Hawaii. That doesn't mean to me that that choice was not right. And it doesn't mean to me that I want him to do X, Y, or Z.
If somebody had told him, and he believed it was true, that if he went on his motorcycle that day, he wouldn't make it.
He was very Jewish for anybody who cares.
Yeah. If somebody told him and he believed it was true, he wouldn't make it if he wanted that motorcycle that day, do you think he still would have gotten the motorcycle?
Probably.
That day.
Probably. That motherfucker was that motherfucker. I wish I had people here who knew that dude, but like, yes, I don't know. I understand what you're asking.
That sounds ludicrous to me.
I understand what you're asking, but he was that motherfucker.
Well, I mean, that's not being that motherfucker. That's being somebody who knows that if they do this, they will 100% die.
He was that motherfucker. He was all about fucking. I mean, we can go down this road if you want. He was that motherfucker. Like, every moment is what this moment is for. Did he care about how this is my first, I have over 30 tattoos. I have over 30 tattoos. This was my first one. Oh, Jesus, whatever.
I don't know. That doesn't sound believable to me. It's not like he could never ride his bike again. It's just he couldn't ride it that day. That's all it was.
But with your point, Alex, like, what are you trying to get at as far as, like,
I'm trying to
if
say
somebody knew that they were going to die for a fact, would they change?
I think if he knew he was going to die, he probably would have taken his car that day. Like, sure.
So that's all I'm saying, right? So
okay, but what is the significance of the fact that Akon? I call him Akon. He had a first name or a last name, Akon, and he before Akon the rapper was a thing, so we call him Akon. So okay, Akon. If Akon knew that because of the merging situation, that a car was going to hit him and he would probably have died on his bike, that he probably would have taken his Honda. What does that mean?
Well, okay. All I'm trying to say with that is that with some amount of perfect knowledge, I guess, we can say what's good for you versus what's not. Without understanding what's actually good for you in the long run, it's kind of hard to make that determination. So just saying well-being is a useless statement unless you know what causes well-being in the first place. And secular humanism doesn't even pretend to understand that. All it says is, we want to avoid suffering. We want to have well-being. Like, that doesn't tell us anything about what we should do to attain that.
Well, neither really take into account the whole free will thing, and people are going to do what they want regardless of the facts or regardless of what they know. There are plenty out. I could name like 10 people I know personally that you could tell them, hey, you're going to die in 30 days if you don't blah blah blah, and they still wouldn't do it, just because people like their comfort and they don't want to be uncomfortable. They like what they're used to.
No, that's the thing. Most people don't believe they're going to die. It's not like they. You're saying it from the standpoint that even when you have terminal cancer, there's still a part of you that probably thinks you might make it, right? It's only like towards the end of it that you realize it's over and you start to actually change who you are.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. Like once it's like right there in front of you,
to survive anything. We're wired that way.
Yeah.
Otherwise
it's right there in front of you. But
yeah, right.
I mean, yeah. I personally believe that people are so ingrained in what they do that it doesn't matter what you tell them. They're just going to do what they want. You can try to influence them, but people don't like change.
No, I understand.
I try to keep with the chat. I apologize. Okay.
Near-death experiences change people all the time.
And I wouldn't disagree with that either. Like, there are things that change people, but on average, I would say people are very unwilling to change anything.
I don't disagree with that, unless there's something to give them a good reason not to do something. But all I'm saying is, if you understood what was actually good for people, like if you could predict with near perfect accuracy that working out this many hours or doing this or eating this kind of food is what will give you the best well-being, then you could argue that you have an ought here. But without that knowledge, you don't really have an ought. You don't have anything.
True.
Yeah, that's I guess that's the point I was going to make.
I mean, you could add the fact that, like, people who get a probability that they might die may not change their ways, but we don't have many examples of people getting definitely changing their ways. Like, if you had kind of a definitive guide in which it was giving you direct answers on what would happen to you, you may be more inclined to change your ways.
Yeah, well, like people who believe in mentalism and whatever else, or who end up falling into that kind of stuff, they tend to change just based on the say-so of someone else because they truly believe it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
influence and manipulation are definitely really good. Know how to do it, but I mean, there are still those people out there, and I would say it's probably a majority, if not a slim majority, of people who just, no matter what, it's just this, and that's all.
Yeah, that's absolutely likely. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I come from a family on both sides where it's actually on like all four sides of it. It's literally that you can't change them no matter what. Like, you could literally be handing them $100 saying, if you just don't pick up a cigarette today, I'll give this to you. And they'd still pick up the cigarette.
Well, you're talking about addiction, right?
I mean, addiction, but there are other things, things like eating better,
what do you
getting
think if
a
I
little
offered them
healthier.
$10 million?
If it was $10 million, I think that they would still struggle with it.
Well, yeah, they'll struggle. It's an addiction. But the question is, do you think they would fight through that struggle, or do you think they wouldn't care enough to?
Maybe.
Because it's some amount of incentive, right? Whatever your struggle is, it ceases to be as important, right? That's what you're missing most of the time when you're like running out of reason to do something.
You've never been an addict, right, Guam?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been addicted to cigarettes, but not like drugs.
Yeah. Okay. So that don't count. So the notion of like they would do this, it's shitty. It's there's no excuse for what you're talking about, but I think there needs to be a better understanding of. You also don't understand how hard it is, and this is cope. I'll fucking put it up there. This is cope, but it's not wrong that you don't fucking understand what it is like for that person to debase themselves and be like, all right, I got to do this. That's not something that you should necessarily feel bad for.
Well,
it's not anything.
And I really don't. I mean, and
you want to know the worst part about that? Every time they do that, it makes them more locked in to keep doing it because you've already based yourself so much.
And I'm not even necessarily talking about just strictly physical addiction to something, right? I'm talking about like preferences in life. I'm talking about like anything that somebody could change for themselves that would be for the better and they know it. There's just nothing but resistance. For the most part.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Some people
Nobody just saw me fall over. Nobody saw that.
Nope, we didn't see it.
Actually, we actually didn't.
Nobody saw nothing.
We heard it, but we didn't see it.
Nobody did it.
Like people are not only are people resistant to change, which you're right about, but it's also true that like we enjoy being able to wallow in our misery to some extent because it makes us feel special or makes us feel a certain kind of way, right? Like nobody can understand us. We're going through so many things that no one else has ever gone through. Like that kind of
and I also think that
it gives you a lot of excuses.
I also do think that knowledge and even a little bit of wisdom play a big part of it, which I think that it almost seems more generational than anything now. Like, our parents, they're just hard-headed, for the most part. Again, mine especially. But it's like you can't tell them anything that's going to really like get them to change. They got to do it for themselves. Whereas with us, I think that our generation, millennials and beyond, we do have enough information around us to where we can look into it ourselves. We can influence ourselves to make better decisions. So I do think that it's like something that you have to be the one who's open to being influenced in the first place, like you were talking about with mentalists and stuff. But now we're in a situation where we're like putting mentalism on ourselves, which is a good thing and a bad thing.
The reason why millennials are so much they have such an easier time like adjusting and changing their belief systems is because we grew up in a world where our belief systems could change day by day based on what new thing we found on the internet. Whereas like our parents, once they learned something in school, they knew that for life, right? Like their community, everyone reinforced everything they ever believed. So for them, the idea that they might be wrong, they have to unwind like decades of faith and belief in this idea that they did everything right this whole time. And it's a much bigger ask to ask them to change what they believe versus like what you do.
Yeah. And I mean, to a certain extent, like it's actually admirable, but then there's other things where you're just like, just put down the fucking Twinkie, or what
Are we talking about fat bitches? Oh, my phone fucked up. Hold on, I'm wait a second.
If you're addicted to one thing, generally you become addicted to more things. It's an unfortunate cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I know I kind of like completely derailed it off of the original conversation, but all of that just to say that people have a lot of comforts that they really don't want to give up.
I mean, yeah, we don't. Why would we want to give something up for something that might happen in the future?
You got to be better. You want to be better. You should always want to be better.
Yeah, but the future isn't guaranteed. The drugs you're using in the moment, that's a guarantee.
Right.
It's a fucking sure thing. That's hard to overcome.
My phone's bugging. I gotta I'll dip out and come right back. Hold on.
Okay, drink water if you don't. Lunch.
Well, I just feel like this whole conversation has just got us closer to God. That's just great.
I don't know about that.
I'm listening now.
Inshallah.
I'm listening for the message.
Hold on. Can I? So I wanted to ask you this, Confluence, and I guess Soda. If tomorrow it came out like there was a specific passage in the Bible that's been hidden by the Roman Catholic Church back when they decided that ensoulment happened at conception, right? That proved that like God did not ensoul kids until they were born. Would you feel any differently about abortion or not?
Okay, I guess I'll go first. I wouldn't because, well, first of all, I guess I'm not a Catholic. And I believe that the canon is closed for various reasons that we go into. And so like this is often talked about because in the Bible, it's in the text of Corinthians, it's obvious that there is a third Corinthians that exists, but it's never been found. It's lost to time. So that is a hypothetical book that could pop up. And if it did exist at the time, it would have been included in the canon. But then from the other direction, Hebrews was included in the canon because it was thought to be written by Paul. And now from like the vast majority of scholarship, we actually don't think it was written by Paul. But I think all of that is intentional. So if there is a different book, I would say it probably wasn't intended by God to be included in the canon of Scripture. So that's my one thing. And then a different thing is how I see religion on a more broad outside of kind of Christendom. And I would still hold my
You're
views on
evading
abortion.
my question. You're evading my question though.
Well, I thought which part? I thought I directly answered it.
Super quick. I do have to take off and pass out, but yeah, it was fun talking with everybody. If Let's come back, Tom, I said hydrate up. We're waiting for tomorrow.
Thank you for joining, Guam.
Yeah,
God bless
later.
you, brother.
Like if God himself came to you and told you, hey, this part, well, and to be honest, the Bible doesn't actually say when ensoulment happens, so it wouldn't really be anything contradicting it. But if God himself came and told you ensoulment does not happen until they're born, like the first breath of life, so to speak, right? Would it change your mind about abortion in any way?
First of all, I didn't dodge your question. That is a completely different question. To be clear, just to defend my honor, okay?
That was I know that was the point of the question that I was asking.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had like relative certainty or
if God
certainty.
personally came to me and said, I would change my mind on abortion. Yeah.
So then you would be okay with abortion happening until birth.
Yeah, if God came to me and I did, I mean, like I want to caveat it a bit. If there isn't like, if I'm not like, I'm not like schizo and I'm like doing all the tests to make sure I'm not crazy, right? Like if it's truly something that I truly think in my heart of hearts and I have every rational reason to believe it is God telling me this, that it is just like a vessel. I only put the soul in when the first breath of life is taken, then it would entirely change my stance on abortion.
Okay. Good to know. So you too?
I would probably say, describing that scenario, probably not. I mean, unless God came to me and said that I'm giving you the decision to take away human life until ensoulment, then I'd probably say no.
Right, because there's nothing saying that you can't kill a soulless being.
I mean, let's see. Yes, but it would then have the potential to then become a human life that's valuable in the eyes of God. So it'd still be God creating a human life in which He says is valuable.
I think maybe
at that step it wouldn't have a soul.
A key difference between me and Big Soda, probably, I don't know if this helps things or muddies things. And I mean, Big Soda, you can tell me if I'm wrong. I wouldn't say I get all of my morals like from the Bible. Like I do base my morals on the Bible. I don't say I get all of them. So for just a basic example, like animal cruelty, there's like a passage in Proverbs and like not a whole lot else to say that that animals have like intrinsic value and we shouldn't hurt them. But if I saw someone like hurting an animal, I would think that is morally wrong. And besides like punting to a few kind of oblique poetry-esque passages, there's not much to go off of there. I would still say those things are wrong. So my morality is in the Bible, but there are areas where I extend that to what I hold to be very high, which is spiritual intuition, which I would say. And so I don't know if Big Soda disagrees with that. I'm not sure.
I don't think so, because I mean, I guess I do believe things to be good that I think align with God, but it would be on my, I guess, own personal belief. So I think us respecting the animals that were created for us.
So
then
you don't believe in the death penalty at all either?
I would lean toward no.
Oh, I believe in the death penalty.
I mean, on a subjective level, outside of like my morality or outside my biblical belief, I would say yes. But like with my faith through God, I would say on a morality level instead of a legal level that I would lean against killing any creation of God or any child of God.
Even like a straight up sociopath or psychopath?
One of these.
I mean,
what's up?
Because I'm thinking like the worst example that I can think of, like PDF. I would say emotionally, I'm okay with that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like straight up enjoyed murdering people left and right. He did it in brutal ways. Enjoyed causing as much pain as possible. Nothing would stop him, right? Like, you would say, "Nah, let him live," or would you say, "Nah, we need to put him down"?
I put my therapist away.
Big Soda, how am I more left or right wing? I guess honest than you.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I disagree with the legal standard that we should kill psychopaths. I'm saying I disagree with the morality around it. I would still find that morally wrong, but I guess I would find it legally acceptable.
But we're briefly for lunch. We're talking about the death penalty and ensoulment. Briefly. So we're in a line of inquiry. Ask about the death penalty ties back into ensoulment and what you accept from God, and what would you change your views on?
So, just if you like Confluence pro Adam pro death penalty con. Just give me pro con Confluence.
I'm definitely not. I'm not opposed to the death penalty. No.
Okay, Adam.
I am opposed.
Soda.
Legally, I support.
Alex.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I am opposed to. Oh whoa! I'm fucking up in everybody's face on the vertical. Sorry, I'm opposed to the death penalty based on not on the logic or human value of human life, but I don't trust the government to be able to make those determinations.
Well, I mean, if you have somebody like Ted Bundy, who's clearly confessed to everything and has been proven by all the bodies that he's shown people, like, you don't trust the government to decide that one?
Yeah, I don't trust the government to decide. I don't trust the government for anything.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's true, Lutch. I don't know if that's true.
I think you do. To even if it's to a small extent that you'd give credit for.
You drink the water that comes out of your tap. For example.
I trust the government to do things in general, but I don't trust the government at any level to be able to determine that someone is somebody has the value of life or does not have the value of life.
Well, it's not saying if they have the value. Do you trust them that they're guilty? I guess is the thing. Like Ted Bundy, if Ted Bundy he
doesn't care if he's guilty. He doesn't care if he's guilty. But that's not the government. Then you just don't like the death penalty.
Correct. I think that the U.S.
government that has nothing to do with trust in the government.
Yeah, that's like a moral thing.
Yeah, no, I think
Ted Bundy is telling me he did all this, and I have and I'm allowed, and
And you
I'll
have
do it
perfect
myself.
evidence, and could he be?
No. He's not just telling you; he's gleefully recounting it for you, filling you in on every detail.
Yeah,
I am
100%.
saying that I am not willing to give up the final decision to the U.S. government that this person needs to give up their life.
But that doesn't seem to be the hang
I'm
up.
not saying that there are no people who deserve the death penalty.
But
I'm
would
saying
you, if again, I think what I repeating what Alex just said, right? If Ted Bundy is gleefully recounting what he did, you're in a room with him, you're perfectly allowed to do it. Are you like, no, you should live? Or are you like, no, it's probably fine if we, end your this mortal coil?
Would you do it?
I as a human being, I would not murder anybody because I don't think that like he hasn't done anything to me. So I would not kill Ted Bundy if it was hold on. I would not kill Bundy personally if it was a matter of killing Ted Bundy. If it was a matter of voting for him to be dead, I mean, I guess there would have to be I don't know what the jury saw.
In this case, he's admitting to it. He's like, he's fully admitting.
So, okay, if he's saying, yeah, I fucking did this and I don't fucking care, and then there's exceptions that I can make, but that's not how trials
that is actually the case
work.
with Ted Bundy.
Yeah, like we're not talking. Like I agree. I hear you, Lutch, with some cases. But there are some cases that are very clear cut where even at the end, when they're literally on death row, they use their final words to just mock the victims and mock the victims' families. This is happening.
How do you know that that's not well, you're on the fucking.
Ted Bundy has his reasons, right? So Ted Bundy has his reasons, and the state has their reasons. What makes Ted Bundy's reasons for killing any different than yours?
BRB?
What makes it?
Do I need to make another? Oh, I need to make another kratom. God damn it!
I don't know.
Yeah. So what makes it? What makes his reasons better than your reasons? You say you're okay with killing, and he says, "Hey, I'm okay with killing," and he's got his reasons for killing, and you've got yours. What's your reasons?
My reasons is removing a very dangerous person from this world.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
My reason would be to remove a very dangerous person from this world.
So killing would alleviate killing.
Well, yeah. How else do you remove somebody without risk of them escaping one day or killing a guard or doing something else?
So you think the culling of killers would be a good thing?
The culling of sadistic psychopaths that enjoy torturing people.
Well, what does it matter if he's a psychopath to the person who's dead? Whether they're a psychopath or not, they're dead, right?
It's not about the person who's dead. This isn't like vengeance or justice for the person. This is removing a person who is incredibly dangerous to society from ever being a danger to society again. So you think
Ted Bundy sitting in a cell for life would
people can escape jail, can't they?
Yeah, and there's lots of people that are killers just like Ted Bundy who don't get the death penalty.
Well, you see the difference.
If they're just like Ted Bundy, then they should.
One admits that, hey, I killed someone, and I'm okay with doing it, and I would do it again if you gave me a chance. And the other person just killed someone. There's a difference between.
Don't get me wrong. I think the standard for death should be a lot higher than the standard.
We have to we got to understand Ted Bundy is an anomaly. For the most part, people don't behave as Ted Bundy behaved.
Sure.
So yeah, Ted Bundy can he can fucking burn. That's not what the fucking overwhelming majority of the notion of the death penalty is for. So
I know, but that's why we're separating the legal from the moral. Because legally, I think that's maybe if they're guilty, if they're not guilty, right? All the stuff you said, Lutch, I agree with that. But I think we're kind of talking about more of the moral thing of is there a line, someone like a Ted Bundy, where it's you do think they should be put down?
So someone who's mentally disturbed, which we'd all agree he is or was, and so we should kill those people if they're mentally disturbed.
Well, as long as you're not making like a semantic overload thing here, right? Like, I'm not saying every mentally disturbed.
I'm asking the question.
Right, but I'm just saying, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying every mentally disturbed person should be killed, but if you're mentally disturbed in a sadistic, psychopathic way where you're actively trying to hurt and torture and kill others, that's a difference, right?
I think it's more of a question of like, can you be helped? Right. Some people, you put them on a medication and the voices go away and they feel a lot better.
But that wouldn't be a psychopath, though, right? Like that, we've already defined that. Like a psychopath is cannot be treated with meds.
I just want to clarify.
That's the real fucking question, though, bro. Like, there's actual real ass people who are fucking like the fucking one pill away from being a fucking mass murderer and being like a normal ass motherfucker.
I brought this up before, but like, there's a case in Canada of a guy who beheaded someone on a Greyhound bus, named Vince Lee, and he was found, right. He was a schizophrenic. He didn't take his meds. All the evidence shows that he didn't. I don't know if he's actually morally culpable. In that case, I would say no death penalty. But that's very different. So like having a psychotic episode is different, incredibly different than being like a psychopath, right? Which Ted Bundy was.
How do you? Yeah, I don't understand. How do you know that there was a difference? Maybe he wasn't. He was caught after the fact. But that doesn't mean he couldn't have been treated and never led to that.
I think that the difference is very clear if we're talking about psychosis, right? Like psychosis is something that, first of all,
maybe to us in general, but legally, is it really that clear?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it is. Like
how
the case I'm talking about, the guy, like there's no signs of covering up the crime. It's not, if you're going for years and you're hiding it, and it's not a psychotic episode definitionally.
It's not just that. Okay, the difference is this: when we can help you, when we can give you a medication that changes you, you are not the person who committed the crime anymore, right? When that is who you are at your very core, because you have no capacity for empathy. And for some reason, you just like to see people die. That is a very different, fundamentally different thing. You can't change that.
How's it fundamental?
I actually don't know if I agree with that, Alex. Because if you gave Ted Bundy, let's say, some concoction of MDMA and heroin, where he's like totally blissed out, he doesn't want to hurt anyone, I would say, even though the medication is making him safe, you haven't actually changed the core of his being. So I don't think. Just because he can be treated, I wouldn't say that like changes anything, right? There's probably some combo of meds that you could sedate Ted Bundy enough to make him like not want to kill. But
hold on, if there's a schizophrenic who even from an early age before he had schizophrenia was doing all sorts of like criminal stuff, I would say that schizophrenia may have enhanced it, but it didn't change who he was. It just made him worse than he maybe would have been otherwise. But when we're talking
schizophrenia, part of who they are.
Not really.
Really? Where do they pick it up? Where did they get it from?
It's an abnormality of the mind. What do you mean? Where they get it from?
Yeah, I mean you act like it's like I touched some dirt or got my hands dirty. Like it is who they are.
Onset period. There is an onset period.
It is who they are though.
No, it's not, because they're different when the schizophrenia is active.
Yeah.
Schizophrenia is who they are. It's part of their DNA.
It has genetic links.
You're talking about literally, yes. A part of them is.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are you talking about? Spiritually? It's not who they are. I mean, I don't know.
No, but who they are when they're schizophrenic is not who they are when they're either treated or when the voices haven't been persisting in their brain for days or months or years.
If I can say a brief thing, okay, so there's a reason in psychology they differentiate between like personality disorders and other types of disorders, right? Like a personality disorder, like if you have like antisocial, right, what we used to call psychopathy and stuff, or if you have borderline, those things are known to be incredibly difficult to treat, right? It's not the same. Schizophrenia, there's medication that you can take, antipsychotics and stuff that will make you not schizophrenic. You can't take someone who has borderline or who has antisocial personality disorder and just give them a medication and they're just better. Like these things are treatment resistant.
To be fair, one day there was a pill to treat this.
Hold on. I'm running out of battery. Oh, fuck. I hate to do this. I hate to be that guy. I do have... Where's the fucking thing?
Lutch, why you? I don't like that you're in a jacket and toque. Are you going to leave the house right now? I don't think I like that.
I'm not leaving anywhere. I'm home and I'm good.
Why do you have a jacket and toque on?
Plug in. Oh, I'm at 15%. Hold on. Give me 1 second. One second.
The home.
Gotcha. Boom. Okay. So, where we at? Okay. So, camera is over here. So the notion that schizophrenia is some type of more prevalent thing than other mental health, that's not a thing.
It's more treatable than personality disorders by medication.
That's
like personality disorders. That's
not true. That's not true at all.
No. But lithium is used to treat bipolar, which is not a personality disorder, right?
Yeah.
That's a different. That's a mood disorder. I'm talking borderline, antisocial, histrionic, like personality disorders. I'm not talking mood disorders. Not talking about depression. I'm talking about anxiety. Not talking about schizophrenia. Okay, personality disorders, right? That's one of the ways they're defined in the psychological literature is their lack of being able to be treated by any form of.
What were you just comparing, though? I feel like you were just comparing two things.
Schizophrenia to psychopathy is what we're comparing. So schizophrenia is not a personality disorder.
I'll believe you.
I'm not gaslighting you. Let you really look like you're about to leave the house right now, which I don't like.
How did I get this drunk? Why did you guys let me drive to the fucking liquor store?
I was thinking that.
Rush. Don't do that.
I didn't. You didn't seem drunk at the time. You seem really drunk after, and I didn't want to mention because I didn't want to,
You were trying to be polite, and instead you screwed him over. Good job.
Well, no, at the time, it was an after the fact thing. I know. I just want to be clear. When he drove, he seemed fine, and he came back and started drinking, and then within like 20 minutes, he was hammered. So then I was thinking in my mind, wait, was he sober when he was drunk? But then,
he might just be a super lightweight. He doesn't have a whole lot of
He was chugging the fireball. He was really going after it.
Yeah. So Adam, the difference is simply, look, if tomorrow, if a month from now we came up with a pill that could somehow treat personality disorders like psychopathy, like narcissistic personality or stuff like that, then I would probably feel pretty differently about it. But as of right now, not only is there no known treatment, it's not even known that it's something that can be treated without like completely destroying their brain or who they are to begin with. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I'll let you off the hook with that. Sure. I mean, I disagree, but yeah. I mean, I'm just pointing out to you that you're trying to separate. Oh, well, they wouldn't be this or that if they had this or that, and I'm like saying no. They are who they are.
Well, there's a difference between something being a part of you and you being that thing, right? Ted Bundy is, no questions asked, a monster. He is, period. That's it. That's all there is to it. He was a monster from whatever the heck whatever happened to flip that switch in his brain up until the day he died, right? It was one consistent personality all the way through. As people with schizophrenia spend most of their early ages being normal, perfectly fine people, and then they develop this mental health condition that causes them to change. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's not that person.
So do you think Ted Bundy could have changed himself?
No, I don't think he had any chance at all.
Right.
Well,
See,
okay.
I think
Wait.
it's at least
That's a good
possible.
question. Wait. Before you go on with that, okay. Do you believe Ted Bundy could not have changed himself because of the fact that he grew up and the conditions he grew up in? Or do you think that if Ted Bundy identically was brought up in a different household, that he could have been a different person?
Well, yeah, he could have been a different person if the whatever triggered the psychopathy didn't happen, of course.
What did I come
Alex, do you not think it's even theoretically possible for him to have had some type of repentance or some type of change?
No, I don't think even the slightest amount.
Really? That's interesting.
You need to. Do you understand what the person is?
Alex, I think you think that because that makes it okay to kill.
No, I don't need to think that to think it's okay. I'd kill him even if it was possible.
Yeah, but I mean, because you have no evidence that you have no evidence that if Ted Bundy had been put in a different environment, he wouldn't have changed. He wouldn't have been a different person. You just think that.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said if whatever triggered the psychopathy hadn't triggered it, he would have been a perfectly normal person. But once it was triggered,
you don't know that. Yeah, exactly. You don't know that.
That he would have been a different person? Yeah, of course I know that.
Yeah. You don't know that he wouldn't have went on to kill people.
The reason he did it was because...
we don't know that for sure, but like if we can connect enough of the neurology to what was in his life and how he was born, I'm a proponent that nature versus nurture is not a dichotomy; it's a combination.
Yeah, it is.
Confluence, if you will.
A confluence of things, yes.
Hey!
No, you are correct. Nature and nurture work together to create something. It's not one or the other, of course.
Right, and so I absolutely believe there's a world where a fucking Ted Bundy, a fucking H-Man,
don't squeeze the Charmin.
Things could have been different. They just weren't.
Like I already admitted that. I said if that part of him had not been triggered, he would have not been a sociopath that murdered. How many people was that again?
Ow.
That Ted Bundy took out?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like a lot. I don't remember. A bad amount of people.
15% already? Jesus.
There might be like up to 30 people.
45 to 50 people, looks like.
Oh.
So, just so you understand that the thing behind somebody like that is they do not have the capacity for empathy. They cannot feel bad for someone else. They cannot feel that someone else is worth anything.
What about? But you say you believe in the death penalty, so I kind of want to bring it back to that because Ted Bundy is an easy one in which just saying the name evokes an emotion towards he's a monster like you were describing him. But what about the person who just kills one person who goes and is put to death? How about that person?
I probably wouldn't kill that person.
Yeah, but we do that, right? I mean, that's the
we kill people who didn't kill anyone at all, right? We screw up with the death penalty all the time. I'm not saying I support the death penalty as it currently is.
Oh, good boy.
Oh, I thought you said you agreed with the death penalty.
I said some people absolutely should be put underneath the death penalty.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I see how you're splitting the hair there. Okay, I got you.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, I know of people who were executed and then found out later that they didn't do it.
I just took Confluence's question in regards to do you support the death penalty or not, and then I said no.
Sure.
You want to go ahead?
IJ, but yeah.
Oh, I think I answered that way because what's his name? Soda said that he doesn't think anyone should ever be killed. Or he doesn't think that anyone should ever be executed or killed like that. And I was like, oh no, there's absolutely people who should be. No questions asked.
Are you attributing that to me?
No, Soda.
Okay.
I just took it on face value. I mean,
no worries.
I don't support the death penalty, but I can agree that there are people that I would kill.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the question of whether the state the state is capable of doing it correctly. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the state is capable of doing it correctly. They seem to do it a lot when they shouldn't. But is it a fact that like the state can't do it because they screw up sometimes, or because they, let's say, kill people they shouldn't on purpose?
I would say if you want a good example of a government that I think does it right, from what I know, is Japan. Japan rarely invokes the death penalty, at least compared to countries like America. And at least all the cases I've looked into, it's kind of the stuff we're talking about, where someone is gleefully non-repentant and has killed multiple people, and like or if they killed one, it's in a very sadistic way where there's no repentance, there's no they're jeering. There's like no, it's at least, like, I think
they
the
take
best example.
Pleasure in causing someone else's.
I think Japan has been, if there's any like question, from my understanding, Japan, like there's been people, the worst case ever, the concrete encased girl, Juko, can't remember her last name. None of those people got the death penalty even, and I think they were like youths at the time, I think was the reason. But it's like the most horrific case I think I've ever read. And it's like, so even then, so Japan, there's a lot of cases where I think they should have and they don't. So Japan is on the edge of like, unless we're like absolutely certain you did this stuff and it was in a sadistic way and you're non-repentant, it's like, it seems like they rarely invoke it, but they leave it as like, we can use it, and they have used it. And I think that's better than like America, where it's like, we sometimes get it wrong, right?
Well, yeah, I think the fact that states themselves can make that decision is kind of scary to me. It seems like the standards change from state to state really, really easily.
I think, like, my opposition to the death penalty in general,
the government.
I believe that justice should be swift, and justice should not be lingering. So there's philosophical reasons why I think the death penalty is wrong. I do not believe that justice is served by the victim or by the perpetrator to receive it in the way in which, speaking in America, that we definitely invoke it.
What do you mean by swift?
It means it's lost whatever meaning it could have had in our country a long time ago, if it ever really did so. And right now we are on the cusp of an average person spending 20 years on death row, and I don't think that that's right for the victims' families to sit there and then at the last minute you have a governor or some president sit there and go, you know what? I'm going to wipe this the slate clean, just like and not to pick on Joe Biden because I know he can't understand what he was doing, but the administration, sits there and goes, so we're gonna wipe everybody off except for 3 people.
I'm drunk. I'm gonna dip out.
Hydrate. Please hydrate before you go to bed.
I should do that. I'm not able to contribute.
Guam told me to tell you to hydrate as well. I also say that for myself, but
did I get water? All right, here's the wait.
Did we
get water? We didn't get water. No, we did get water. We got a full water.
Just chug it before you pass out. Like chug the whole fucking thing.
And let's put the fireball away.
Yeah, let's put that away.
I almost doubled up. I almost had 2 of these.
Lord.
Let's get if the room starts spinning, make sure you put one leg on it to stop it.
Let's get the fucking
that's
thing.
good advice.
No, Adam, like the worst I've ever been in the last 5 years. Adam has seen. I don't know what the fuck happened that night, but where's my fucking thing? Where's my fucking?
It's in your pants. That's where most men keep their thing.
That is where my thing is.
That's
currently
true.
located.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Ow!
You okay, Ledge? Did you get your thing caught in something?
Oh, did anybody see that?
Gotta watch that.
Holy fuck!
No.
I almost stepped on Morty. He was under my fucking feet, so I had to step over him, and I slipped and stepped back. Oh fuck!
Being drunk might have something to do with that. Just
a
saying.
trash can, so that just in case.
Yeah, and remember again, chug that water. You will thank me tomorrow. Just like honestly, chug the whole liter. Just fucking do it. Be a man. Chug the whole fucking liter. Do it on stream.
Remember, this is not a paid
if you chug all that
advertisement.
water, okay?
This is not a paid advertisement. This is just for your fucking love. Get that shit. And in the meantime, subscribe to the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like you guys know that YouTube sucks with those notifications. So don't just hit subscribe, ring that bell so that you never miss an Indian Jesus parody ever. Again. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So very, very much to Confluence and everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Until next time.
Drink water, please. Please. And thank you, Lesh, for being here.
Peace. Oh my god, my ears.
Sleep well. Sleep well.
My poor ears.
Let's hope he's okay.
He'll be all
Let's
right.
hope Morty does not get stepped on in the process.
Yeah.
He'll be back in about 15 minutes.
He was remarkably, and I understand this, he was remarkably sober when he's plugging. If you say something enough, then you can kind of go into like a sober mode, because he says that every like multiple times a stream, right? Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So he can just hammer that off way more clearer than everything else that comes out. Relatable.
He's got practice saying it is all.
Yeah. Okay, wait. I don't want to pivot it, but Alex, I want to ask you this thing. Okay, to go back slightly. So the empathy thing. This is something I've thought about a lot, and it seems like you've come to a different conclusion. So either convince me or be convinced. So I would say, yes, some people, right? That's one of the key things of antisocial personality disorder and psychopathy, blah, blah, right? Of like a lack of empathy. But I would say that even though obviously there's a correlation between a lack of empathy and doing bad stuff to people because you can't feel empathy, I still think it's possible that someone could, that let's say if I'm a Christian, let's say I hold my ethics sincerely and you remove my empathy completely, I will probably do more bad things, but I like to think that I could still choose not to do those bad things, right? That I don't need that feeling and that like, oh, I feel bad, but I should be able to logic my way if I have a firm moral foundation to still like do the right stuff.
So
without the empathy.
Yes, I agree with you. We are able to do this if we can catch people with antisocial personality disorders and stuff like that early on. There's a reason I specifically cited psychopathy, though. I know that definitions have changed, but historically, psychopathy hasn't just been people who are sociopaths, right? Sociopath is typically what they said with regards to the lack of capacity for empathy. Psychopaths are people who are sociopaths but have some drive to kill. Like they literally cannot help it or stop themselves.
I guess it depends what you mean by historically. From all the DSM stuff I know, that's not true. The difference between a psychopath and a sociopath is mainly how much they can integrate with their social world. Sociopaths usually end up on the outskirts of society and can't kind of cosplay as a normal person, whereas a psychopath can cosplay more. Like from like DSM-4, 4TR, and then 5 with kind of not really recognizing those. So like by historically, do you mean like hundreds of years ago, or are we talking, because if we're talking like in the recent century, I think I would disagree with that.
Hold on.
Because the definition is usually from my understanding, is what I said it is, where a sociopath can't integrate as well. They have trouble holding down jobs, trouble maintaining close relationships, which makes the psychopath a lot more dangerous.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is probably more of a colloquial term that emerged in
disavow this.
In like the 1970s, I guess, probably when people started seeing that. What would be a better term for this?
And now, now it's all under the umbrella of APD.
Yeah,
just talking while you type. But yeah,
stupid.
yeah. I mean, it's the same as autism and Asperger's and flattening it all. It's just dumb, I think.
Psychopathic traits of extreme narcissism lead to cruelty and need for dominance. I guess malignant narcissist, maybe. But I think it's different than even that. I hate to invoke TV here, but I'm more like referring to people like Dexter and stuff like that, where it's not just that they don't have empathy or the capacity for it. They have a need and take great joy in cruelty.
Okay, right? Okay. So, but even with that, even if you, I guess maybe need is kind of the hinge point of this, but like even with a desire, like again, let's say all of a sudden I had my DNA changed and now everything about me is the same, but I don't feel empathy and I do have a strong desire to harm other people and I have that sadism. I at least like to think that it's possible that I could not act on those things, even if I feel that compulsion and I want to harm and I have no empathy, that still using like morals and stuff alone, that I could be like, well, I know that's what I want to do, but I ought not do that thing. Right. In the same way that an addict, and I think we talked about this last time, I guess, where I think it's theoretically possible that someone who's strongly addicted could choose to not do that thing. Even if it's unlikely.
Yes, they can choose, but I think this is where we had our disagreement. I was saying that they need a sufficiently good reason to continue making that choice despite the overwhelming need being a persistent thing. Right. But
let's say Ted Bundy had well, you said this, and I agree with you, Alex. You said this earlier. It's a random thing I'm going to bring up, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. You said near-death experiences change people all the time, right? Let's say Ted Bundy has a near-death experience, and all of a sudden he's like, "Oh my God, yeah, I'm like so Christian coded now, and all the stuff I did was wrong." But he still is a psychopath. He still has no empathy, but he has had this realization. Oh, beautiful name, Persephone. God, what a nice name. Good to see you, Persephone. On your name alone. Also, welcome to the chat, but we always have a choice. Yeah, that's what I would say. I'm Persephone.
It's not a question of choice. Yes, we have a choice. It's a question of, can you continue making that choice despite everything telling you otherwise? Because no matter if your reasons are entirely surface based, right? Like trying to get a fat person to stop eating, right? Can they make the decision to do that? Sure. Will they have to make that decision every single second of every hour of every day of every week of every month of every year for the rest of their lives? Yes, they will. Right? Unless something changes with that drive, that decision has to be made over and over again. And that is not only exhausting to the mind, but the longer you spend using the same reason not to do something, the less that reason seems to be as important as it was when you first started.
But to go to the addiction thing, right? It's like we know there are people, at least from like a lot of people's testimonies, that they could be full-blown crack addicts or heroin addicts, and something. And yeah, I agree. They do need a reason, but they get that reason. Some conversion experience, right? Something.
Psychedelic mushrooms can make you stop taking drugs.
Right. So I guess with the Ted Bundy stuff, is it to tie it into that? Is it not theoretically possible that there could be something that changes, even if it doesn't change his genetics, that it gives him enough of a reason that he will make that choice not to kill every second of every day for the rest of his life? In the same way that some people, they have an experience, they go to AA and they never touch alcohol again, and they were like full-blown addicted, and all of a sudden they're hardcore sober and they go the next 50 years without drinking and then die.
I don't know what reason could you even like conceive of that would make sense to a psychopath?
Well, like some type of,
or somebody with narcissistic personality disorder.
Well, I would say the stuff we're talking about, like if you had a near-death experience or some type of spiritual, like it would have to, in my mind, it would have to be some type of spiritual experience, right? Whether through near-death or psychedelics or anything.
I think a good example of that would be Dennis Rader. I mean, Dennis Rader as an example.
Is that the BTK guy?
Yeah, yeah. He went what, like 30 years, and still didn't even take up, back up. He had things that were ongoing in his life, and he quit. He stopped doing it.
Yeah,
Now,
yes. I mean, yeah, they can. I think even Ted Bundy had periods where he didn't do anything for a while. Like the need comes and goes, right? Like everything else.
yeah, I mean the classical way in which people think about like serial killers and things of that nature, we think, oh, they have this short cycle, right, where they will have a a moment where they are cycling down, and then it goes back up. But 30 years is a long time to cycle down, right?
Like
so it had to be more than just
But Dennis Rader didn't. Are you suggesting that he like transformed himself and didn't do anything for it? That's not my understanding of how that story goes.
He didn't kill anyone in the 30 years that we are aware of.
Well, that we're aware of, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I could be proven wrong tomorrow morning, right?
Yeah. 30 years.
Let me. That's not what I remember.
Well, no. I think he terrorized this place for 30 years, not necessarily.
Yeah, from 74 to 1991 is the known ones.
Yeah,
and
he evaded capture for 30 years.
Yeah, right.
Until he was arrested in 2005.
Yeah. So the last time he killed was in 1991, right?
That's the last known kill.
Right. Yes.
But do you think he was? I guess. Do you think he changed in that time? Do you think in 91 he had a come to Jesus moment? Good to see you, K2.
No, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he.
I'm not deleting anything, K2. It's YouTube if it's deleting.
Come to Jesus moment and stuff at all and stuff. I'm just saying that whatever was driving him to kill people, he stopped himself. If you want to couch it like that, he stopped. I wouldn't say he stopped himself, but he did stop.
Yes, sometimes the other things can fill whatever that need is.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to say, Alex, and Confluence, because you're asking what could it be? I don't know what it could be, but there is an example, at least until we get another kill.
Yeah, sure. 14 years of downtime, essentially.
Yeah.
I guess with that case, I don't know. I mean, he was like taunting. This is where I'm going off memory. But he was like taunting the cops. Wasn't he one of those where he's like sending
Yes,
little...
he was.
So I feel like he's like he wasn't ashamed. Yeah, he was getting his kicks in other ways. He might not have a confirmed kill. First of all, I think a lot of these killers. That's why if you look up, right, most of these death counts, a lot of them are like what we saw Ted Bundy. It's like a degree, because like there's like provable ones and there's some that they think have happened. So I'm not even convinced that he hasn't killed someone since 91. But even given that, it seems like I don't think he actually changed his ways. He was probably harming people.
So yeah, I think part of it is his life seems to have really stabilized in the early 90s, because I think
he would start going to church and stuff. He was like married, wasn't he?
He had a role in
church.
Yeah. He had a family with kids, growing kids. He had a stable job finally.
But I think he had the kids while he was still killing, because I think the kids, if I'm not getting confused, I think the kids like testified that he was like gone on certain, like he would be like, oh, I have to go on vacation when like a killing happened. So I think he had the kids when he was doing some of the killing. I think, unless I could be wrong.
So during his
whole thing was just life got busy.
Can you give me one of these?
Yeah, well, so just so you understand, like during his inactivity time, he did revisit crime scenes. Like he staged himself in bondage photographs. He wrote detailed narratives about people he wanted to kill or how he would do it. Like he kept his souvenirs. Like he still fed off of the things he did. It's just he didn't have that intense drive to kill new.
Yeah, he had his trophies. He had right.
So he found peace for a little while, but there's nothing to say that wouldn't change at some point.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, because the way he got caught was they hadn't heard from him in quite some time. And then he decided to reach out again, so to speak. And he asked a stupid question like, oh, if I sent you
that is him. Yeah, he asked if they could track the data, right? It was like a floppy disk or something on a and then the cops were like, "No, we definitely can't tell metadata from that." And he was like, "Okay," and then he fucking said it like a fucking retard. What a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
Get fucked.
Yeah.
But, right. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he changed his mind.
K2, good to see you. And Indian Jesus, if you're still awake, thank you for the $2. He says, Gary. That's what.
No, he's calling you gay.
Says.
Just take away the R.
I think he's calling me Gary, which I guess, I'll accept that. I don't know how he knows my real name, but that's fine. But yeah, thank you for $2. And Lutch, please hydrate if you're still listening. Please, just fucking drink that liter, please. God, please.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Lutch.
All right, Confluence. Did you guys talk about? I saw the topic. Did you talk about Marshall?
This is
trying to assassinate.
This is the fastest
Candace
we have
Owens.
moved off any topic ever. Okay, there was maybe 5 minutes at most about Candace Owens, and then everything from there has been nothing. So no, I don't. No,
I'm the professional derailer. That's my job.
It's derailed so much. I don't know if you can, which I'm cool with, by the way. I love the chaos, but. Yeah, I mean the title is very misleading.
You think you can derail more than Indian Jesus? I don't think so.
Yes, I have been.
I think he can, but that's only because I believe in K2 so strongly and his ability to derail.
Now the Blue Jays.
See, there we go. That's his main derail tactic. If you didn't notice by his Ted Cruz looking a little certain, something coded.
Yeah,
have you received your money from APAC yet?
Me? No. I keep.
Oh, it's supposed to be in the mail
over and
it's
over
supposed
and
to be
over.
in the mail. You're supposed to be a sponsor.
I'm supposed to be
a paid influencer.
I'm supposed to be, but
yeah, someday they'll send it. It's okay.
It's like I've been carrying all this water for Israel, and I'm a Hasbara agent, and I'm not getting the checks. So it's like, what am I even doing at this point? I don't even understand. Yeah. But okay, wait, K2, what were you saying? Did someone try to assassinate Candace Owens? I just remember. Is that a real thing?
Marchand, the French president, and he had his lackeys allegedly.
So I know that part is not. I know that part is not true. Okay.
I don't know.
First of all, are you talking about Marchand? Do you mean Macron?
Yeah, Macron. Whatever. I don't speak
Marchand.
Marchand.
That's like a hockey player, Brad Marchand. I'd be shocked if
that's a rat. That's a rat.
Somebody tried to assassinate.
Yeah, that's the main. Did someone try to assassinate Candace Owens?
French PM?
No, K2 is saying someone tried to assassinate Candace Owens, and he's blaming it on the French PM presumably because Candace said that her.
Oh dear God! Yes,
the wife
he's gonna kill her because she called his wife trans. Okay.
Yeah. But what? But is this?
I mean, hold on. There is evidence of that. There is evidence of that.
No, there's not.
That she might be trans because she gave one hell of a left hook or right hook to.
Oh, that's true. She did slap the fuck out of him. That is true. You guys have seen that video? I'm assuming.
I don't know if that's evidence of that, but sure.
Yeah, I've seen women slap pretty good too. So I don't know.
I don't think that was a slap. I think
the lack of photos from her youth makes me a little sussy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because who doesn't have photos of when they were young? And with her, there's this. You don't have any. Your parents don't, Alex. So I find that hard to believe.
I have some from when I was 5. That's about it.
There's no. You didn't do. You didn't go to like a school. You didn't have like photos taken every year at picture day.
No.
Well, he was probably kidnapped.
Were you homeschooled? Were you kidnapped?
No, I grew up in a country that there's reasons.
Whoa, a country that doesn't do school photos. Were you like Afghani coded or?
No.
Huh.
I was born in Yugoslavia.
Hello.
Oh shit.
the former Yugoslavia, that is.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yugoslavia.
Okay, but Macron's wife, first of all, right? There was a little like teacup behavior going on, if I recall, right? Wasn't she his teacher, and they started dating when he was underage?
Yeah,
right?
their relationship is completely effed up.
And they lived in France. I understand. Okay, if you're UCO coded, right? I understand how that could happen. But if you're in France, you don't have photos. That doesn't. That to me, that you can find a bunch of photos of Macron when he was, or Macron. I don't know how to say his name, but
hold on.
Macron,
even if they had photos of her, would you believe that it was really her?
Well, I'm not like conspiracy brained enough. If there was like,
well,
yeah,
I mean, she could just say that she has photos and show AI photos, right? Like that would be so much easier than whatever the hell else they're doing.
Well,
right
no,
now.
I mean, Alex, I think you know more than you're leading on. You probably know with AI, right? If you zoom in enough and you're doing like a forensic audit, you can tell if something's AI or not. Like just looking at it, sure, it might convince, but like it's not like. There's a reason that AI, we're not at that point yet where someone can like post an AI thing and now the courts are like, is it AI?
No, you're talking
about
posting the original like the AI image, but if you're just showing like a photo of a photo that's been aged, it's gonna be pretty hard to tell that it's AI, right?
It can be hard, but for actual like people doing like forensic like digital stuff, I don't think it's that hard.
Wait, hold on. If I had AI create a photo for me, and then printed it out, and then took a picture of that, you think you could figure out that it was AI just by looking at it? Or looking at metadata? Because I don't think so.
Definitely not metadata, to be clear. Definitely not that in the instance you gave. And could I do it? Definitely not.
I think that picture of Confluence and Bonnie Blue.
Yeah,
that looks pretty real.
If you post that again, I will post that, and we can all decide if it's AI. But yes, in your example, Alex, I think, yeah, there probably is a degree of low resolution enough, but I don't know. Like again, I'm not skilled enough to do this, but I can do it with like Sora videos where it's like it could look super believable, but if you actually go frame by frame, if you download the video and open it in like a video and you go frame by frame, you can tell. Yeah, and account Emmet.
Sure.
Good to see you.
No,
There are ways.
I
could
agree.
It could be low quality enough. Like with you print out the photo, you take it, you print it out, you take a photo, you do it like 5 times. It's so
Not
bad quality.
AI wasn't that far advanced. Like even a couple of years ago, much less 20 or 10, whatever it is that she's been talking about her. But
Emmet, what do you think? Do you think that? Do you think she is Do you think what's her name? I don't know her name. Or his name, maybe. Emmanuel Macron's wife. It's not like loading, K2. I see it. It's just did Discord are they like censoring it? It's just like gray screen. Oh, Emmet. Okay, Emmet, give me one of these. Emmet's joining to tell us the truth.
Ooh, Emmet, do
Not gray on my end.
Really? Try. Okay, send it again. Oh, there it is. Oh god.
Yeah. I don't think people realize that like digital photos are a relatively new thing. It's much easier to fake the old style of photos than it is to fake like digital ones today.
That's true. That is true.
Especially given like you just low resolution cameras, stuff like that. I mean, it may be barely even visible.
Yeah, if the quality is degraded enough, then I think. Okay, Emmet. Okay, there you go. Emmet has DM'd me on Discord. Emmet, you know what happened. You know I'm on high alert. Okay, good to see you, Emmet.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Puta.
Yeah, that's the real threat. Is someone you actually know and trust.
True.
Yeah.
Udea Puta. I think I'm saying it right. Finally.
You're saying whore in Spanish. Good job.
No. It's the word before that.
So, Alex, do you trust that this photo is Confluence in bed with Bonnie Blue, or is it?
It doesn't.
That
really
looks
look
pretty
like
real.
Confluence.
Yeah, I feel like this doesn't even look like me. I feel like the AI did such a bad job. It's got it did the aviators and kind of the beard, and it just was like fuck everything else.
Yeah,
Maybe the big forehead. Maybe the big
I
forehead.
don't know who that.
Fuck AI.
I don't know who that's supposed to be. That.
Yeah, see exactly.
The hair
It's not
too
even
good.
Confluence coded. Yeah, the hair is.
I don't
too.
know,
It's-
Confluence.
yeah,
I think
hair
you're
like
spreading
that.
your APAC money with everybody.
I like that the AI put the headphones on. No, like put my headset on, as if I'm just like wearing that in bed. And
Okay.
give me a cool little bracelet. Got me swagged out a bit. Okay, just saying.
That is pretty
AI
cool.
AI still has like inconsistency issues. A lot of
Yeah.
inconsistency issues.
Oh yeah.
And it doesn't matter like if you print it and then take a picture of it, that the metadata you won't be able to see it, but you still have problems with inconsistencies.
But if it's so, I think the point is if it's so, like if you did that enough times or at a low enough resolution, it would start to become at least increasingly difficult.
I mean, it will become pixel art at one point, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, at some point, it's a pixel art of Emmanuel
Yeah,
Macron.
it's a pixel
Wife.
art of yeah. At that
Emmet,
point, who cares?
I thought you were gonna finish the painting today.
I was, but I started doing work, and then I started listening to the Marte debate with counterpoints, and I decided to just
Counterpoints or contrapoints? What's good, Emmet? Do you have something to confess?
I don't
Confluence
know.
points.
I don't know.
Those are
I don't
different
know.
people.
I don't know what his name is. I don't know what they are. I don't know the difference between them. They're both gay. That's the only thing that I know. Like, I'm starting to dislike Warhammer just because that fucker has a channel as Warhammer.
Who does? Oh, counterpoints.
Counter sucks. Yes, that guy.
Why do you not like him?
He has this idea that he's an actual Republican. The actual Republican, but he's just a libertarian coded dumb bitch. That's all he is. Fucking libertarians, they're so dumb.
Yeah,
I hate
libertarians are
libertarians so
dumb as
much.
hell. I agree.
All I've learned, what libertarians want, is a tiger farm, and then they got a feud with Carol Baskin.
Yeah. Well, those are the fun
they're gay.
libertarians. Well, okay. You lost me there. Okay, I was gonna say they're kind of those are kind of like the cool-ish libertarians that just want to do crazy stuff. But then when you mentioned he's gay, it came back to all they want is actually to coom. So
Yeah, you didn't know Tiger King was gay?
I never seen the documentary or anything. I know he had tigers and the
The name
Karen
alone
got
is
very
kind of
angry.
gay. Not gonna lie.
Karen just
If
got
you
very
call
angry
yourself
at him.
Tiger King, that's a profile you'd see on Grindr. I haven't downloaded the app, but it's a profile I'd imagine you'd see on Grindr.
If you have a bunch of tigers,
Sure.
Confluence, this ain't looking good for you.
Confluence, are you
It
gonna
feels
get a
gay
tiger?
coded, is all I'm trying to say. Okay, not in a, well, actually no, in a gay way, not a normal way.
I'm just gonna want to say I've derailed so hard.
I'm still not sure if you derailed it. I think IJ still weirdly takes the cake of the derailing. I think
I think we just went right back to the original subject, right? Is she a man or is she a woman?
Are we going through Candace's conspiracy theories again? Why do we listen to that bitch?
Yeah, if anything, K2, you actually re-railed us because now we're talking about Candace and her theories, which is actually related way more than anything we were talking about for the last 4 hours. So.
Oh, my point was to use her and then start derailing it again.
Yeah, well, when was the last time a melanin when was the last time a melanin intoxicated person did anything of value?
Never.
Disavow.
Michelle Obama.
What about Gus Fring?
Jumping on the couch and seeing that sausage. What?
But that would be not of value, right?
Wait, Lutch is back? Lutch, are you actually back? Is this a real Lutch? Give me one of these in your drunken. Lutch is back.
Lutch is back.
Lutch is alive.
Hey,
I saw it coming.
Hold on.
Common
That's
sense.
a YouTube. Hold on. Okay, fucking. Oh,
Lutch is
man.
alive.
Hold on. Are we here? Okay. Hold on. Let me. Oh, full screen? I just want everybody to know. I just went through it, but
I'm alive, and this is what we do. Like, if you've ever been part of a degen lifestyle, sometimes it's just about fucking taking the hits.
And
Why doesn't okay, now that you're back, Lutch, why doesn't Ryan said he doesn't like you? Why does Ryan not like you?
Because he's gay.
Wait, Ryan was here before?
Yeah, he's not here now. Don't worry. He's not here now.
Never told me. He's never told me.
Hold on.
Ray,
Ryan
he's
had to
never
go
told
to
you
the
shit.
Moloch convention. Ryan had to go to the Moloch convention and
Hit him up.
sacrifice.
Hit him up. Bring him out. I don't know. I've never said I don't. I don't think I've said I don't like him. I mean, I've probably expressed.
I remember what he
that.
said exactly. He said something like that made. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say it direct. Maybe he didn't directly say it. He said something that made me think that you guys had beef or something, and I was, yeah. But I couldn't. You guys, everyone was talking, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, definitely not beef. I obviously disagree with a lot of what he says.
He dislikes everybody that is willing to vote for Trump just on principle.
Well, and if you dislike Moloch too, he doesn't like that either.
Yeah.
One more adjustment before I'm good.
One of the good things that I can say about Lutch is that he is willing to actually have conversations.
I appreciate that, Emmett. I kind of had the feeling that you didn't like me, and you thought that I was I don't know what you thought.
I don't like libertarians much, but it's not about the person; it's about the ideology. And
well,
like,
if I may,
I think that
if I may, I think that I underestimated how much I'm fucking cold right now. You guys just saw me, dude. I underestimated. sorry. Where am I? I underestimated how much I actually cared about debate in its own form versus the ideas that I would debate. I don't know if this is relevant to your opinion. I'm just putting it out there because I feel like this is how you know me in the debate form. But yeah, I'm not real. I thought I was more of a debate bro than I really am.
Wait, underestimated or overestimated?
Overestimated.
Do you mean overestimated? I'm just trying to make sure I'm.
What did I say? I overestimated how much I thought I would like it. I underestimated how much I thought I would be a debate bro.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So I understand what you feel because I felt something very similar when I started my debate bro journey. When I was like, nothing can make me feel bad ever, and I just got my teeth kicked in by Rob Knorr on that debate. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you should definitely stay away from debating. You suck at it, man. Just
You're definitely talking to Emmet, right? You're definitely talking about.
Yeah, he's talking about me because you're the best.
The key to debating.
No, but I mean, like the thing is, I like the notion of like blood sport specifically. I love that idea of like, yo, we're gonna fucking go hard on what we believe, but the notion of like I'm on this side and I have to stay on this side. That's not really how I operate. Like, if you fucking say some good shit, I don't know if you were there that one night, but the last time I was on Grid's channel. I was one debate away from the $100, and someone was like, I don't even remember what they said, but they said some shit, and I was like, yeah, you're right.
Well, and to be fair, he did beat Confluence if holding hands is gay because he actually.
Hey, that was declared a stalemate. Okay, officially.
It was not declared a stalemate. Whoa!
I'm gonna judge. I'm gonna judge this, and I already did.
Why am I so cold? Holy shit!
Yeah, I'm gonna judge this, and I already did judge this. But Lutch won that one. Okay, it took him 2 hours, which become like 10 seconds.
No, that's a different debate. Lutch has fucked me twice. Once was the holding hands, and the other one was where Lutch argued with all the judges for 2 hours to convince them that he actually won the
holding hands. You lost it before you even started. It was so dumb.
Yep.
I'm just saying, I appealed to Grid. I appealed to the channel owner. Okay, you know.
Wait,
who
what
gave me
how did you
clemency.
what did you
He has
lose?
presidential pardon,
right.
brother.
All right. To inform this, I asked Indian Jesus and Confluence on Grid to debate if holding hands is gay, and then Confluence heard something else, and Indian Jesus stayed on point.
Yep. Wasn't listening.
Wasn't listening.
I got prompt cucked, as Indian Jesus is fond of saying.
No, it's called being a
But we
wine
all
mom and
agree
being
with
heavy
you,
on the wine
Confluence.
that
It is
night.
gay to hold hands.
Thank you.
Yeah. We all agree with that.
I
It's
think
been
that's how I
debated to
met
hell.
K2,
Oh,
actually. I
fuck.
think that was like one of our first interactions.
No, there was the other when you called PharmaCat a liar about her degrees.
Oh, yeah. That was a bad
Confluence.
night. I was really drunk that night.
That was the first time I ever. How can you have 5 degrees? That would take you 200 years. I'm too drunk to even think right now. Yeah, that was.
It still is a wild accomplishment to get 5 degrees at her. It still is a wild. I still stand by that. That's if by degree we mean something that's like 4 years.
And he got it in 7.
I guess if we're using
And
degree
she got
really
it in
loosely,
7.
if we're using degrees very loosely,
No,
then
she
I
has
agree.
2 degrees. She has biology and
So
biology
the
and chemistry.
The core thing that takes so much time is the generals, right? Once you've had the generals, the rest of it is just the actual courses for the thing. So it's not.
But are we counting a double major as 2 degrees? I would say that's 1 degree. It's a double major.
No.
Right, like for me, I have a degree in
No.
psychology. If I want to get a degree in sociology, I have to take another fucking 4 years to get a degree in sociology.
Why would you have to take 4 years?
And Confluence argument just hit the second tower.
Because maybe slightly less, but at least at the
You
universities
have a
I've gone
minor in
to,
psychology. Okay, you have a
I have a-
fucking minor in psychology. You are a fucking Bible thumper.
I have a major in
Don't
psychology.
ever-
I did my master's in theology. Okay, psychology.
we're
then
both
theology.
gay. We both have degrees in psychology. That's
Yeah,
fucking
so does Greg.
gay.
So that's something we
We're
all have in
both
common.
gay.
Yeah, and that
We're
and $5
both gay.
has gotten me a cup of coffee. So
Yeah, but to be for real, I do appreciate my degree with psychology because I think there's a clear difference between the bullshit in psychology and the small the small aspect of like legitimate science within psychology. And like, the normal person, I understand why you say, oh yeah, psychology is bullshit. 99.9% is bullshit. But there is real science in psychology, and when you understand it and we see it in context, especially as someone who is a questioning person of their spirituality, whether it is a Christian thing or not, very important.
Why is psychology bullshit?
Because it is not actual science. It's a soft science. So it's based on correlation and patterns. It's not based on empirical. They're like, so it depends on.
I understand that. I'm just saying I don't know how that makes it bullshit.
What is? I mean, because
when it comes to
you can change it into whatever you need to be. Like when you have 2 + 2, like there's no way to legitimately make 2 + 2 equal anything but 4. But
Colby, you have to come up if you want to join. You got to give me one of these and then 2 thumbs up.
Hey, speaking of the second tower.
But with psychology,
about
if you wanna determine that, oh, your behavior is borderline personality, or your behavior is histrionic personality disorder, or your behavior is completely normal for the situation, there's no scientific basis for that, and so it doesn't mean that it's bullshit.
It's pattern identification, right? We're not creating a category and throwing people into it. We're recognizing a category that exists.
Right, and that's not
trying to
science.
name it.
Yeah, but the category would be
It's not-
also.
But
It can be.
you're only saying that because you sympathize with Ted Bundy.
Why are we talking about Ted Cruz? Oh well, it's the other. I don't know who's.
Can we talk about Uncle Ted?
I was thinking about the Zodiac Killer, but it's not Ted Bundy, and I was like, for a moment, thought about it.
No, that is
I
not.
fucked it up. Yeah, I fucked it up.
How about
I
the
don't know.
guys that put the FBI in a big chase? That guy was great.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Colby, again, I see you in the back chat. We're on high alert, so you don't have to cam up for the panel. You just have to cam up. No one else can see you. You have to cam up, give me one of these, and then one of these, and I can let you in. Otherwise, we're on high alert. So
10, 10, 10. 10. Shout out to Camino. 10 milligrams. Each fucking gummy is 10 milligrams of THC, 10 milligrams of CBN, and 10 milligrams of CBD.
Did he cam up?
So one of these, Colby, I see you. One of these, like 2 fingers, and then thumbs up, and that's it. Okay, good. Okay, you can cam down if you want. Okay, sorry, we're on high alert. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Sorry to break through that.
23. Hey,
I recognize you. I recognize you too, but unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't have like an authentication thing where I can verify that's and even your YouTube name that can be changed. So yeah.
Yeah. Is this the guy that actually don't?
Is this the guy that what?
What's going on? Sorry, usually who said OGs? Who was that?
That was Emmet.
Emmet.
OGs.
You don't know me, Emmet. Come on now.
Yeah, I do know you. I know who you are. I remember.
I think I feel like Emmet would remember you, Colby.
Yeah, I remember. I remember when I asked the simple question once in Nicene Creed, and you were like, "This is stuff. It's a stuff that the stuff and things happen when happen."
You just said nothing.
Exactly. That was your answer about what was in Nicene Creed.
I'm saying,
you got it, baby. You did it.
Knowing me, you just said nothing. So like, what's
Marvin Heemeyer?
I've only asked one person about the Nicene Creed that has in context with Lutch, so I know who you are.
Creed? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. And when you asked that, I said I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so then Colby, what? You need to challenge him on something specific. Then he called you out, so challenge him on something specific. You've seen him fucking bring his fucking bullshit to my channel, so fucking challenge him.
Yeah. I didn't bring your bullshit. I went,
Emmet, I'm just trying to make some fun here. Come on.
Hold on. What do you think of Marvin Heemeyer?
Who the fuck is that?
Who the fuck is Marvin Heemeyer?
Are you using words? Are those?
K2,
Yes.
are those actual words?
Yes, Marvin Heemeyer.
We don't.
Is he a Blue Jay? Is he a Blue Jay? Is that why you're asking me?
No.
Heedmeyer,
Small
I don't know how
town
to
in Colorado.
Okay, was an American UCAF veteran welder and auto. Oh, he's the killdozer guy. Yeah,
the bulldozer guy.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, killdozer himself. Yeah,
no,
that guy's awesome.
Video. I don't even think he hurt anyone, right? I actually don't think he hurt a single person, if I recall.
No, he didn't hurt anyone. He was just angry because they wouldn't let him get a road. They wouldn't let him get a road to his shop, and he needed the road so that he could make business. And it's so fucking Karen. It's always some fucking Karen. So fucking Karen was. And so he made a bulldozer and he started destroying the house.
Hey, some people live to inconvenience others. Actually, I would say
people live to
Karens.
kill those.
Hold on, I would say Karens are almost kind of like a Ted Bundy, aren't they? Like they crave that control. It's just they're not going to kill you. They're just going to make you want to.
I guess in some psychic sense, perhaps.
Zentlisky.
Wait, Ted, are you trying to say Ted Kaczynski?
Yes, Ted Kaczynski.
Ted Kaczynski.
The hell's Ted Kaczynski?
I don't know the name he's saying. The name I'm saying is the Unabomber.
Oh.
Yeah, he destroyed 13 houses. Jesus.
Unabomber was bad. Unabomber's a bad dude. He wrote in his manifesto about how he wanted to kill a small child. That everyone acts like he was had some legitimate rage and environmental concerns. He wrote about how he was tempted every day to kill a 4-year-old girl that was annoying him, that lived next door to his little hidey hole.
But he also wrote about how machineries get in the way of human interaction.
Yeah, his anarcho-primitivism and all this bullshit. I think it's self-aggrandizing nonsense. That's what I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the Unabomber.
The Unabomber cares about you, Emmet. Okay.
He doesn't know me. I was gonna care about me.
Well, he's dead.
He's
so
technically
he
dead. So
now.
but he might be in some etheric
Once
realm.
he might have
about
cared for you.
Yeah.
Do you really believe he's
a
some
forlorn
kind of
lover? I think he's in some kind of ethereal. I mean, it depends on your definition of ethereal, but yeah, I mean, I think he's somewhere out there in the ether. Sure.
Okay.
I am a Christian after all, so yeah, I don't believe his soul was just annihilated. I'm not an annihilationist.
I'm not gonna go there today. I'm not in the mood to debate theology today. I've been debating theology in the last couple of days.
Feels you.
Sounds
Emmet
You call me a Jew?
Golden Steinberg. Where would you get that idea to call him a Jewish person? Indian Jesus. How dare you?
Emmet Witz Golden Steinberg.
What? I didn't call anybody a Jew.
Was that supposed to be an
what are we
insult?
talking about?
You call me a Jew.
Is that an insult or something?
I'm change it.
Yeah, one.
No,
that
well,
wouldn't
yes,
be...
but no.
Where am I?
Well,
What
yes, but
am I talking about? Hold on, I gotta reload the page. But I did not call anybody a Jew, and if I did, that would not be a bad thing.
I think that happened, but
I think it
You
is. But
inspired
I
me to
will
make
agree
this
with you.
profile picture.
yeah, I think
Indian Jesus.
I think K2 was a picture of a semi truck, and then you said that, and then he quickly changed it to the Zodiac Killer. That's a little more Jew coded than normal. The Goitiac Killer, if you will. Is that a stretch?
It's the only kind of killer we need.
Okay, there we go. Lech is back.
ZT, are you gonna ask me anything?
Are you a Jew?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Only on Saturdays.
Why do we have fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people, and nobody's counted up?
I think you should count again, brother.
My man's trying to run a show here.
I'm in uniform.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'll give a
8.
treat.
Okay,
I'll give
yes, I
more.
agree
I'll
with
give
that.
Morty a treat for anybody who cams up for 10 minutes.
No. Sorry.
Okay.
Y'all are gay. Hey, so
Adam's
we're at
back.
448. So
Adam's
we're
full
440.
screens. Ba-ba-bow.
So if we made it to 450 with Adam cammed up, then Morty gets a treat.
Anything for Morty, dude.
Anything for Morty.
Look,
I started.
I want to hit the
Is this okay?
goal so
So
that Morty is going to host the Indian Jesus show. So that's my one goal for next year.
I'm curious how you guys feel about this. I started just in the last few days. As soon as we wait, where are they? Where are you? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, he's just black. You can't see him.
Helicopter.
But I started in the last few days. The first thing I say to him every morning is,
"Hey, you
get
dead?"
another. The first thing I say to him is, nigga.
Hey,
Why?
What do you
Why?
think of my?
all my
Oh
brothers.
my
John,
God,
Why?
Lodge.
Merry Christmas.
Why?
Merry Christmas.
Why, Lech? Why?
Oh my.
Why?
Yeah, fuck Morty. Fuck Morty. I was about to fucking share
Why?
some
Oh,
real
my
life
little
shit with you,
brothers.
motherfuckers.
Merry Christmas.
But, yeah, nobody gives a shit.
All my brothers.
I
Merry
care. I'm just
Christmas.
My
more,
bad.
you know.
My bad. I should have saved that for my own channel. You're right. Nobody. Why would anybody care about this dog?
I
That's
care
gonna
about
die.
more. I'm more. I was just
It's
a
gonna
little
die
taken
soon.
aback by the thing you said. It's not Morty's not the problem. It's the words that came out of your mouth. It's very Lovecraft cats coded. If you get that reference.
Actually,
you know?
I did want to know why. Like literally, why? Why do you
Why what?
say that to him every morning?
Because it's a really
I
fun
don't
word.
say
That's
that.
why.
I said that's a confluence in response to me trying to tell the story of what I did actually say to Morty every morning. Started in the last 3 days, like it's a new thing, and I didn't remember right away, so I was ready to fucking make it more real.
I think you're gaslighting. I think you said I swear
And
to God,
then
you said
I got
every morning I called Morty.
I got a full
and you
screen
said-
8-bit fucking whore on the fucking screen, like, oh my god,
Okay, I had
that's
to pull up because
you
it's an
made you
I
fucking
just had
made a
to
picture
show
of
that.
an 8-bit fucking whore. Oh my god,
It's,
like,
it's an
amazing.
Oxycat thing. Okay, it's from Emmet.
Amazing.
I still want to know why you feel the need to to Lovecraft Cat Morty every morning. I'm curious about that. You know,
it feels gay now. Like I feel like we were in a moment, and it feels gay to say now.
I feel like Indian Jesus, when he's going for a car ride, he rocks NHH with the windows down. I respect that.
If I had a car, I might do that, but you know, just rock it in my basement sometimes. You know,
NHH.
Just don't check my Spotify. I hope it doesn't keep track of, you know.
H like the Kanye song?
Yeah,
or like
song. The Kanye song.
NHH.
It
yes.
hits a certain way, okay?
I've
it's
only heard that one
song, even if the lyrics aren't super good.
I'm embarrassingly not caught up, or I'm not caught up even, but like embarrassingly to myself that nobody else would care about. I listen to too little music. I'm so fucking caught up in podcasts that I can't sit in the car and not watch. I watch podcasts at 2.4x speed, and I still can't keep up.
I made a review for NHH when it dropped in my private Discord, and I criticized it, and I said it was a awful song and it was jejune and stuff. But then in the next coming days, I just kept listening to it, and then I had to revise my review to say it actually, even though I disavowed the lyrics, still it sticks with you. Something, I don't know if it's a transgressive nature of it. I don't know if it's just catchy. I honestly don't know, but I just found myself listening to it over and over again. I was just like,
they say I'm acting like.
I'll be honest, I have no idea what you're even saying.
Kanye's song, we can't say it, but his controversial song.
What is it? Is NHH like?
And then
it's the acronym, so it's N-word.
Yeah, I got
and then Lur.
Yeah. And it is, at first, I mean, the lyrics do suck. The song sucks, but something about it, again, it could be the fact that it's transgressive. It could be the catchiness. I'm not sure.
Oh, I see. It could just be your white.
Like something gives me dopamine when I listen to that song, and I don't know why, but it is just like something is like thrilling.
Is pretty good too. And then they turn NHH into a Christmas song too. Very catchy.
Which I had to sing a karaoke thing thanks to K2, you know, the things one will do for $5 and to also please Emmet and be on his karaoke stream. So, you know, the things we do, but I had fun singing that. So, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
What?
On your karaoke stream, Emmet, try to keep up.
Yeah, and I know about the karaoke stream. I'm having a.
So the addict, if anybody is an addict on this panel or in the chat, then you understand what a challenge this is.
Don't drink it. Don't drink it.
It's a
please.
challenge.
Please don't drink it.
The best way to deal with that is to just flush it down the toilet.
What?
Yeah.
I ain't that crazy.
They'll be.
I have enough because I also have.
But if it's no longer on the table, then you're good to go.
I also have half a can of some type of seltzer that's still open that I will use tomorrow during stream. It's tomorrow, right? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I need to get up tomorrow. Fucking
K2, I have a gift specifically for you, okay? This is something I found out today, and this is the gift to you, okay? So, have you heard of the Pantone color of the year?
What?
It's like a Pantone is like a colorist thing. Emmet probably knows because Emmet's like art coded and stuff. Pantone will release a color that they think defines the year every year. So that it'll be like, vermilion, spicy vermilion. It will be the color of like 2022. So they recently announced the color of the year, and this is what it is. Oh, not that. Wait, why is it on screen? And it's drawn some controversy. So yeah, the color of the year is just white. It's white. And they call it Cloud Dancer, but the color of the year is white. And a bunch of people got really mad. A bunch of people got really mad about this. And it is true. Every year they announce a different color, and now it is white. It's like
is white a color or just all colors?
Well, that's the thing. They call it Cloud Dancer, but all the photos they give is, I mean, it's just white. It's just white.
It's a shade of white.
There.
It's like
there's no.
Where's the hex code? Where'd you see that? Do you see it, Emmet?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think I saw it below.
Where is my bag?
114201 TCX.
But
Where's the
that's not a
fucking
hex
code?
code. Yeah, what is that code? Because they have it here. Yeah, the 114.
GPT.
That's not a hex. Like there's got to be
GPT
a hex code of this, right?
GPT it. Ask ChatGPT. What's the hex code for Cloud Dancer?
11.
Yeah.
It is F0EEE9.
What?
F0, 3 E's and a 9. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think that's
okay. So I guess yeah, this is white, right? The back. So I guess it's slightly off white. Slightly
Yeah,
off
it's like it's a clouds.
If I had to, I had to give a name to it, I'd probably call it Cloud Dancer. I guess just off the top of my head.
Okay. Wait a second.
Fascinating. What a brilliant idea.
238, 233.
So I hope you like that, K2.
Oh
That's
my
the color
God.
of the year.
Okay.
All right, I am gonna try to go to sleep because I gotta get up for work. Wait. Oh, please. Everybody, if you believe in God, pray. If you don't, send your hopes that it's 1 and not noon. Fuck!
Oh no.
It's noon. Where does this live? Winnie.
That still gives you a lot of time, right? Wait, what's your time zone again?
Oh, next. Okay, so I'm 10 minutes away. Bet. Okay, so I got noon. I gotta leave at 11:50. So that means I gotta wake up at 10:50. Oh my god!
IJ, what time is it there?
Right now it's 2. It's 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're. Yeah.
You'll get plenty of sleep. You just gotta go sleep right now.
I know,
Yeah,
but
you're good right now. If you stay up too late, you will not be good.
No,
But you're
but
at least
that-
way
but-
more sober, probably from puking. So you seem a lot better than when you crashed out.
I feel
hour
a
ago.
lot better. I feel a lot better. But also, like, I have a show tomorrow, so it's late enough that I don't think I could take a nap because I got to figure out what the fuck. I mean, unless I'm just, hey, if all of you, hey, if all of you guys on the panel come through, I could just do a hey 5K party. What's good? Oh shit! But if you don't do that, then I'm gonna have to fucking pay attention to the news and figure out something and have a thing to say about a thing.
No, I think you should just cover Donald Trump's tweet about Rob Reiner.
Oh, we actually went over that today.
I already put out a short. I already put a short about that, and I specifically said, "Yeah, I put out a short about that."
What is your take? What is your take, Confluence? Make me mad.
I think it's
tell me
I
your
think
take.
it's. I think it's
may I
very
request?
distasteful. I think it's very distasteful.
Confluence, may I request on my way out if you could pull up that short?
You should see the picture I
like
made of Andy
the
and
Tim
Jesus.
Pool one.
No, the short from my channel. It should be it's either the most recent or the second most recent one, but it's about Rob Reiner and my opinion of Trump and Rob Reiner and all that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's the Indian Jesus official. You need the. You need the. If you search Indian Jesus, it's just going to be Indian shit and Jesus shit. But when you put the, when you get the Indian.
Also, there's like
Jesus.
somehow like 29 people here. I'm not really sure why, but go subscribe to the Indian Jesus live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The second coming of Common Sense. Okay, the most recent one. Okay, here we go. Okay.
There either is a picture of Pluribus or it's not. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I got a picture of Indian Jesus.
Times about it. I'm going to address it right now, and then if you ask me on stream, I'm going to send you to this video. If for no other reason than political optics, you should not be backing Trump and his Truth Social and doubling down of him talking about Rob Reiner like that. Now, let's say you don't even care about that. Let's say you don't even care. The fact that 3 months ago, we were like wagging our fingers, how dare you say mean things about a person who died? And we were right. And now you turn around and you're like, well,
I still think Tim Walz is
it's
a
not as
retard.
bad, but, it's all cool with me. That's if you're a POS and you genuinely do not care about human life. If you do, like those of you who say you are Christians, then maybe the fact that a boomer stuck in the Hollywood bubble not liking Trump is not a good enough reason.
Rob Reiner's a Blue
on
Jay.
someone's grave. And yes, I say dancing on someone's grave because while Trump did not do that, he just, kind of, in Tim Pool's words, could have been a little bit more magnanimous. I've seen a lot of people defending Trump and adding on, being like, well, look at what he said. That's what the left did to Charlie. You have become what we all used to hate, and you're not on my team. If you're so dogmatically then
all right,
we are not
Confluence, show what I
believe
sent you.
in truth and principles,
One at a time.
both of which are necessary to
Oh,
understand why Trump is not the most evil person in the world for what he said, but probably could have said something better, and why I should not be posting videos of political things that Rob Reiner has said the days after he was murdered. We definitely don't have to pretend like Rob Reiner was analogous to Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't matter. You are making fun of someone who died 3 months after we lost Charlie Kirk. You are them. I tweeted a couple times about it.
Wait, is this
still
still
right now?
There we go. There we go.
Did we loop? Yeah, we looped.
I think
right?
that's it.
I tweeted.
I have to ask.
Everybody watch Polaris. But yeah, okay. Wait, what, give me the shit. Give me the shit. What do you guys think?
It's
Emmet has something to say.
okay. All right, let me
waiting
fucking
for
explain
Confluence
these
to
once
load
and
it.
for all. One, okay. I'm sorry to let you all know, but this is fucking different. One was a political
it's not.
assassination based directly. It is. Based
It's almost like I
directly
said
on-
that in the video.
You did say that.
Based
Shout out
direct-
Testicular Johnson. Good to see you.
based directly on their political beliefs of the person, okay? That was the reason why. The other one, it's a murder, and the guy had some shit to say about it, and it's a fucking mean tweet from Trump. And if at this point in the presidency and all the time you've seen Trump, you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna clutch my fucking pearls because he said mean tweet. I'm sorry, but there's like a lot of more important things I fucking care about when it comes to that. They're different things.
Okay, that's two different things.
One is you're a complete and utter hypocrite.
That's two different things.
Yeah, shut the fuck up first. And then second, one is directly, hey, we don't like what you said when it comes to the political arena. We're gonna delete you. And
There
the
you
other
go.
one
That's what
is,
that was the point of that video. So pearl clutching
other
was not a
one-
part of it.
It's per clutching, of course. He didn't.
No, it's not.
He wasn't.
Why
didn't
did-
say he wasn't.
Why did Donald
he
Trump
wasn't-
say that it was okay, or what did he say was the
He
reason?
didn't say it was okay. He was
it something
shit about
okay.
Rob
This
Reiner
man's
taking
political
the-
opinions by chance?
He brought
didn't
up the
say it
very
was
real
okay.
notion of TDS that Rob Reiner had, and I think that is inappropriate.
Political opinions.
I
Political
think
opinions. Wow.
I think
Holy crap.
Trump
They're
could have been
different
like,
things.
I think
Oh,
Trump
how's
could have been like, oh man, this is so sad. And 2 days from now, could have been like, that motherfucker had TDS and blah, 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 blah. He would have already had the fucking statement that was, again, in Tim Pool's words, magnanimous. But he chose not
fine.
to do that.
Let me put it this way.
And
Let me put it this way.
if I said this early in the stream, if Trump was on fucking Mountain High delivering on every fucking promise he ever gave, then, one off-color remark is not a big deal like it was in 2016. But when he's failing in so many fucking ways, this is just adding on to the pile. So, Emmet, let me ask you a specific question. Do you disagree with me that it was not an appropriate time to talk about TDS when addressing the death of Rob Reiner?
It's when he's talk. This is the difference. As I said, there's a difference between the two things. Okay, is it tasteful? No. Is it the best thing to do? I don't think it's the best thing to do. I agree with you on that.
Great,
but
that's it.
At the same time, at this point, I don't fucking care. The difference is how I'm gonna be able to fucking speak, Alexander, or you're gonna have fucking TDS with me. Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you going to overuse that?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, okay? Listen.
Relax,
So, the
Emmet.
difference between one and the other is that in one, they were literally celebrating and telling he deserved it, okay? And then talking about Charlie, they were literally saying, hey, see, he deserved what happened to him because of his political beliefs. And they were pretty much going around and telling everybody how is it that he pretty much fuck around and find out. In this case, is fucking Trump being kind of a dumbass, but he did not celebrate it. One, and he wasn't like, he was just telling the guy that it's because of your TDS,
So you
which is a
agree
little
with
bit
me?
of a dick move.
I'm sorry.
So you're just reiterating what I said
But
in the video.
Emmett,
I agree. I agree with the idea, but I don't think it's the greatest thing ever. I think it's just. I think it's. There are things that we have to actually think about that are way
Yeah,
more.
I never placed this in a relevance or in a hierarchy of relevance of things that are going on in the world. I gave my opinion on what this was, and I said exactly what you just said.
Nah, Emmett, you need to put a seatbelt on for all that dick riding you just did. Sorry, dude.
Oh, you need to watch.
That was a lot of dick you just wrote, is what he's saying.
Yeah, but can he repeat that?
Buckle up.
Yeah. Can you repeat that correctly?
I could, yeah.
Can you please do it then?
Nah.
Wait, Emmett, are you establishing? Wait. I just want to understand. Emmett, are you establishing that if he can't reiterate everything that you just said, that he's wrong?
No. I wanted him to repeat what he said because I didn't understand what he was saying.
I think
I thought he was responding to what you were saying. And then you asked him.
He responded to something I was saying, but I don't know what he actually said. So I wanted to know what he said. But he's
right,
too much
but
of a
then
pussy
you
to even
just
say
said,
it.
"What did I say?" And do you remember what I said? And then you said, "What did I say?" So the question.
I said, "What did
so it
you
seems like
say?"
you're saying if you can't reiterate verbatim what I just said, then you have nothing to say.
Lodge, I asked him, "What did you say?" I was talking about his position because I didn't get it.
Okay.
Okay, but
Not
his
mine.
position is that you're dick riding for Trump, right? I don't know his exact words, but that is his
Yeah,
position.
I just want to know what was the
He said something
wording.
about buckle up, so I don't know if he was.
Yeah, that's what you need
buckle
to put a
up?
seatbelt on, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm buckling up.
Wild ride,
Is that okay for you that I'm buckling up, or do you need more
don't care.
information about that?
Go off, Adam. Say what you got to say.
So if we can, Emmett.
Uh-huh.
So you're saying it's different. How is it different? Because it's the
I
president.
already explained
saying
it to
this kind of
you. I already explained it to you.
Hold on.
Well, maybe we're too stupid. When people ask a question, it means they don't understand. So if you've explained something already, when somebody asks a question, it means they didn't understand the answer.
No.
You could be a dick and say
somebody-
you already explained it, or you can explain it again.
When somebody is assassinated directly for their political beliefs and everybody is pretty much celebrating it, and the other one is a lot of in our side, most of the people is like, hey, you know what? That's a freaking dick move to say. You shouldn't be fucking saying it anyway. And we're not actually celebrating his death. And he wasn't assassinated for his political beliefs. Isn't that different? The situation is not different. Okay.
Can I point something out, Emmett?
Sure. Do you know what the difference is? Not a single Democratic political leader said anything about that. Whereas you have the president of the country saying,
not a single
it's because he had
Democratic political
TDS,
leader said that.
everything.
Not a single one. You sure?
You know, Emmett.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Are you sure about that?
Wait. Yeah, Alex. I mean, it depends what you mean.
So
some people soft justified it, right? Where they're like, this is a bad thing, but he was a purveyor of fascism and he did all this, and which I would say is kind of what Trump said. Trump said it's bad, but also he has Trump derangement syndrome and blah blah, which I think are both bad. And I agree with Emmet that it's the political angle makes it different. But I think both are bad. And we did see Democrat leaders do exactly what Trump did. Trump's not celebrating it. He's saying.
And there's another thing. There's one more thing. The base of the Republican Party are not like, yay, he fucking died. Most of them are like, you know what, it's a fucking tragedy. That's what most people said. Okay?
Yes,
in
but
fact,
you
most people are saying,
just said,
what the fuck?
oh, well.
And I don't care.
I said that South Park predicted his death.
Don't care. If there's gonna be people literally calling me fascist in the middle of a panel and then pretending that it doesn't mean anything, and they can just go around saying that Ryan,
someone call you a fascist?
Wait,
who called you a fascist?
Ryan, and then he can just go around being with everybody,
Ryan did do that.
and then it's
what
gonna
are you
go
talking
ahead
about?
and
Ryan
that
the
K2?
coder. Ryan the coder. Like the Ryan we all know.
Right, coder.
Ryan,
called me
who's
a
not
fascist,
here
right?
right now? You're fighting
Yes,
ghosts, bro?
I'm not saying
I've
that.
seen this happen. I've seen Ryan says I'm
he
swimming in
did do it. I
fascist
can
water, and he is
verify that.
Ryan directly is
you're
called
saying
Emmet.
he's
I
a
am
fascist.
not
Said to you
saying
before,
that.
not just
I am
now.
not saying
Yeah.
that.
Emmet
My
is
apologies.
what's the
My
word
apologies, I
Emmet? I'm trying
misunderstood.
to think.
Sorry.
Monarchy, not a fascist.
and then yeah, I'm a monarchist. So if people are gonna go ahead and be able to just say shit like that to me directly, okay, and I have to pretend that I'm just to be holier than thou. Why should I?
But
This
Emmet,
is a different, complete settings. The guy did not die because of his political beliefs.
Okay,
he had
Emmet,
TDS.
if I can challenge you, with something, I said this before earlier. What you're saying, it sounds very what Destiny was saying when he was pushed on various things after he said remarks. And his justification was, look, Dave Rubin, you've said stuff about Paul Pelosi, so you have no right. All these right-wing people, so why they've attacked the left, so then why would I? That sounds like, I don't think it's a good path to go down, right? Like, we don't want to be like, the left has done this, so I will condemn this. We should just be like, yeah, I condemn this. It's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Which
What was
did
the
say
thing he
it's
said about?
distasteful.
What was the thing? What was the thing he said about Cory Compatore?
Destiny?
Mm-hmm.
He said
why is that relevant? I think the only purpose of bringing up Destiny is to mirror what you're saying.
Super chat.
Yeah,
I'm
just but either way, what he actually said, yeah, he was despicable in what he said. But I think what Confluence is doing is bringing up a comparison between what you're saying and what he was saying.
He said, he said he deserved it. He said he deserved it.
No,
but
right. So it sounds like you're saying the same thing. Why is it different than what you're saying?
No,
how is it different than what you're saying?
Analogy.
Yeah,
You're missing
did
the
I
point of
say
the
that he
analogy.
deserved?
No.
Did I say that he deserved to be murdered by his son?
You didn't say that. You didn't say the point of the analogy is to say that Destiny was saying and other people on the left too. So if you don't want to look at Destiny, other people have said, well, what people have said when they're celebrating Kirk's death is bad, but I won't condemn it because the left does this all the time. And now it sounds like when Trump is doing this, you're like, well, the left has done this to me. And so it's like, if the left can say the right wing has done this, then I feel like, are we playing the same game when we're like, well, the left has done this, so I'm not going to condemn this.
The difference is on how it was done and why, okay? And the reason, what I'm saying is I don't think it's newsworthy. It doesn't matter. I don't care about it. There's a thing.
He is the goddamn president of the United States, though. I mean, it is like...
This is just news. This is gossiping. Oh, the president... Trump did mean tweet again. It reminds me of the time that he mean tweeted and Ben Shapiro.
So is Charlie Kirk's death just gossip news and drama?
Why did he die?
Actually, I would argue.
So the question was, wait. The question was,
why did Charlie Kirk
wait. The question was Charlie Kirk's death drama and gossip?
Why did he die?
Can you answer the question without answering asking the question?
No, because he died.
It's a very simple yes or no question.
Do you want
Charlie Kirk's death?
Candace Owens answer, or do you want the real
was
answer?
Charlie Kirk's death?
No, because he was assassinated in a political matter. He was politically assassinated in front of his audience. Oh, he wasn't assassinated publicly in front of his audience.
We know that. We fucking know that. We fucking know that.
You fucking retard. Okay, so one is that, and the other one is he was murdered, which was very tragically, by the way, by his son in his house. And I don't think it was a good thing that happened. I don't think it was a wise thing for fucking Trump to say it. He was digging around like a fucking idiot in this case. But at the end, I don't think this is like, oh my god, it's the end of the fucking world.
Okay,
I agree. If I may,
by fucking Donald Trump.
Okay, wait. I want to ask one thing. I want to ask one thing. Emmet, let's pretend alternate world. Charlie was just murdered in a non-political way. Let's say he was. It was just like a personal thing, and someone offs him, and then like Kamala Harris kind of says a Trump adjacent tweet. Right? She says we would all be like, "What the fuck?" We wouldn't just call. I wouldn't call that drama. I would say you're despicable. That's like fucked up. Like this guy died, and
I would care a lot less if that would happen. Like even
and that's fair. Hold on, that's fair.
Gossip.
But hold on,
it's a
that's fair.
Despicable thing that a politician.
Hold on, Confluence. That's fair.
That's fair. If he says, I don't care that if the people that I don't politically agree with die, that's fair. But let's acknowledge that's what you said.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said
I would care
that
a
if
lot
Kamala
less.
Harris has said that about Charlie Kirk.
But Emmett, nobody cares about what you care. We care about what represents as a president. Hold on, Emmett. As the president,
this is all
of the United
opinion based,
States.
Adam. This is all opinion based. What? Okay, this was Indian
Well, hold on. Let him talk.
This was Confluence opinion. This was my opinion.
Emmett, hold on. Let him talk. Let him say his thing.
But if it's the president of the United States, okay, who is saying this thing, right? Whatever it is,
B word.
Okay. Even if you don't care about Rob Reiner or what Trump says about it, it is the fact that it is the president who is saying this thing.
I care about two things. Did he celebrate it? He said he was like celebrating it. He thought it was a good thing that happened.
Yes, he was celebrating it.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't go that far.
disagree.
I don't think he celebrated.
Hold on.
I don't think he celebrated.
That's exactly what he said.
He's celebrating.
We can pull up the tweet. We had the tweet up earlier. I wouldn't call it a celebration.
Did he say
I think it was. I think it was very immoral, but I don't think it was a celebration.
Very simple. Did he say something like this? I understand that it's a tragedy, but he was a fucking fascist that had it coming because he's a fucking fascist.
Okay, just so we're all on the same page, let's read it real quick. Okay, a very sad thing happened. Can we all see this? Yes, we can. So a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us for help, perhaps like never before, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace. To me, I don't. That's weird. That's interesting. I think that's bad. I don't see that as. I don't see celebrating there. I think it's messed up that he says he died because he had TDS, even though it's a personal struggle and his son killed him. I think it's insane to link that to Rob Reiner's political views, but I don't see him. I wouldn't call it celebrating. I don't.
Yeah, did he say? Did he say?
Celebrating that he's alive, he's successful.
Let me put it this way.
Come on.
Let me put it this way. Did he say something similar to? I understand that this is a tragedy, but he had it coming because he's a fucking communist.
Who said that?
So how is that different than the people who said Charlie Kirk had it coming? How is that different than people who said?
Yeah, because he was a fucking fascist, right? So that's what they said.
No,
right.
You don't see the difference.
Right. So you agree with them?
Hold on.
You don't see.
Hold on.
You don't see the difference between them.
I see it, but you're using the same logic that they are.
Again,
no, I'm not.
They?
Wait. You disagree, Emmet?
You never see nobody when it happened celebrating the dead, say pretty much they deserve it because he was a fascist.
But Emmet,
you don't know. You don't have any information about it.
I'm not talking about my opinion.
Who said
Emmet,
that?
do you disagree with the notion that the people who were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death genuinely thought he was a fascist and a racist and all those things?
No, I don't agree with
you. Think that people were making videos celebrating the death of somebody that they didn't think was a racist or a fascist, but they were saying he was a racist and fascist for what reason?
Because of their political beliefs.
Which political beliefs?
Due to political ideation.
I want to nail you down on this.
The ones that are making the video celebrating the death are lefties, and they have a specific political idea that is dangerous and violent.
Right.
Yep.
And so then you just explicitly said exactly the same thing that they've said that you are now calling violent.
No.
What is the difference between what you said and what they said? What's the difference?
What part of that tweet says these guys died because he was
No, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about you.
What are you talking about?
Trump almost literally said that, though, Emmet. I will say that. He did
didn't
say
say
he
that they
died
deserve to
because of
die.
his Trump derangements. Like he
We
did
don't even need
say.
to bring that
He
in.
did
We
say
don't even
that.
to bring that in. Let's
I know,
focus
I'm
on the
just saying
fact.
because Emmet's
Let's
saying, did
focus
he
on the
say this? He
fact.
almost actually
Hold on.
kind of did say
He
that.
actually basically did say that.
If I may, if I may take the floor,
Indian, I need. Yeah, go ahead. Let me ask
I
you
want
questions,
I
'cause
just
I'm not
want to
getting
lay this out so we understand what exactly I'm asking. We are saying that when the legitimate, so you admit it legitimately, the people who were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death legitimately believed that he was a fascist and a racist, and therefore it was okay in their minds, not to us, but in their minds, it was okay to celebrate this death. And now you are saying, well, Rob Reiner was a commie, so it's okay to, well, we weren't celebrating his death, but it's no big deal. We don't fucking care.
Lodge.
And it's not
I'm
a big
asking-
deal that we are showing
Lodge.
can I finish?
You're
We're,
too-
it doesn't,
yeah, you're
hold
too
on,
drunk.
hold on, I'm almost done. It doesn't matter that we are showing the hypocrisy of saying 3 months ago, how dare you? How dare you? Charlie Kirk, he died, and now you're making fun. And then 3 months later, we're like, ha, 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 guy died. And you don't see any issues with that.
One, I haven't celebrated it. Two, I never said that. I never said that he died because he was a commie. I ask, is in any part of the post that he died because of his political beliefs?
Yes.
Yes.
Trump
Which part of the-
says that in the
Ooh.
post.
What do you think
Yeah.
No, Trump actually.
So
yeah,
unless you think that Trump was randomly just spouting off about random shit, then
No,
yes,
he
the
was
fact that it was in
talking
the same truth
specifically.
social post.
Again, let's just this part has passed away reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction. No, with the microwaves, he's known as Trump. So I would say, that's not what actually with Charlie Kirk.
Just bad comedy.
With Charlie Kirk, he actually died for his political views. With Rob Reiner, he didn't. But Trump is falsely saying, I think, that he died because of his Trump derangement syndrome. Which again, I think we all agree that's not true. Like there's no reason to think that he was killed by his son and he slit the throat of his mom because of Trump derangement syndrome. Because like we know that's not the case. And so I think Trump saying that is bad. And Emmet, you agree it's bad. So I think we all at least agree it's distasteful.
I think it's a stupid thing to say. And I think
Yeah.
it's very distasteful. And you shouldn't have said it. But at the same time, I don't think it's newsworthy at all.
Just use the word bad.
What?
Just use the word
I
bad.
didn't use the word bad. I said distasteful.
I know, that's why I said just use the word bad. Or do you think it's
Oh,
not
are you
bad?
tone policing us now, Alex?
I am actually, yeah.
I think it is bad and distasteful. I just
Okay,
think distasteful
perfect.
sounds
Let's go
like
ahead.
a better word, you know. But it is
amazing, Alex. What the fuck is bad?
What's bad?
Yeah, what is bad?
Come on, bro.
Something that isn't good, I would guess.
Well,
Something that
where's
causes-
your
what is good?
Where's your etymology base? You can't say anything is bad unless you prove to be objective
so you're just gonna
morality
use
is absolute and higher than the
let's go
orthodox
with
God.
morality. Where do you get your morals from? You get your fucking preferences, and I can use my fucking preferences, right? Let's go with preferences then, right? It's my preferences. Oh, well, then tell me, where do you get your morals from?
Okay, prove God exists.
Yeah. Let's go with morality.
Prove God exists. Otherwise, you are also going on your preferences. You prefer
a mind
to
is
agree
needed
to
for-
accept that God exists. Prove God
very
exists.
simple. Yeah, a mind is needed in order for us to be able to access universals. Without the mind of God, there cannot be one.
How do you know
is the
that?
argument.
That's a claim. That's a
Because
claim.
it's
I'm asking you to prove the claim.
That is the argument. Okay.
No.
Okay, that's a claim. Do you not know the difference between a claim and an argument?
B1.
You
we
are
have access to
claiming that
universal.
God is
P2,
X, Y, Z.
a mind is
What
needed
I'm
to have
asking you is not
universals.
for the claim.
Conclusion,
I'm asking you for
I
the
need a
argument that
universal
God
mind
is what you
needed
say
for us
it
to
is.
have universal categories. Otherwise, it's impossible to access them.
How do you know that?
Hold on.
How do you know it's
I
impossible?
already gave you the argument.
No. Emmet.
How do you know you know anything? In fact, in order for us to have knowledge, which is a universal category, I would need to be able to have access to a mind, universal one.
Emmet,
I
you
already
made
told
it.
you
Emmet.
You're not understanding the argument because you're way too fucking drunk.
Emmet. You made a claim that
What
X
is the
is
claim?
impossible. I'm
Now
just
you're the one-
asking for you to.
You're the one
I
interrupting
made the
every
claim.
sentence now.
What?
I
How
made
do
the
you know?
claim that in order to have X, you need to have Y. That
Okay.
is the argument.
No, that's not. To
Yes.
prove that claim.
It's a transcendental argument. Have you ever read one? Have you ever read about it?
But to say that thus this requires that is in itself a claim and an argument. So you must justify the claim. Otherwise, you are a priori taking an axiom that you have not justified. You're smuggling in a pretense. Prove that God is a priori.
Not.
Prove.
I told you.
You
very
can't.
simple.
Oh, you can't.
I can go ahead and go. Okay, I'm gonna do it again.
Because we all understand that Christianity is based on faith, not knowledge.
I'm gonna explain this. I'm gonna explain the argument again so you understand it. Okay.
Okay.
The molecule of water needs oxygen and hydrogen.
The fuck did I walk back
Hydrogen
into?
and oxygen.
He's trying to prove God exists.
Yeah, water exists. The molecule of water needs hydrogen and oxygen, thus hydrogen and oxygen exist.
Has anyone ever seen that under a microscope or no?
Under a microscope? What do you what? No.
Has anyone ever seen?
That's not how it works.
Okay, how does it work, homie? How does it work? Just whatever you imagine in your head.
It's impossible to see an atom.
What?
Is it possible to see an atom?
Yes.
No.
Have you heard of quantum telescopes, motherfucker? What do you mean? Yes.
That is not.
How do you think we do the double slit experiment? We need to observe individual atoms. Honey, sweetie baby. Honey, sweetie baby, you might be the best fucking person at what the scripture says, but you don't know jack shit about the real world.
You don't. What are you looking at? Do you know what you're looking at? Hey, stop it.
Okay. So maybe if I'm wrong, then you should very easily be able, in 2 or 3 sentences, to be able to explain to me what the double slit experiment is.
Before we can't. You can see atoms under a microscope. You
cannot see atoms most of the time. What you see.
No, you
cannot see atoms.
Yeah, just like the Earth is 6,000 years old, right? Just like the Earth is 6,000 years old, right? Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god!
And even
what you
then,
normally see is what you usually see is the
what was the double
electronic cloud. Most of the time is what you see, the electronic cloud.
But you're seeing something.
So what was the double slit experiment?
Also, you're not seeing an atom. You're usually seeing a molecule because the molecule, like you cannot see hydrogen. Is the molecule of hydrogen because they cannot exist on their own.
That's not true. So what is the double slit experiment? Prove to me.
I don't know that one specifically.
Oh, you don't know that one specifically? The only one that's relevant to what the fuck we're talking about. An existence.
It's very likely. It's very likely I know it, but I just don't remember the name because I'm really bad with names.
So let me explain. If you allow me, I'll explain it.
Double slit. I feel like we just talked about this.
Yeah, I'll explain it rather quickly. Maybe you don't know it by name. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not trying to trap you. Maybe you don't know it by name, but the notion that when you send protons across a space,
photons, not protons, right?
Well,
photons, light.
Photon. Right. So when you send photons across a space, and there is not an observation, and there's 2
splits
through where they can go, then you will see a smatter.
And if not, you see like
the interference, pattern.
You'll see like a smatter of different things.
Yes.
But when you measure that happening, you will see 2 individual molecules going through one slit or the other, and not a smatter. So the notion of it can't be what I don't even remember what you just said, but it was wrong.
You don't see that.
Are you familiar? So okay, wait, hold on. I'm giving you the credit that maybe you didn't know it by name. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? The double slit experiment?
I'm familiar, but
what do you think the double slit experiment? What do you think the double slit experiment talks about?
Well, here's the thing. You cannot see it, so you need to use instrumentation. We are not sure if the instrumentation is the one that's causing the phenomenon.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking you.
Oh, God. Well, I'm telling you what is the problem with what you're selling me.
I'm not asking you the problem. I'm asking you the conclusion. What is their conclusion from the double slit experiment?
That observation, what they call observation, is changing the parameters of the experiment itself.
There you go.
The problem. listen to this. You cannot observe it. You use different, you use systems usually to try to figure out what's going on. So this is a problem. We don't know if the instruments we're using to try to measure what's going on is actually affecting the experiment or not. That is one of the big issues. We just don't know yet.
Sure, I agree.
Because it's so fucking small.
I agree.
So we can actually see. It's like our eyes are locked in.
The problem isn't the smallness.
To try to measure.
The problem is the problem of the observer. No, it's not. That's nothing to do with it. The problem is the observer effect, and we can't take ourselves out of it. So it could be the Everett's interpretation, the Copenhagen's interpretation, right? And there's no way for us to actually like figure out which one it is.
So
and it's not a size issue. It's just
right. And so when you come back to, I have the objective absolute morality.
That's right.
Based on what? Based on your preferences to believe the things that are in the scriptures and nothing else.
That's what I said, or did I give you a different argument? What was my argument? Do you know my argument?
Nope.
You need access to transcendental categories that are mind dependent. So you need that transcendental mind in order to be able to just access them. That is the argument.
Okay, what is it? What does that mean?
Is the transcendental mind exists.
What is a transcendental mind? What do you mean by that?
Transcendental. Well, do you use any knowledge-based claims, for example, like knowledge? Do you have any knowledge?
I don't think so. I think no. It depends on how you define knowledge. I don't think we can ever know anything for 100% certainty.
If you have no knowledge, I can't actually talk about it with you, right?
Okay, but I don't think that you have any knowledge either.
I grant you but that would be a knowledge claim, right? So you have to know that I have no knowledge. So how do you get that knowledge?
It's not knowledge. It is
knowledge because you have an idea. Knowledge of me.
May I?
How do you know what I know? You said you don't know anything. If you don't know anything, then how the fuck do you know what I know?
May I?
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead.
So based on the notion that I understand that nothing can be known with 100% certainty, down to the fact that I might be a brain in a vat, that the fact that I don't even know you actually exist as a real person, that unless you have the justification that you can bring me that knowledge, then no, I don't think that knowledge exists in the first place. I'm not claiming. Hold on. Let me finish the fucking sentence. I'm not making an absolute. You go ahead, and I'll go when you're done.
Yeah, well, the claim that you make that I will actually grant you is I don't know. So if you don't know, it's fine. I grant it to you. I grant you your ignorance.
You are not listening.
If you're gonna make a knowledge, if you're gonna make a knowledge claim about what I know, then you have to justify your knowledge first.
That's where you're wrong, honey, sweetie baby.
Yeah,
that's where you're wrong, honey, sweetie baby.
You're making the claim. We're not the same.
You're right. You don't actually listen to what you're being told, so you just jump to assumptions about what people are saying.
I am. I
let you go so that I could go when you were done. May I finish?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I was saying is that I don't believe this is a fake.
Don't care.
Okay, let's say his piece.
No, he's got more.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Earlier when you were saying
Emmett's about to cook.
Statement. You complained about not being able to statement out.
Why are you guys not letting
If it's about a belief claim, so I have to agree with his beliefs, but he cannot agree with my beliefs. It's like, what is the point of
Alex? I want to hear Alex, and then Emmet. Okay, Alex, then Emmet, and then we'll get Brandon in here, and then Lutch. I feel Lutch is kind of, I think, got a bit frustrated and ceded his time to Alex in my mind. So if you're okay with that, Alex, sound off.
It's their show, motherfucker. Don't be fucking asking me what to do with your show.
All right. So, when he was saying he believes, he's not making a truth claim.
Thank you.
Yeah, but then what is it? It's a preference-based claim. It's a preference-based claim.
Emmett, please, let's let
Alex finish. Is it a preference-based claim?
Alice, please. Emmett, please let Alex finish, and then you
is it a preference-based claim?
What did Brandon say?
You don't even know.
Oh, are you about to get?
No, it's just a preference-based claim. Okay.
Emmet,
So I have
please,
to, I have
just
to
like
use
yours.
his preference.
Just like all of
Emmet,
yours.
just let Alex talk for a bit, and then you can talk.
Do you know-
Okay,
No,
otherwise
I never made a
can't
preference-based
I can't
claim. I made a
follow.
You know
knowledge
what
claim.
All right, you got to mute this motherfucker, dude.
Hold on, do you know
Like,
what
come on, dude.
claim is, Emmet? Do you have an idea? Or are you just
Of what?
do you know what preference-based claim is? Do you have
Yeah,
any
it is.
idea?
It is made. The grounding of it is my preference.
Oh, he prefers to believe you might not exist.
Yeah.
What? Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
is the grounding?
My
What
apology.
is the grounding? What is
My
his grounding,
apologies.
Alex?
His
What is
lack,
his grounding?
his lack of certainty
His grounding
in
was
your
his belief,
existence
right?
is a preference for him.
His
You're
grounding
right.
was his
Absolutely
belief,
true.
right?
No, I see what you're saying. So when
His grounding was
when
his belief.
I question whether you really exist or you're some amorphous being that someone's
Yeah, I
constructed in
agree
my
with
head,
you. You can be an ignorant.
I mean,
fool.
shut the fuck
Sure.
up, dude.
that's a preference.
Are you
right?
that
That's a
insecure that you
preference. That's
can't
a
let
thing.
anybody else talk?
I just want to clarify. That's a preference to you.
I agree with you. You
Is it a
can be.
preference?
I grant you your ignorance, Alexander.
No. Is it a preference? Is that a preference?
I grant you your ignorance.
Is it a preference? It's a preference.
Yes, I think it is.
Oh, okay. So then we can't talk because we can't agree on definitions or words because you seem to think that my questioning of something is a
You are
preference.
questioning your things because you don't know, because you don't have access to knowledge. I grant you your ignorance. When you say, "Oh,
But you do.
are the
But you
same."
do, right?
No.
What knowledge you have? Give us that knowledge. Give us that knowledge. Prove that you have that knowledge, Emmet. Give us that knowledge.
The grounding, the
Prove it.
grounding is.
Give
the
us that
grounding
knowledge.
is-
What's
the
that knowledge?
grounding- The grounding of my knowledge claim has to do with the transcendental mind, in which I actually have access to it, and then I can make knowledge
prove
claims
it.
based on the fact that knowledge exists.
Okay.
You said I
prove
don't
that.
know. I say I do know. Okay.
I'm not claiming you don't know anything. You said you have access to the transcendental mind. How do you know
make
that?
claim?
Prove that.
You make that claim. You make that claim. When
I
ask
made
you,
no
do you
claim.
know-
I made whoa. You
when
said
I ask
you
you-
whoa. You said you have access to the transcendental mind. Did you or did you not say
Yeah.
it? Okay.
That is
Can
the
you prove that
basic-
claim? Can you prove that claim?
Yeah, because I can make knowledge claims.
Okay. So how does making knowledge claims prove that you have access to
because I have access to
a version?
mathematics.
So then you're saying there's a version of the mind that I'm not, me and Alex are not access to, that we
No, you do
because
have
we can't
access
make
to it, and you
knowledge
use it
claims.
all the time.
No.
So,
He-
okay.
stop.
Then how
make
can you?
knowledge claims all of the time.
If I may.
But when I ask you about
Emmett,
knowledge, you said
then
I
would
don't
like
have
for you to
knowledge. And then I
justify
said,
in a syllogism how it
Knowledge.
is.
Let me explain it to you. You make knowledge claims all the time, okay? And most of the time people accept it as something you use. When I ask you, do you have any knowledge? You said, no, I don't. And I said, okay, fine. I grant you your ignorance then. And then you said, no, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, I don't have any knowledge, but nobody else have any knowledge. And that's a knowledge claim. That means that you know that nobody else has any knowledge.
No, that's
That
a
is
faith
a knowledge
claim.
It
That's
is
a
knowledge
faith claim.
Lodge.
That's
Do
not
you
a
know
faith
God
claim.
exists,
That's a
or do you
knowledge
believe
claim.
God exists?
Emmet,
You
stop for a second.
fucking retard! It's not that fucking
It is a knowledge
complicated.
claim. You means that you know that nobody
Can
else.
I get a
No,
clarification
I
from you, Lodge?
believe in
There
the
we
same
go.
way that
Yeah,
you wouldn't
but then
say, I
the-
know
in that
exactly
belief-
that God
in
exists.
that
I have
belief-
faith. It's a leap of faith that you must
I'm
take
not
to
even
believe in
doing
God.
it. I'm
And
not
that is
even
the
going to
beauty of
faith.
Christianity. And Orthodox
You're
religion is
losing your
taking that
mind
leap
because
of
it has nothing
faith
to
in
do
the
with
same
faith.
way that you would
Can I-
say
can I
that
bring this
somehow
up?
you can't fucking
The
understand
argument
that
has
somebody else
nothing
would
to
have the
do
same
with
exact
faith.
position in a
Okay,
different claim.
okay.
It's ridiculous
The
and
argument has
pathetic.
nothing to do with faith.
Were
But
you talking that whole time?
But you are making an argument from
Was
faith.
he talking that whole time?
I was making an argument from
Yeah, he
faith.
was talking-
I think you were both talking that whole time. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so hold on, Emmet.
Wow.
Just so you understand, he's not saying he knows you don't know anything. He's saying he doesn't believe that you have any more access to any more knowledge or information or reality than
Why
he does.
do I care of a person believes that knows
Why do we
nothing?
care about your personal
I
beliefs?
don't
Why are
know.
we-
You fucking asked
that
me,
was not the question.
motherfucker.
The question is not about me. The question
Well,
is,
yeah,
why
if
do
I-
I care
You
about a
asked
person
me.
that says
If
that
I can-
knows nothing?
Yeah, if I can, yeah, for Emmett's point, right? Emmett is saying he believes that he possesses knowledge, right? IJ is saying he doesn't possess it. So,
Yes.
Alex, is it not fair then would we not care more about the person who is believing in that knowledge is possible to possess versus someone who's not?
Why?
I don't know.
Why,
I don't know if-
Confluence?
Hold on,
Why?
hold on.
Why would we do that, Confluence? Why would we do
because
that?
Hold on,
because it
please,
seems
let
that-
me answer.
Okay.
Answer.
Go ahead.
Please. Yes, you're right. We would normally go with the person who has something to
making the
say,
affirmative claim.
because the person who's saying I don't know has nothing to prove, and they're not really saying anything in general, right? But you can also make the argument that just because you hear voices in your head, it doesn't mean there's somebody talking to you.
Did I
right?
say? Did I say I hear voices in my head?
Shut up!
Did I say
I'm not even
that?
talking to you. I'm not even talking to you. Or about
I'm not
you.
even talking to you.
Be quiet.
I'm not even doing anything.
Thank you.
I'm not even.
You
I'm gonna
can-
go
you can
ahead and
stop
pretend that I'm
interrupting
gonna
for about,
do
like,
pretty stupid
I don't know.
stuff.
Okay, well,
and I'm gonna be like,
let's
let Alex finish.
Converts, you might need to hit that. You might need to hit that fucking mute button, bro. There's one of us here who's been talking over everybody else.
Well, if he makes claims that are completely retarded,
we're
I'm
gonna
say
just
I'm
let
thinking
well,
about
let Alex.
making knowledge claims.
Every time
Can
you
know
make a
that
claim
2
that
plus
I
2
don't like,
equals
I'm
4?
just going to talk over you. Is that how you want it?
I'm trying to
Can you
figure
know that 2 plus 2 equals 4?
No, Emmet.
Confluence, if I was you, Confluence, if I was you, I would say let Alex finish, let Emmet respond, and then let's bring Brandon into the conversation. Just my humble opinion.
I'm trying.
Just my humble opinion.
Emmet,
That's what I would say.
Emmet,
It's your show.
defensiveness can just come down a little bit, okay? Every time I make a statement that you disagree with, you can't just interrupt me, all right? Because
Can you
maybe
stop
I have a
talking about
follow-up
meta and
point.
just answer the shit?
Bro, shut
Emmett,
up!
please, Emmett, please. I don't. You know, I would
That's
feel
it.
really bad about muting. I don't want to mute. But let Alex just talk. Even if you hate what he says, just let him just say his
I'm
thing,
a
and then
big
you can
meanie.
talk.
Yeah. I know that I'm a big meanie that can't shut up. Can you move on?
Just
No.
let
That's
Alex
not
just
the
say.
point.
Because I'm trying to understand what Alex is saying
Just
too.
mute
Because
him,
I'm
man.
on. Emmett, I'm
Just
more on
mute-
your side on this. I'm trying to understand what the point is, because I'm more on your side of saying, yeah, you say you have knowledge, and so Alex was in the middle of that, and then but now so I want to hear the rest of it.
The problem with disconnecting somebody in the middle of the argument when they make a point you don't like is they may have follow-up points that explain their position and why it's relevant. The fact that Lutch, all he got to say was, I don't believe you have access to something I don't, and you immediately interrupted him, means that he can't actually finish his point, which means that you don't know what he was going to say, which means that whatever your interruption is, it's not based off any actual knowledge or understanding. You're interrupting him so he can't make a point because you don't want to have to contend with it. All right? That's all.
Okay, Emmett.
Mic drop.
This is
I'm gonna
my
have
unique
to-
idea. It's going to be Emmett and then Brandon, and I came up with that order.
So
Okay.
I literally have to come up with this. But his idea was not that. He actually changed his position in the middle of it. It was pretty simple. I said, starting with. Give me a second.
You gotta spin up a narrative. Let him spin up the narrative of how I changed my mind. That's adorable.
What we were talking directly was about the knowledge claim, which Lodge has made a lot of, by the way, as well as Alexander. When he said, no, I don't have access to knowledge and I don't know anything, then I said, okay, I grant you your ignorance. And then he said, no, but you don't know anything. That's what he said. And then I said,
isn't what you said.
Then, that is exactly what he
But
said.
that is
So
what I
said,
believe. I may be wrong, but I believe that I don't have access to
No,
certainty, and
okay,
neither do you.
I'm not.
What is wrong with that belief?
Yeah, I'm not the only one that interrupts here. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
okay, yeah.
when I
Evan,
said
keep going.
when I said specifically, when I said that that's a knowledge claim, so that means that you know that I don't know. That's exactly a knowledge claim. He lost his mind, and he's like, no, I believe. But why would I care about the belief of something that's someone that says I have no knowledge? That is one of the problems. And then you said, well, he's saying, and this is why I interrupted you. He's saying that he has knowledge, but we don't care about what people with voices in their head are saying, which implies that I am mentally ill. Okay? So maybe you're too stupid to understand your own fucking entailments of what you're saying. Okay? When you're like, oh my god, I don't know what the fuck my words mean, but I do understand them. And that's why I told you, hey, that is not what I said. What I'm talking about is knowledge claims. I can make knowledge claims. I can base them in the idea of the transcendental mind. That's an argument in and of itself. If you don't believe in it, I don't give a shit. If your only idea for belief is I don't know anything anyway.
Okay,
right?
we're gonna
Why
go
would
to
I care about
Brandon.
it?
But a
Can I
brief
get two
thing,
sentences?
I think I know Alex enough that I don't. Alex, I think, was moving to something. I don't think Alex was saying you were hearing voices and you're meant to. I don't.
That's
Alex,
exactly
correct me
what
wrong.
he said. Confluence.
Can I get 2 seconds?
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if people don't get
with like
words.
2 sentences, okay?
Okay, two
When
sentences
I
each,
was
and then
talking about
Okay,
that,
2 sentences each,
I
and we
was
gotta bring in Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon, you're a
I
fucking
was-
trooper. I'm sorry, but we
when I
appreciate you.
said that, I was not talking about you. I was walking to a point that you never let me finish. Okay.
Yeah, what is the difference between a person that listens to
Hold on,
voices in their
Emmet.
head and a person that has any kind of
Hold
knowledge?
on,
Do you
Emmet. You
know?
got your turn. Well, you got your turn.
Well, you
So
completely
I
misunderstood what I
also did
said.
not make any
Apparently.
knowledge claims. I made belief claims. It's adorable that you Christians don't understand the
make belief
difference between
claims.
knowledge and
You
faith.
know what? We're
and
never
that's your
going to
whole
get to
fucking thing.
Brandon.
The second point.
We're going to Brandon.
Well, if that is the case, I just prefer.
Where did he
What
go?
the hell?
Did he kick himself out? That's funny.
Yeah, he killed
All
himself.
right, all right. Wait, let's give the floor to Brandon. Brandon, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, you're running tag, so the first premise of tag is something like God is necessary for knowledge. And well, there's a few clarifications I want to make there. Are we talking about logically necessary?
We're talking. Yeah, we're talking about logic. It's like
I missed what Brandon said. I got too excited. I exited myself. Brandon, sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Emmet, are we talking about logically necessary? Logically necessary. That's what Emmett's responding to.
Okay. And what do you mean by knowledge? What's your theory of knowledge?
Knowledge would be a metaphysical thing that we have access to. So when we're talking about our mind, we can understand things and have access to knowledge-based claims. So justify.
Well, you just used the word knowledge again. That's what we're trying to figure out the meaning of.
So it would be like data that is justified in order for us to make sense of the world.
So like a justified true belief.
By true belief.
Okay, so what's the argument for the first premise of tag?
The argument is we have access to knowledge. Knowledge is a transcendental category. We need a transcendental mind in order to justify.
Well, you just said need.
Thus,
that's another word for necessary.
I'm sorry, what's
You're just
tag?
begging.
What's tag?
It's the transcend. Yeah.
Wait,
so when you say
again?
transcendental argument for God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, when you
said
keep
that-
saying the
said that
word,
we need it, it's necessary, right?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah, so you're
necessary
just-
thing that exists. So
you're just
we're saying, hey,
hold
we have
on,
access to
hold on.
knowledge.
I'm just asking for the argument for the first premise, and you're using words like need, but the word necessary is in the first premise, so that's just to
I'm
repeat the
giving you
claim.
The premises. Listen, the premise goes like this. Okay, the first premise will be we have access to knowledge. Okay, the second premise will be knowledge is a transcendental category that is not physical, it's metaphysical. Thus, we need a mind, because metaphysical claims need a mind. Thus, a transcendental mind is necessary for knowledge to exist.
Okay, so
a transcendental mind is necessary and exists.
Okay, so we have access to knowledge. That was the first premise of the supporting argument for the first premise of tag. So after we have access to knowledge, what comes after that?
Knowledge. What is knowledge, right? That will be that knowledge is a metaphysical and transcendental category.
That's a premise? That just sounds like a definition of knowledge.
Yeah, you're using the definition so that you know what you're talking about, and then through that you can get the attributes of the mind that is necessary, and then you can get
the mind that's
that
necessary.
The mind is
That's
necessary.
to repeat the claim, right? For the first premise of tag.
What is the first premise?
That God is a necessary precondition for knowledge.
No, that is not my first premise. Can you tell me?
That's not the first premise of tag?
What was my first premise?
I just told you. We agreed on this at the very beginning of the conversation.
The first premise was not we have access to knowledge.
That's the first premise of the supporting argument for the first premise of tag.
Argument. I'm doing P1. P1 is we have access to knowledge, and then I'm saying P2 is I'm giving you a definition of knowledge, and then P3 is a transcendental mind is needed because we're talking about a metaphysical claim. Ergo,
where do you think we are? Where do you think we are getting feedback? What the fuck is that?
It's in Jesus.
IG, you're echoing.
Echoing? I'm just on my phone.
I think.
that's bad.
Test. Yeah, it's you, Latch.
Let me bounce out.
Maybe rejoin.
Okay, well, let me ask you this way, because when you say that a transcendental mind, whatever that means, is necessary for knowledge, you said you were talking about logical necessity. So what's the contradiction entailed by somebody having knowledge and there is no transcendental mind.
Well, we're talking about justified true belief, right?
By knowledge, sure. Yeah, that's what we talked about, yeah.
So the question is how to justify it.
No, the question is, since you think it's necessary, it's logically necessary, what's the contradiction with somebody
because
having
you need the
knowledge without...
justification.
I'm asking, you're saying it's necessary, right? So what's the contradiction?
Because you need the justification. So if the other person cannot justify their knowledge...
Do you know what a
that would be
contradiction is? Do you think what you're giving me right now is a contradiction?
Yeah, you will have justified knowledge and unjustified knowledge. Are they contrary?
Okay, now derive that.
Are there P and not P?
So you said I would have justified beliefs and I wouldn't have justified true beliefs?
You would have unjustified. Well, I don't even know how you get to unjustified true beliefs, but let's pretend that that's a possibility. Even you have unjustified true belief and a justified true belief. Are they contrary to each other?
Are justified true beliefs contrary to unjustified true beliefs?
Yes.
Are they? Depends on what you mean by contrary. They're different. One's justified and one's not.
Okay.
So what is this? So what is the contradiction again? From somebody having knowledge, from the proposition, I have knowledge, and also there is no transcendental mind.
Because we're talking about because you wouldn't be having knowledge, right?
That's just to repeat the claim.
Knowledge is justified true belief. So if you say I have knowledge,
So just give. How about this? How about this? We'll make it super easy, right? How about you just give? You just give the P and not P, and then when you give that, you can give the derivation for the P and not P.
I told you.
That's your claim, right? You're saying it's impossible, so let's go ahead and just run through it. What's the P and not P? We'll start there.
Again, is it justified true belief the same?
That's a
as
question.
True belief.
That's a question.
Justified true belief is not the same as justified true belief. Justified is not the same as unjustified.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay. Do they have the same identity?
Why are you asking me questions? Give me the contradiction, dude. What the fuck?
Do they have the same fucking identity?
That's another question.
Okay, if you're not gonna be having this conversation in good faith, I'm just
Yeah, run away. It's your claim, dude. If you want to run tag like a lot of these fucking idiots online, that's fine. Or you can just drop the trash argument and run different arguments, right? That's what a lot of these theists
I
do.
ask you a simple question: do they have the same identity? And you're like, oh no,
you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh,
and
I
you
can't.
don't.
I don't understand what justified and unjustified is.
But okay, so
Right.
are you?
It's the same thing for you. Unjustified and justified is exactly the same thing, right?
That's what I said. Yep, you got it.
That's
Thank
exactly
you.
what you said.
That's exactly what I said.
Good job.
Mhm.
Yeah, so there's no
I feel like
contradiction
we-
in your mind
guys,
because
I feel like
then
we can
then
make this
Yeah,
work.
no, this
yeah,
is
the
just
same
cope,
thing for you.
dude. Let Confluence talk.
Oh yeah,
we can make this work. Okay, I think I know both of you. You know, I think you're both good faith. Okay, so let's.
I don't know if that's
feel
true.
like I don't know about in any given discussion, but I feel like we can get something here. Okay, so Brandon, you said the example of P and not P. Emmet, are you saying it's justified and unjustified? Is that the contradiction, or what is the contradiction?
Yeah, the contradiction would be in the justification.
But justification is a word. It's not a proposition.
It's just
Contradictions is a proposition in its
apple and
negation,
not
right?
Apple is just a word, right?
Yes, that is a
What
word, not a
justification?
proposition. That's correct.
Is it P and not P?
No, it's not a proposition.
Apple and not apple is not. It's not P and not.
This is basic. You don't know what is a proposition? What do you think a proposition is?
Apple and not apple is not P. Okay. No, listen. You just know too much, man.
I think he must have learned this like a couple of days ago, and he's trying to try it out. I don't know.
No,
and that's the thing. Like, dude, it's fine. Like,
I'm giving you an idea. It's like you have knowledge, and you're telling me, oh, what is it? What is the difference between having knowledge? I'm saying the justification of it, because
That's not what I'm asking.
justified
You're
true belief.
confused.
And then I'm telling you, you have the idea.
Emmett,
would be
you
the
saw
difference
my
would be in
debate with
knowledge.
Jim Bob, right? You saw
Yeah,
my debate with Jim Bob, right?
Yeah, of course I did.
Yeah, and like I was out of my depth, and there was a lot of situations where like I don't know what that means. Like that's okay.
I'm not the. If you have an
Just be like,
unjustified
wait, I don't
belief
understand what
and
you mean
have
by
a
that. Can you
justified
explain that? Or
belief,
can
are
you
they
clarify that?
opposite
Maybe
to
you
each
do know
other?
what he means, but you just haven't heard in those words.
Hold on, Emmet.
Why are you pretending you know?
No, they're not
Emmet,
opposite to
are
each
you
other.
trying
I
to
understand.
walk? Are you trying to walk Brandon into a conclusion? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm not trying to walk anybody into
Then why are you
anything.
asking
I
him
was asking a
questions?
simple question.
Yeah, what are
and then
you
I was
doing?
telling,
Just answer
I
his
literally
question.
told him,
And if you don't know,
the
say you
difference.
don't
Like, he's
know.
like, it's just a word, dude. Oh, it's just a word.
Yeah, because you're trying to make an argument
just
by
a
saying,
word.
well, it's the justification.
Yeah.
What?
He was asking me what was the contradiction. One is
The
justified and the other is
justification,
unjustified.
obviously. The justification.
But you're saying
In the
let's take it down a
justification,
notch.
we're talking
We're-
about how you justify knowledge, and then I told
All right,
him
I'm
that,
being a
and he's
dick.
like, "What
I'm
is
drunk.
it?"
I
And I said,
apologize.
"Knowledge is justified
man.
true belief." And I told him
Never be a
specifically.
dick,
So
bud.
if you have a justified true belief, and he's like saying, "I don't need to justify it," then you don't have justified true belief. So you don't have knowledge. That would be a contradiction, just in the
Well, I think-
definition of the term.
But you're saying that without specifically, I'm assuming you're an Orthodox Christian. Without the Orthodox Christian God, nobody can have knowledge, right? It is impossible. It's logically impossible. So what that means is if somebody has
I
knowledge
think people
and the
believe in
Christian God does not exist, there would be a contradiction entailed from those propositions.
No,
That's what that
people live
means.
I think that people live in contradictions. They can live in contradictions. Their belief can be contradictory to reality.
We're not talking about people's
And they can deny all they want the reality they live in. But it has nothing to do with whether they use or not moral claims, knowledge-based claims, and transcendental claims all of the time, and they do.
Okay, let's say first proposition, God does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge claim. I'm talking to you right now. You're saying that's impossible, right? I know that I'm talking to you right now.
Did I say that?
When you say that God is necessary for knowledge and I'm claiming that God does not exist in this hypothetical, yes, you're saying it's impossible.
I've told you already that you as an individual can live in contradiction. You can
See, maybe
go
I'm
ahead and
retarded, but
live in a
Brandon, I would actually
contradiction.
say those things are impossible. Maybe I'm
Wait,
retarded.
hold on, Brandon.
I would say
Brandon.
those are impossible.
Would
Okay,
you have
okay.
certainty in the fact that you're having a conversation?
Certainty?
you-
I would have a very I would have a very high credence.
Yes.
I don't.
You're still talking about, in this
Mhm.
case, a faith-based claim versus a knowledge claim. You don't know for certain you're talking to him.
Oh, that's not how I use knowledge. I think that view of knowledge where what's meant by knowledge is certainty, I think that view is completely retarded.
Right, well,
that you can't even say, like, you know your name or you know who your mom is. Like, they can't even make claims like that.
Yeah, colloquially, we understand that
No,
there's
you
there
can't
is
know that.
no 100%
No,
certainty,
you can't
and
know
there
that.
is a certain level of.
No, I can know that. On my semantics of knowledge, I can know that.
You said it yourself, right? So you're
I
saying,
don't use your. I don't have your theory of knowledge. My theory of knowledge has nothing to do with certainty. So I do have knowledge.
Brandon, you said it yourself. I can't go ahead and tell you even my name. Okay?
No, I said that's what you believe because you're an infallibilist, right? So
No,
for somebody
that's
to
not
have
what I believe.
knowledge,
I believe we have access to knowledge.
right? And by knowledge, are you talking about certainty?
No, I'm talking about justified true belief.
And okay, so you don't have you don't have certainty in your worldview.
I'm certain right now in the truthness that I'm having a conversation with you because I'm not a fucking.
So it's impossible
brain
for
in a vat
you.
that I'm creating things
So
on
it's
my own.
impossible for you to
There
be
is
in a brain in a vat right now. You understand that's the claim you're making when you say you're like absolutely
Yeah,
certain that
it is
okay.
impossible.
So once again, it goes back to the contradiction thing when you say
Can
that
you
something
go
like
ahead
that is
and-
impossible.
Okay, fine. Do you want a justification for it?
I want the contradiction and then the derivation
Do
for
you
the
want a
contradiction.
justification for the fact that we cannot?
That's what
live
I'm
in a-
asking
in a
for,
brain in a
yeah.
vat? What does
Adam,
the brain
help
in a
me
vat
out
would
in the
mean?
Vert stream, Vert chat.
The brain in a bat will mean that we have something that is creating reality, right? It's
Created?
capable of create reality. Well, yeah, or it manifested in some kind of way or form in which you can interact.
I don't know
things
why it
around
would have
you.
to manifest. It could just always exist.
Oh, it's not. Wait, how?
Well, then
Like a
you're
brain
stuck
in
in
a
the same
bat.
contradiction.
Yeah.
Can you get
How
to
did
your point?
Roblox exist then? You're
I-
talking about.
we're talking about-
You're talking about being a brain in a
Yeah,
bat.
you're
You
saying
need
it's
something that is
impossible.
creating reality, right? For you to be
Yeah,
able to interact with it.
I don't know why you're asking me questions
And
again
it can
because
be your
you just
brain.
said
What is
you
it? Is
just
it your brain
said.
or is it a
Hold on,
computer?
you
What is
just.
it?
Hold
I
on,
need
you
to be
just.
able to ask you
Hold
fucking
on, you
questions,
just.
otherwise
You
I can
just
say,
said.
fine, you
You
fucking
you
bastard.
just. Okay, cry about it. You just said
Yeah, you
that is
cry about
it's
it.
impossible.
What do you cry about
It's
it?
impossible.
Why do you fucking cry about
It's
it?
impossible.
Why do you fucking cry about it?
It's
This is
impossible
coping, dude.
for
How about
you
you stop
to be
coping?
wrong that you're talking to me right now.
One at a time.
No, how about you stop talking? How about you stop coping?
Emmet,
I just want you to give the contradiction and then give the derivation. You keep making claims about certainty that things are impossible, but you never derive the contradiction. That's what I'm looking for.
You have knowledge in whatever.
Are you going to derive the contradiction, or are you going to give me a contradiction, or are you just going to keep rambling?
Not at this point.
I know you're not going to. Okay, who would have thought of that? The guy I'm asking to give the contradiction for his claim, he won't do it. He won't give me the argument. I know.
But you were not able to even answer them. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you questions.
I think I answered your questions directly, even though I don't have to. I'm doing it out of the grace of my heart. I did answer your questions because I'm a nice guy.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I answered directly.
Let's go around again.
Here, I'll let you interrogate my view. I'll let you interrogate my view. I'll let you interrogate my view. Go ahead. We'll drop all the contradiction stuff and all your claims, right? We'll throw those to the side.
Why don't you tell me? I'm not going to answer your question. I'm just not going to do it.
Okay, let's reset again. Let's reset. We can have a productive talk here. Okay.
There's not going to be productive anything about this.
There is. I think we're moving in a
I'm not going to have a conversation with you. I'm just going to go ahead and be like, oh, I'm going to do it.
Can you calm down for just a moment? Take a breath, dude.
Why? Why would I calm
Yo,
because
chill out. The host just told you to shut the fuck up, dude.
Because Brandon just offered
Why?
to
I didn't say
answer
that.
the questions that you have. Okay?
No, I don't believe him. Why would I believe him? Why would I believe him?
Well, I don't... Well, I thought you had access to knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. I have the knowledge that he's acting in bad faith. Why would I believe somebody is acting in bad faith?
I don't think Brandon
asking for justifications for the claims is bad faith.
But you have no such knowledge.
No, I was asking you a question so we can have a conversation and we can actually get to the justification.
He wasn't
asking
for a conversation earlier.
You just
He was
going
interrogating your
around and be
worldview.
like, I'm going to answer any question.
Hey,
Why would I ask
he was
you a
interrogating your
question?
real view. It was not a conversation.
Just tell me. Oh yeah, it was. I was.
No, it was not. Not for him. He was there to interrogate
unjustified
you.
and justified.
Not looking for
It's the same.
conversation
There's
where you
no
ask him questions.
It's not P and not
that
P.
you try and walk him down. Dude, how are you this? How are you this bad at reading people? Do you?
I don't know. I'm retarded. I'm retarded and autistic.
He thinks because of the fact that he watches Andrew and Tim Bob make these arguments that he knows
is
these
anything I
arguments.
just said about you
Did I mention
And
any
it's
of them?
not
No,
the
that
same thing.
sounded
And then he gets mad when someone calls him out on the aspect. I'm like, fine, I'll give it up.
Did you judge that my assertion of
I'll
what
give
Brandon
it up.
was doing
I lost to
is
Jim Bob.
correct or not?
Jim Bob has run this argument more times than I have. Jim Bob beat the shit out of me in debate.
Did I mention?
But you're not Jim Bob.
Hold on.
Okay, everyone, hold on. Okay.
I'm not
Alex,
Andrew.
Alex, what do you say?
I have an identity. You know,
guys, we have
maybe
to go.
you're
We have
confused because
Emmet, just
you
shut up.
don't have knowledge.
If 4 people are talking, okay? We all gotta.
I'm gonna read you this really quick, Emmet. If you can just stop talking for a minute, Brandon. Everything I just said about your motives and what you were doing is that
Wait, hold on, Alex. I think. Hold on, Alex.
Let Alex go, and then we'll go around. We'll go around.
No, it's not the same.
Why don't you tell me?
Okay, so Brandon agrees with me. Confluence, given what you know about Brandon, would you agree with my assessment of what he was doing?
I would need you to repeat it because there's so much going on.
I said that Brandon was trying to interrogate his worldview, not looking to have a conversation or answer questions that would lead him down a path. He was trying to get him to explain what he believed rather than answering his questions on whether this is that or that is not, right?
Yeah.
So now that Brandon has said he's willing to be interrogated himself,
don't care.
how likely is it
the
that
conversation was about to be in good faith? I can ask simple
Brandon. Yeah,
questions.
Brandon will. I can almost promise that Brandon will be good faith if you ask him questions.
I don't give a shit. So
you might not want to.
When I was asking,
I'm just saying he will be.
How many times do I have to say it?
You might not want that, but
when I was asking, when I was
what
asking,
you're saying, Emmet, is
asking
you don't have the capability to interrogate him.
Yeah,
right?
whatever. I don't know his worldview. I don't care. So the point when I was asking the question,
I don't care.
You don't know anything about it.
They were relevant to the idea, so that
I don't care. I'm just right because I'm right.
so that I can move along.
But
and
he has access to
keep
knowledge
going
that
on
none
the
of us do.
explanation,
That's
but
why he
it-
keeps
Yeah.
interrupting us. Yeah.
It's
That's not what
adorable.
I never
It's
said that none of you
adorable.
do. Your claims are that
You're
nobody has
adorable.
access to knowledge.
That was not my claim. That was
my
I just
claim
want to
is that
pinch
you
your
guys have
cheeks.
access to knowledge and you
I
do
just
it all
want
the
to pinch
time
your
and you use
cheeks.
it all the time.
You're so adorable.
You just don't want to justify. You just think it's you. It's
Hold
about
on,
me, me,
hold on.
me, me, me. It's always about me, 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 me. In my belief, I believe I have access to knowledge. It's me. It's I do it.
And we're talking about epistemological justification, so I feel like it's fair for people to talk about, you know, what they believe or how they come to knowledge and all that stuff, right? I feel like that's all fair.
But the question is how to
Emmett,
come to
the
knowledge.
rest of
No?
us
The knowledge,
acknowledge-
the come to knowledge is me. It's me and my preference.
The rest
that's,
of us,
that's what it comes.
no, no one's. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
just like you when you
Yeah.
prefer to appeal to God.
That's not what.
That's not
how it
what.
works. That's not
Okay,
how, it
how does it work then? How does it work
I have
then?
an actual argument for it, right?
Okay, give me that argument.
My argument is not
Okay,
I prefer
wait a
it.
minute.
My
So
argument is,
how's
hey,
this
we have
gonna
access
get
to
us to the
transcendental
answer?
arguments.
Does
Thus, we need a
Macron's
transcendental
wife
mind.
have
Knows there
a
is a
song or
transcendental
not?
mind. It exists.
What was that?
Okay, does this get us to the
I
answer?
think
whether
therefore.
Does
Adam, go
Macron's
ahead.
wife have a slong or not?
What?
I didn't catch what you said because Lech kept talking.
Does Macron's wife have a dick or not?
Yes.
I don't
Can we all
know.
agree? Can we just agree?
Lech, I don't think you can now say that you believe that because you can't
I
believe
believe what?
anything.
Go
You
ahead,
can't know
Emmett.
anything for sure, right?
It's not about belief. It's
I
about knowledge. Can you
believe
please stop taking the
That
ideas?
that's a man.
Okay, Emmet, so what is your, where are you at in this conversation? What are you at? Where are you at?
Oh, that this is a bunch of people in bad faith that
No, not in
I was
that
trying
way.
to have a
Not
conversation
that
with,
way.
and then
Everybody's
just
bad
retarded to
faith
be
because they don't
retarded
just
towards
fucking
me.
accept your
And
bullshit at face value.
They think that every
How
time
dare
I
we
talk,
have
it's like they're
questions?
speaking to Andrew
Questions?
Wilson or
For you?
Trump, which is
Question
retarded.
me?
You're not helping. You're not helping.
Okay,
I
sorry.
have
like-
to ask.
I'm
Emmett,
sorry.
how
I
long-
apologize. I
It's like
apologize.
every time I talk, every time I
You're
talk,
good,
I have
you're good, you're good.
Lodge
I'm
screaming
sorry.
on
I'm sorry.
me,
I'm
and
sorry.
then
I'm
he
sorry. I'm
starts
sorry.
screaming about.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
me
apologize.
being
Genuine apology.
interrupted.
Genuine apology. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So yeah, Emmett, what do you feel like is not being heard or not being addressed? I guess.
I said that this is not a good faith conversation at all.
No, but
And
say more though.
Their
Like
greatest,
not
the
just
greatest
that, but
own
like
about me
what
was
arguments?
about how am I retarded with my social engineers, and I'm not Andrew Wilson or Jim
So,
Bob. It's like, well, okay,
if it
yeah,
were
I
a
know
good
that.
No, okay, yeah, there is stuff thrown, yeah, but
Hold
like
on,
beyond
hold on.
that, like what do you
Thank
feel
you.
hasn't been
Oh my
adequately responded to? I guess like what?
Set us up to fail. So if you give a legitimate thing here and we don't address that, then you can say clearly
I
you guys
already
are
gave
bad
it.
faith. But we will.
Like, I gave you.
So
I
what
gave
do
you
you
P and
think is
not
not
P,
being
and you
addressed?
would not accept it. It's like, oh no, it's not that. You know,
What-
an apple
Well, I
and
think
not an
Brandon
apple
was-
is
Brandon was
not P and
asking
not
about-
P.
about
That was
the-
literally what you
about
said me.
Propositions,
Like, yeah,
right?
that is the idea. It's like, well, the proposition is one has justified true belief and the other one doesn't have justified true belief.
But that's what's in contention, right?
No, you said that. You literally told me if I don't justify it, do I have knowledge? And then the definition of knowledge is
When did I
justified
say
true
that?
belief. Okay, then
But then-
yeah.
Maybe I'm just
Not-
misunderstanding you.
see,
I don't.
You see, there you go. Like and then I ask a question, and he's like, "I'm not gonna. I didn't came here to answer any questions. I came here to just."
I just said you
do
can.
things." And
Yeah,
then
I just
when-
said you
and
can
then when I say
investigate my
shit-
view. I said that 5 minutes ago.
He did.
Ask me all the questions you want.
Why are
And
you
then
such
when
a
I say
prissy
shit-
little bitch?
Okay,
Just
okay,
fucking
okay,
have
okay,
a
okay,
conversation.
Okay,
Jesus
we don't
fucking
need
Christ.
to. We don't need to
There
insult.
you
We
go.
don't need to
There
insult.
you go. Go on.
Yeah, well,
Brandon, he doesn't
And then
Lech,
cry about it.
That's
And then cry
doesn't
about it.
care.
Everyone's
Just
gonna
cry
start
about
doing
it.
that.
doesn't care about it.
Why are you
It doesn't
so
fit
mean?
within
Oh, you're
his, so he
supposed to
doesn't
be
care.
Christian. I can be as mean as I can.
See,
but
Lech,
can't
you
because
start
you're
doing it
supposed
now.
to be
Emmett's
Christian.
doing it now. Pretty soon, everyone's doing the mocking thing.
Are you supposed to be Christian?
Emmett, are you willing? Are you
Oh,
willing
so
to at
that's
least?
how the Christians do. They
Are you willing to?
they copy what atheists do.
I know. I don't
Emmett,
have to.
Are you willing
Right?
to interrogate
what
Brandon?
I'm gonna use your worldview.
I
Why
want
would
to see
use
this.
mine? I'm gonna use your worldview against you.
Emmett,
Why do you
okay,
have to be
guys.
good faith?
guys,
You remember
don't-
when you rage
we're
quit
in
my
no-
channel and I
right
didn't
now,
repost
okay?
that?
Well, I can use.
You remember when you
belief
rage
because
quit
you're
my
an idiot.
channel and I
Emmett,
didn't
It's my belief.
repost
It's my
that?
faith.
know his worldview.
It's my faith. I can't have any fate I want.
Emmet,
I
you
can
don't know
do
his
whatever the fuck I want.
Everybody. Okay. Oh, full screen. Okay. Okay. Just okay. Emmet, are you willing to at least entertain Brandon, or you're
Why
not
would I?
willing to do that at all?
Why would I?
Well, I'm just. I
Okay,
guess I'm
then
asking. I would want to see it. I'm not. I would want to. I think it'd be interesting. I guess.
Let's all start fresh.
And don't talk about
As good
morality.
faith as we
That's
can
like I'm horrible at talking about morality. That's probably my least. Out of all the philosophical domains, please do not bring up morality.
To knowledge, and I'm not gonna do it. Like, there's no reason for me. I told you.
Okay.
Like, there's
All
absolutely
right.
no
Bye,
reason for
man.
me.
Because we're having a conversation. So
No,
he
you
doesn't
don't
have
have
to.
the conversation. You
He
just-
doesn't
you
have
just
to
don't
leave. He
violate
doesn't have to
it.
interrogate.
You
I just
just
want.
I mean, hey,
Just going on about
I'm a
how
guest
not
here.
fucking Andrew
I'm not
Wilson.
telling anybody what they got to do.
Guess what? You're not fucking Andrew Wilson either. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, thank God. Thank
Thank
God.
God.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear Lord.
my
Oh,
God.
dear Lord. If
How-
there
how would
was
I
one, I
do-
certainly
how would
would
I
not
do
even
if
want
I
to
made
be Andrew
$1,000
Wilson.
on the live
Mocking
stream?
needs
Oh
to
my
stop.
God.
Okay, it's not.
Oh,
it's
the
not moving
projection.
anything
I feel
forward.
so bad
Okay?
Oh,
about
the
him making
projection.
$5,000 on the
Both of
live
you are
stream.
making me
No,
want
Just
to
no,
because-
I
roll
don't wanna
myself
do
right now in
Because
Minecraft.
you want to be Andrew Wilson doesn't mean
Yeah,
everyone else
look at me.
wants to be
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson.
If
You
someone
just
mentions
told
Andrew
on
Wilson
yourself.
again, I swear to
You
Christ.
just told on
Yeah.
yourself.
It's not like it's
Just
not like I
because
don't. It's
you
not like I don't
want to be
yeah,
Andrew
me.
Wilson doesn't
Stop
mean
saying
we
Andrew
didn't
all
cry
Wilson.
about
Both
it. I
of
told you I
no
wasn't
talk
him.
about Andrew
You
Wilson.
cried
Okay,
about it.
anathema
You fucking cried
for
about
right
it.
now,
And you said I
okay?
wasn't. And you started crying. Oh my God! Thank God!
He's
I'm
still
not.
going.
You'd be
No, no.
surprised. I think at least half of us are. I think. I'm not really sure, but there's a
Half
lot of
of us are
nonsense
what?
going on. Gooning.
Everybody's
What is, I don't know what that means.
Jerk
Like
it
it's
off.
like an onanism, if you will.
A what?
But an onanism. That's a real word, by the way.
Wait, I didn't see that chat. I'm in the live chat. I don't see that.
It's on the
You need
mobile.
to change. You need to change. Or is
Oh, right.
Yeah, the mobile's popping
Yeah,
up.
shout
For
out
some
to
reason,
the
no one's watching the
birdies.
horizontal. Yeah, everyone's in the vert right now, which is
Shout out to the birdies. We got
yeah.
36
Shout out our mobile
watching.
people. Subscribe, please. Okay, this is, just feel the pain that I feel, and the pain you chatters probably feel, and hit that subscribe button. Okay, always be plugging.
If you think me or Brandon or Emmet has been annoying, please hit that like button because Confluence is going through it. He's going through it.
He's zooming through it.
I just
Do you
wish
know that though?
I wish we could
fuck
make. I feel like there's a good. If I think we got too heated because I feel like the Emmet Brandon thing. I think we can.
Yeah.
But if,
So why?
Emmet, if you really don't want to, obviously I can't make you do it. I think we could. I can. If you think it's he gives a bad faith answer, it's like I think you could call it out, and then it's like we address that.
Yeah.
But
Can I set up what I think will be beneficial? If
Sure.
Emmet, if you are willing to accept, okay, fresh start. You and Brandon are going to be both good faith, whether or not you were good faith before. Maybe you both were, maybe you both weren't. Does not matter. From this point forward, you're both good faith. And Emmet, you interrogate Brandon's position, and accept that you guys are going to be good faith. Are you down for that?
To be fair, I don't want to force him to talk to me
yeah,
if he doesn't want to.
That's
if
why
he
I'm
absolutely
asking.
doesn't want to.
That's
it's,
why I'm
I
asking.
guess-
That's
I
why I'm
think it'd
asking.
be
Are you
good,
down
but,
for that or
yeah.
not?
What is the point if I'm gonna go?
I don't care, dude. I'm not interested in your
I don't care
emotional
about his
investment.
position. His
I'm just
position is-
wondering if you
I
want
know
to do
his
that or not, because we're having a very interesting conversation. So if you're going to say you don't want to converse with us because you don't think it's good faith, fair enough. But we're having an interesting conversation. So if you're just going to interject and if you're just going to interject and derail the conversation, then I don't think that's helpful. So that's why I'm trying to say, okay, for a start, you interrogate Brandon. Would you be amenable to that? Yes or no?
I'm assuming that's a no.
We can talk
Assuming
about
that's a no.
whatever he wants. I just don't. I'm just
Yeah,
not gonna
okay,
interrogate his-
so-
I don't know his position.
Yeah,
he's-
so
he's
that's
not
the
talking-
point. So question what his position is. It's you two.
If he doesn't want to do it, we can't be.
You don't have. It was a question. It was a question. Like I said, if you don't want to do that, that's totally fine. We'll move on and talk about the rest of the shit we were talking about. But I think it's very interesting
What is your
for you to
position
do.
on knowledge? Let's do pure knowledge. How do you get to knowledge?
By your semantics of knowledge or mine?
What is knowledge? Let's find it.
Well, I'm a contextualist, so I think something like, I mean, I think I use knowledge differently depending on the context. When I'm in a mundane context, like my cup is on the table, and when I say that I know my cup is on the table, I think I'm just saying, like, given a starting set of propositions, I can derive that the cup is on the table.
Well,
in
let's go
a
to
more
epistemology, because we're not talking about that. It's like the epistemic foundation. That do you have an epistemic foundation for knowledge? Do you think you cannot have knowledge? It's just context based directly on your brain.
Well, I don't know what you mean by foundation.
Yeah. Do you believe that there is such thing as a knowledge as knowledge as a thing that you can call a category of knowledge, or do you think it's just your brain in context with whatever is happening around you?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding, because I just take knowledge to be some kind of true belief. There's different theories of knowledge. There's justified true belief. There's justified true belief plus other conditions. So I think that's usually what I'm saying when I say that I know something.
No, okay. When you say you're a contextualist, so what that means to me, and I might be wrong, but you can answer these. Can ask my question about it as well. When I say this is, what I think about it is, I have a brain that is my mind. If I'm a pure materialist, I have a brain that is firing around, and then in accordance to the context.
I'm not a materialist, by the way.
That's fine. If in accordance to the context of what happened around me, I can make assertions of things that I've seen, and that is like the knowledge that I have. Does that make sense?
I think so. Okay.
Let's go to. You said you're not a materialist. Are you a dualist?
I think a lot of those conversations are confused, because when people call themselves like a physicalist or an idealist, I'm not even sure if there's a substantive disagreement there. I don't take a strong view about. I lean towards some sort of monistic theory that there's probably one thing, but I don't take a strong view on that. What's the word?
Amenable?
Yeah, sure, that word. Towards dualism, but I kind of lean away from it, if I'm being honest. I don't have a strong view.
Do you believe like you have? I'm not entirely sure of what is. Do you believe like there's this like great being that is the foundation of everything, kind of? In the monastic, or what does it mean? I'm not sure about the monastic.
Monistic just means like there's just one substance. But that's why I don't take a strong view, because like when people use the word substance in philosophy, I don't even know what they're talking about half the time.
But they're talking about different things.
Yeah, exactly. And it's used differently contextually. If you're talking about like the Trinity, for example, people want to talk about substances and persons, and a lot of that language gets used differently. But when it comes to something like the metaphysical grounding, I don't know what people mean by that word either usually, but I lean towards a monistic theory.
The grounding idea is the justification, right? You're saying, hey, I have knowledge because of these, and that is the justification of it. So the grounding is...
This is fucking boring.
You asked for it. If all you mean by grounding is justification... If all you mean by... is justification, then I mean, I tend to be because there's different theories of justification out there, and I think I use justified differently depending on the context. So I'm usually talking about like an inference of some sort when I'm talking about justification, though.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so when we're talking about once again, we're gonna go back a little bit to knowledge. When you go to knowledge, you're making a knowledge claim. What you're saying pretty much is there is this like substance in which I ground reality, and I can, through context, get the idea of this is justified true belief. That's pretty much what you mean, right?
I think for the most part, when I say that I know something, I'm saying that there's a starting set, an epistemic context that I'm in. So there's a starting set of propositions. And when I say I know this proposition, we're using that starting set to derive to that proposition that we're talking about, and that would be a justified belief. Like, for example, I'll give you an example, like with the cup on the table thing. When I say that I know the cup is on the table, I think I'm just saying something like giving us a starting set of propositions, right? Because in a mundane context, we all kind of assume that our senses are reliable, that there's an external world, right? There's that starting set of propositions, and I see this, right? This is in the starting set of propositions. I'm sensing this, so I can derive that the cup is on the table based on the starting set of propositions and deriving it to the proposition we're concerned with.
What about things you can't sense, like pure conceptual thing, like mathematics?
I don't take a strong view about mathematics. I think a lot of that is just what we mean when we use words like 1, 2, plus. I think those are almost like semantic primes.
They're conceptual, right? They're just concepts.
Boy, we are really going back to basics.
If you're saying that they're mind dependent, I'm agnostic about that. I don't know.
You don't think they're mind dependent?
I don't know if they're mind independent or dependent.
Emmet, do you think mathematics is mind dependent?
No, I think it's independent. Like, I think.
Well, no,
it's
you
mind
think
dependent.
on God's mind.
I fucked up. Yeah, it is mind dependent, but it's not dependent on my mind. So it's not dependent on the mind or a relative mind. It has to be dependent on a transcendental mind.
Switch me with Alexander.
Yeah.
If I can ask a question briefly, so you mentioned substances before, Brandon. Well, so I would say I'm a substance dualist. I don't see that as like super hard to define, but maybe I haven't been pressed on it enough. But I would say there's like the material world and a non-material things, and that's what I mean when I would say two different substances in that context. Do you find something quivery about that, or?
I have a hard time understanding the difference between material and non-material. It kind of goes back to that. Because when you have like physicalists that say everything is material, something like that, or everything is, never mind. And you have idealists that think everything is mental. I don't even know if they're necessarily talking about two different things. So when you have a substance dualist, it's kind of like combining them. And once again, it may just be like some sort of semantic thing. Maybe we're trying to refer to the same thing. Maybe it's just brain states. Maybe everything is mental, and we're referring to the mental states. But I'm not sure if there's an actual substantive disagreement there. We may all be referring to the same thing.
Because I guess if consciousness is an emergent property of just matter in the brain, then I guess you arrive at a situation where is it a different substance or is it not? I guess could be right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, there are some people.
Yeah.
Some people think that. Go ahead.
Sorry, Brandon. I'm gonna just finish this real quick. I think I agree with. I'm gonna go ahead and grant you that part of the worldview right now because you say I don't know as this specifically, which I cannot contend with it, and it's if I'm gonna just if I'm not gonna attack you on the specific topic, I think you're getting to your idea of knowledge and you're building the worldview. So when you have like a more strengthened position on the worldview, I can actually go ahead and try to interrogate it because otherwise it feels like I'm gonna be tiptoeing in between. I don't know.
Yeah, you're trying to
maybe this.
Yeah, you're just yeah. No, I understand. You're trying to get to the bottom, but once we get to the, I keep throwing up quotes, the bottom, it turns out there's not much there because I think a lot of these super deep philosophical concepts are either deeply confused or semantic disputes, or I just don't know.
So what you're saying is that none of these positions are soundly firm in logic or reality.
That's not what I said, but
I just think a lot of them are axiomatic, and maybe Brandon thinks some of the things that me and possibly Emmet think are axiomatic are just confused.
Well,
we did arrive at that, me and Brandon, after a long labored discussion with Alex as well about ethics, right? Where you think it's not. You think that those aren't real things, right? You think those are mind-dependent states, right? You're a subjectivist, right, Brandon? Right. And so, whereas me and I think Emmet would say that ethics is like some type of axiom, right? That there is an axiomatic good. And so,
Well, it would be the
what
will
we're calling
of
probably axiomatic as Christians, you would say is that we're maybe miscategorizing them and we're inventing something that's not there, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know if
Does that make sense?
I can say
know what you're
absolutely. Yeah, I can say you're definitely right, and the notion that there is interpretation needed for any type of scriptural or apologetic or whatever understanding of what Christianity is supposed to be and what it's supposed to say. It requires interpretation, and then that becomes subjective, and that without some type of actual proof of God, it is just your preference that you like this story better than the other story, and so on both counts. It's not any more superior than like I like to say, Aristotelian virtue ethics.
Well,
I want to read this comment briefly. Also, I want to say 07s to Ivor. Ivor says there's not really a fundamental elementary particle of reproduction or of ferromagnetism or of intelligence or of computation. They're all emergent. Why wouldn't a soul work the same? I think the problem is, what I would say is, if you're looking for a fundamental elementary particle, I think you're already kind of presupposing some type of physicalism, and all the examples that you gave besides intelligence arguably are like physical bound, right? So I would say there's not an elementary particle of like ethics or of a soul, right? Or of intelligence. I think most of your examples, if we're looking at physical reality, I don't think we see that. But when we go into philosophy, I think there are a lot of things that at least I think are axiomatic and that are not based on a material thing and are not just emergent. Like, I don't think ethics just emerges. I think that you can have ethical principles that emerge off of axiomatic principles, but I don't think ethics is just like, it's just an emergent property in the same way that computation is just emergent, right? Like taking like a mereological nihilist view of the universe. I don't think you can do that with like the concepts I'm talking about. I don't think that's a valid
nihilism. You son of a
Mereological nihilism. It's kind of awesome.
I'm a post-nihilist. I'm a post-nihilist.
I think you would be amenable to it, Alex. I'm going to be honest. I think you would like it. Don't be afraid of the nihilism word.
Yeah, we already discussed this.
No. It's not morality. It's not morality. It has to do with
I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But legitimately, has anybody anybody who claims to be a Christian actually dove into not just nihilism but post-nihilism, like Albert Camus absurdism? That, like, when I fucking found absurdism, I was like, oh my god. Because I only found it was when I was doing my first podcast. Before the book podcast, I had a different podcast, and one episode we did, I interviewed my philosophy professor from college, but it was after I graduated. So it was probably like 2013, 14. And I was talking about how I really, had a... I understood things like where Nietzsche was coming from, and the notion of God is dead, there is no meaning, as an observational thing, not an emotionally loaded thing. And I don't remember exactly what I said. I mean, it's online, we can find it. But he was like, "Oh, you sound like an absurdist." And I was like, "What does that mean?" And it essentially is just the acceptance of, there is no meaning, but that's okay because I am allowed to assign meaning to my life in any way I want. And because of the fact that I'm a moral agent, then the purpose of my life is exactly what I say it is.
I like Camus, but I think absurdism is just nihilism with extra steps. I'm just gonna say that.
It is. I completely agree.
It's nihilism you've accepted.
I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you. How many people have referenced Nietzsche when they've self-deleted versus how many people have quoted
I don't think those people have actually read Nietzsche. Nietzsche, to me, is not a
Either
nihilist.
way, either
Nietzsche
way,
is an
Either
existentialist, which
way,
is based, and everyone
either
should be
way.
existentialist.
Hold on, people misquoting and misrepresenting Nietzsche when they're about to do something really stupid, kind of tells you the fact that they don't actually know what they're
And in
talking
fact, Camus, if I recall, at the beginning of the Myth of Sisyphus,
So
he opens it by
Nicholas, you're
saying
not
the
going to hit the
fundamental
link then?
question is if one should off themselves or not, and that's the fundamental question. So if anyone you would think is offing themselves, hey, if they just stop at that first sentence of Camus, they might choose the other option. You know, Camus is the one openly giving it as a binary.
To press the power button or not to press the power button.
Yeah.
That is the question.
I think, I mean, having that level of understanding changed my life, really. I mean, being able to see a different way to, I mean, obviously being brought up Christian, I was born into the Catholic Church, and I was in the Methodist Church for a while. I got confirmed there, and then I was in college when I read the Bible for the first time and went away from religion. And, you know, there's a stress that comes from not having the level of certainty or understanding of the world or the universe as you believe you have as a Christian. And like, whether it's true or not, if I'm wrong, I still have that aspect of, okay, well, all the things I thought I knew, I don't know anymore. And so having a perspective of, even though I don't know, now I can use those specific Christian ethics to apply my experience here in a way that I think is beneficial. That was huge.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now. Your first mistake was thinking you knew anything, and then finding out you don't. I can see why.
That's right, dude.
I can see why that would give you like an existential crisis, but the whole point of realizing that you know
Cartesian
nothing.
crisis. Okay, that's the kind of crisis you want to have, right?
True.
Because you know you exist, IJ. Okay, and that's what everyone should cling to, for real talk.
No, hold on.
Okay, wait. First of all, I just want to bring up. I want everyone to read this. Okay. I'm not wasting brain cells having a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel of buzzwords. Okay, so take that, and I want you to. And no shade to you. No shade to this guy.
That's actually.
Come on up.
But then let's compare this to his attempted spelling of Nietzsche. Okay, and I'm sorry, Nicolas Cage.
Oh my!
God.
That's brutal.
If you got balls, come on up. If you got balls, come on up.
I don't think TOS would appreciate him being up here. If that's
but Alex, what were you saying?
I was just saying, like, finding out you don't know anything just gives you room to discover more, right?
Absolutely.
Like that's the goal is not to like decide what's true and not based on your feelings. The goal is to discover what's true or not while having no clue how close you are to something actually real.
And I think we should get rid of this idea of certainty when we talk about knowledge. I don't think certainty is necessary for knowledge.
Well, no, to some extent you have to assume that you are correct. I understand what you're saying, but you
can do that without having certainty. I assume that I'm correct when I say that there's 6 people on this stream talking, but I am not certain that that's the case. Go all the way back to I could be a brain in a vat, and that's what I think. So having an aspect of reasonability does not necessarily meet that 100% certainty. And if I don't want to put words in Brandon's mouth, but I think that's what he and I are saying, is that we have different levels of probability and understanding and stuff that we would say colloquially that we know, but when it comes to 100% certainty, that doesn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, for any meaningful engagement in the reality we live in, you have to accept an axiom in which people agree on. So when people talk about, like, is this real, or is this something that's objective, you're operating on a certain object, a certain axiom. And depending on who's asking the question, you could have a different axiom. And of course, you're going to be wrong and stuff because you're not operating on the axiom that Emmett's operating on or Brandon's operating on or the Indian Jesus. That's why we spend so much time asking, well, what do you mean by mean? Those are the words and stuff. And then you got to dive down into them.
I think we got to stop asking what do you mean by this and just say why do you believe that to be true?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Why?
And also, can we just please be specific and use language the way it's meant to be used? Like, use the real definition of words. Stop trading colloquial bullshit.
And you believe in God.
Anyways, my point is, if you're going to say that nothing can be 100% certain, then the word certain just has to mean as close to 100 as you can reasonably get, in which case there's no reason to even talk about whether you can be truly certain in anything.
You might be able to say something.
I think it's philosophically important to make that distinction, but in everyday language, when you're like, no, I'm certain that my dog is laying on my bed right now. Like, with any relevant degree of probability, we can, like, it doesn't matter that there is a possibility that I'm laying in a bed and the dog not really. That's not relevant to the understanding of, like, if somebody were to ask me, "Where's your dog?" I said, "I'm certain my dog is right here."
Well, can I ask you a question?
Can I briefly clarify something? And maybe I'm crazy here, but so I think certainty should be left as certainty, because to go back to Descartes, right? That is one thing, unless someone has a counter to it, right? That is, I am certain that I exist. Right, everything else, I'm not certain that IJ does have a dog, right? Maybe the brain in a vat, right? Maybe I'm dreaming, but like the whole like cogito ergo sum, right? I think therefore I am. I think, isn't that like basically probably the main certitude that we actually have? Like, is there any way I could be not certain that I exist? Maybe not in the form I think I do, but I definitely exist.
So if you ask an AI if it thinks, what do you think the answer you'll get?
Well, sure, but that's like the P-zombie thing, right? Like the philosophical zombie. I can't be sure that you guys exist. I can't be sure you have consciousness. I can be sure that I exist, but I'm certain I exist.
But here's
you can't be certain I exist, but I am certain I exist.
But to give the whole story, I actually understand, because like I was about to get a cogito ergo sum tattoo, so I was like really looking into it before I got that, and I ended up deciding against it because the notion of what was the big example of Ross on Friends? He got hooked up with some other girl or something when he wasn't with Jennifer Aniston. He's like, we were on a break. That's like a meme for lack of a better term.
Absolutely is. Yeah.
And so Ross believes that. Ross thinks that. So just because Ross thinks that doesn't mean Ross exists. And so to be more like nitpicky and granular, I think, therefore, thinkers exist.
Hey, Henry.
Aside from that, that's proof. That's proof that us as individuals exist.
– Sorry, I'm responding to somebody who says things stupid in chat. Look. What I'm saying is a lot of these like theoretical mind games, we could be a brain in a vat, we could be whatever. They're all useless, like theory crafting bullshit. Okay, there's no point in entertaining any of this because it really doesn't matter unless you can be certain you actually are a brain in a vat, right? You're not going to act any differently in your real life just because you suspect you might be. So
do you agree with what I said though?
I tuned you out. Sorry.
What you started responding to me, and then Jesus jumped in. So you.
Oh yeah.
You didn't tune me up before.
I think therefore I am.
I mean,
like isn't that a certitude? I would say. And you asked about LLMs and stuff, but it's like and I said, well, I can't be certain that you exist. The only thing I can be certain of is that I exist, and I don't see a way around that. I mean, I can't be absolutely 100% certain. So I don't just mean close to certain. I mean actually certain.
Hold on. If you want to get this pedantic, I could say, well,
I'm not trying to be pedantic at all.
Hold on, just let me. Okay. I'm saying, just because you can think doesn't mean you necessarily exist, right?
I'm saying I think I don't know what the he didn't write it in English, I guess. So I don't know if think is the best thing. I would say I'm having the way I would see it for myself, I'm having a conscious experience. I know I'm experiencing things, and therefore I exist. So like thinking, I agree. Now I feel like that's pedantic on your end because that's not what I mean.
I know that's why I said if
Descartes
you
means.
want to get this pedantic,
I don't want to get this pedantic. I'm just trying to be normal.
Then stop trying to bring in this like I think therefore I am, but I don't know if anyone else is. Right.
I'm not trying to. Hold on. That's just like the boots on the ground reality of how like that's what Descartes meant. That's the honestly the only thing I can be certain of. I'm not trying to pull some weird fucking shenanigans.
That was his escape from the concept of knowing if he even exists, right? But it's not an escape that you need to have because
it's not an escape. Descartes was trying to get to the bottom of what is the only thing, and he tried to build up from there, and the building up gets a little hazy. But he was trying to get to what's the one thing I know for certain, and I think that is a valid. I don't know why you see that as pedantry. I think that is just like that's actually. If you ask me what's the one thing I could be certain of, it would be that. I don't not in a.
Well, you're
in some weird fringe way. In an actual.
I will say Jim Bob made fun of me for appealing to Descartes. So for whatever that's
I don't know why. Well, I would love to hear a good response to it because
I would too. I mean, I will be honest. I haven't gone back and watched that, but I will.
I mean, he probably would say something like, "Well, the I there assumes a self."
Yeah,
that's probably part of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
At least.
And it doesn't like that, which is like inherently not, inherently true, but not really relevant to the notion of what is being expressed when you're talking about that. And it was just a convenient way to bring it back to, where do you base your ethics? You don't have objective morality, therefore you're wrong, or you can't say anything is wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know if I is,
all right, bro.
Is like smuggling anything in there. Like, I'm trying to think of what the syllogism would be, but it's like, there is something called an I, right? And that
that's
is experiencing.
Why are you having hate chats on the screen, bro?
Why am I having what?
Hate chats on the screen. I think.
Oh, it's Oxycat. She's just mogging me, but in like a good way. So that's.
I think when we go.
No, she's still mad because you said her degrees weren't real.
Don't bring that up. That was an accident. I was really drunk, and it's the first time I met her. Okay, don't bring that up.
When we go back to the notion of knowledge and certainty, then I agree that if you change it from Descartes' original "I think, therefore I am" to "I think, therefore agents who can think exist," there really is no question. There really is no.
No, so the point is you could be tricked into believing that something else is thinking, but it's just a little demon showing you a world that doesn't
tricked
exist.
into thinking that you are thinking.
That's kind of the
point. Hold on.
That's the point. You can't say any statement for sure about what you're seeing because it could be a demon, it could be a dream, it could be your brain in a vat, but you still know that there is that you are experiencing, and that's the only. I don't see any defeater. Abe says it presupposes mind. It doesn't presuppose mind.
It doesn't, Abe.
Descartes is setting himself into an axiom.
You're assuming
that's all he's doing.
You cannot,
and then therefore he moves from that. Just like we all do.
What?
I said Descartes, when he says, "I think, therefore I am," he is setting an axiom. So from there, he moves on. So we all do that.
Right, but I guess
I would say
it's a justified axiom because you can't debunk it.
You cannot.
I also think it's not an axiom.
Anything.
It's an axiom that I think is actually something that each one of us can actually be certain of. Whereas I hold other axioms that they might be foundational and maybe I can't prove them, but I can't necessarily be certain of them. Like that, I think that moral values exist outside my mind. That's an axiom that I hold. I can give arguments, but I can't prove it. Ultimately, I just think morals exist separate from us. But with "I think, therefore I am," right? Or that the fact that I'm experiencing, therefore there's an I that is doing something called experiencing, that I am existing, and I could be dreaming, I could be whatever. That to me is like an axiom that is actually like self-evident. like in a real way, like it actually truly is self-evident. And I think that makes it unique.
Well, if it's self-evident, would you have to explain it?
No, I actually don't think I don't think I have to.
Sorry, Lutz.
No, you have this is on you. I'm not engaging in this.
Like, I know we're talking about it, but I actually don't. I mean, we all, I think, do self-evidently know that we exist, unless you're all philosophical zombies, in which case, then I'm talking to a bunch of, fake people, and I'm just having a dream right now.
And believe that there's a universe that exists where you can conceive of a thought and think without existing.
Well, I don't think that's, to me that's self-contradictory. If I am experiencing right now, it's contradictory to say that there's no
a universe without time.
Can I conceive of the universe without time? The universe, how it's like defined under physics? No.
Can you conceive of one at all where time doesn't exist?
Well, physics doesn't require time.
Like a physical? Well, maybe I just don't know about physics. Well, I guess my answer is the same, that I still can't conceive of it. My understanding of the universe, it's made up of space-time, and so I don't really know what it would mean to conceive of a universe that doesn't have time.
All right, how about
this? Poverty of imagination on my end.
If you were a segmented hive mind, would you still consider yourself to exist because a part of you can think?
Yeah, as long as there's a level of conscious experience that I'm having, then I would say, that's the one thing I know for sure is that I exist.
Or something exists that's like you, or to some effect, right?
Yeah, that I am experiencing something that, and again, I guess we could go into, I don't know exactly what I mean by I. Maybe I'm a broader part of God, which I am, so based. But like I can't, say exactly what that I is. But I think that there is.
Are you really saying anything at all?
Well, it is in some ways. I can see how it sounds tautological, but it is something I'm certain of in a way that's different from other tautologies just being tautologically true. Like I think this one actually,
this particular tautology is tautologically accurate.
Real quick, compliments? Can you bring up Joy Vanessa's chat? Time only works. Can you bring that up?
Yeah.
Time only works on Earth because we use the sun. So therefore, time is only an Earth thing.
Oh my God.
Joy Vey.
Any response to that?
Fuck off.
We need that sun.
As somebody who's dedicated a large part of their life to understanding physics and psychology and philosophy, I can kindly say to the darkest depths of hell with you. Okay.
The only response I have is, do you know that?
Yes.
Compliments. Switch Brandon and Emmet.
Oh yeah, I forgot Emmet's not cammed.
I mean, I think we get. I think we in terms of what Confluence is trying to get at as a bedrock of.
No, I know. I'm screwing with him. Just so you know. Just so you understand.
Well, okay, but either way, I want to put it out there that I agree with Confluence that as a bedrock, when you adjust cogito ergo sum to I think, therefore, a thinking entity exists. Or I think, therefore, I am in some level of existence. When you nail it down to that, there really, yes, it is an axiom. But the point is that that's an axiom that cannot be disproven, not because it's unfalsifiable, but because it's true.
Well, hold on. I just actually thought of a great counter to this. So if you're saying because you think you exist, then anything else that says that it thinks must also exist in some form, because you're not saying you exist as a human being. Or even
No, that's not true.
Oh, yes. Because
I'm not saying I think,
that's why
therefore
I brought
you
up the
think,
idea
therefore
of
you.
philosophical zombies, right? You're familiar with that?
I don't care about that. My point is,
you care about that, but directly addresses your point. You care about the
Hold
thing
on,
that is
hold
the
on,
direct counter to what you're saying.
Hold on. Earlier, I asked you if you were part of a hive mind, but it was segmented, would you consider yourself to exist in an
No,
independent
I get
way?
it.
And you said yes. So if there is a little
Well,
demon
no.
sitting on your
That's
shoulder,
not what you
generating the
asked, or that's at least not what I heard. You said, and now you added in an independent way. If it's a hive mind, I feel like you're smuggling in a contradiction and saying I agreed with it. Which, if that's what you said before, no, exist independently from the hive mind. No, do I have some form of existence? Yeah.
Okay, so if there's a demon that's capable of recreating the world and creating people that talk to you and say and believe that they think, right? Then he must be creating multiple minds to generate all these people talking, which means that at least for that moment in time they exist.
But I can't. The point is, that's the whole point of the. I don't know why you say you don't care about the philosophical zombies. That's the whole point. Is that I can't be certain if they exist. Indian Jesus could perfectly replicate human behavior and be saying, "I definitely exist. I definitely exist. I'm thinking, therefore I am." And I could be dreaming, right? I've had dreams where dream characters have tried to convince me they really exist, which is like a bit of a mind trip. And it's like, I don't think they exist. I think that's just my mind feeding me information, right? So the only thing, even in the dream state, I can be sure of is that I exist.
But maybe you're talking to a segmented part of your own mind, which
which is what's happening, yeah. But I can't. The point is, I can't be certain.
Doesn't that exist as an actual entity within the mind that you contain?
Well, yeah. So, but not like. So I can't.
I win. GG.
No. I can't. I don't. I guess what I should say is I know Indian Jesus, to some extent, exists in my mind, not in a solipsistic way, but in a way that I'm like seeing his sense data, and so he's living in my perceptions in some capacity, I guess. I can't say he's a separate being. He might be, he might not be. I can't be certain of that. The only thing I can be certain of is that a being called Confluence exists.
To an extent, but he knows things that you don't.
Wait. What do you mean to an extent? What extent?
To the extent that if you created him in your own mind, he's at least has access to some things that you consciously do not.
Sure,
things that
what does that have to do? What does
sure, but that has nothing to do. That also happens in dreams.
That means that for that particular aspect, he is an independent entity.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. If he's an independent entity, it doesn't mean he exists outside of myself, though. Again, when I dream,
you never specified it must be outside of yourself.
I'm inside you.
If it's not outside myself, then it is myself, right?
Well, not necessarily.
Outside me, what is it?
We just said we talked about a hive mind in the same way, right? You said you exist within a hive mind.
Well, I said I could exist. Yeah.
Well, you can think you multiple personality disorder.
What do you say?
Sure. Are there multiple people there? Or I'm sorry, are there multiple eyes there because each one of them can think?
No, I would say it's the same eye in the way I'm talking about eye.
So you're saying a physical being then, not just some like amorphous thing.
Well, no, I would say each of those cases, they would be if each one for each of those beings, then they could be certain of their own existence. But if I'm looking at it as an outsider, I can't say if they're so technically there's like 5 personalities, each one can't be certain about the other's own existence if it is truly segmented. But each one, like again, Emmet has the capacity to realize Emmet exists, and he can be certain about that. Possibly, I can't be certain about his certainty about that because I am not Emmet. Unless Emmet is me, in which case then I'm certain.
So fucking Tarek.
Right.
So I think you're trying to make a delineation here that you already contradicted.
I don't think I did. I think I am completely defeating you with facts and logic. Okay. Facts and logic. Okay.
I
don't think you said anything that's even making me question.
To say that everyone here is smarter than me, including the chat, and I don't know anything about anything. So I must execute myself from this situation and
extradite.
I appreciate you guys.
Please don't use that word right before you.
Appreciate you.
I gotta leave, guys. I gotta execute myself.
What?
We appreciate you too, Emmet. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out.
Good to see you, Lutch.
Check out the interviews live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Peace.
Good to see you, brother. Yeah, me and Abe, we're just talking on different levels here, though, is the thing. Like, you're talking about, like we're talking about different stuff. The unstable eye, neuroscience, the cell. We're not talking about that.
No.
I don't think it's relevant.
The problem is when I asked you exist, when I asked in what way you existed, you were saying some version, something of you exist because something thinks and therefore must exist.
Well,
right?
I think the problem is you're asking me like if I had the knowledge that I was segmented in some way, then would those parts, I think, like, yeah, I could be in any number of configurations. I just know that right now that I'm existing. And yeah, if you ask me to define that I more precisely, it probably will lead into a bunch of rabbit holes and potential contradictions, but that's because that's not what I'm certain of. So I feel like you're making me talk about stuff I'm uncertain of. The thing I'm certain of is that I'm existing, right? That's my certitude. That's the only, everything else that goes out from that is like a lower confidence level.
What
even
is
if
it?
it's
What do you even mean by existing then? Or
I mean,
you don't
yeah,
know?
I mean, well, I know, I just feel like it's, yeah, it's
contradictory.
No, definitely not. What I could grant you is it possibly could be ineffable. It's not contradictory. I think it is self-evidently true, and it's the only thing that is actually truly, in the fullest sense, self-evidently true. And I think that's why Descartes started from that and tried to build up on that. And I think that is valid. But it's like, yeah, like in some ways, I do also agree that it does seem a bit tautological. But I think that, again, it's a tautology that I think actually works and is not just saying nothing. Because there is a real thing that I'm feeling right now.
In the world that actually works and everything else fails.
I mean, almost, yeah. Like, because I know
that we've conceived of, I guess, yeah.
Or yeah, at least that because again, like when I say that, the reason I'm saying this, I know it sounds silly to say it's like a meaningful tautology, but it's like I'm getting a real thing out of that, right? When I recognize my own internal thoughts and do like metacognition, right? A real thing is happening. So it's like a productive tautology. Like, I don't know if I'm using the best way to describe
Honestly,
it.
I think all it's doing is making people feel uncertain, or at least be able to give some level of uncertainty to other things, which is the whole reason I'm pressuring you on this. Right.
I think
this
it's defining
this idea that the only
though.
thing you can be certain of is that you exist because you think. Well, I mean, you think. I
experience.
I could program an AI that ingests data and experiences and thinks as well.
No, you can't. No, you can't. What are you talking about? Like, are you saying hypothetically?
Yes, hypothetically.
Hypothetically, under some versions of reality, maybe, because it's like you're kind of presupposing that consciousness is just an emergent property of matter, and that if you just took a computer, there's some way to program it so it can actually experience things. I wouldn't grant that. I don't think that's like could be
so
completely impossible.
Now you're saying that the I you're talking about is a consciousness?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, to experience, you have to be conscious. Like, yeah, so I think that's saying the same thing, right? Like if I'm able to think that thought, that's the whole thing. Is there some level I'm conscious, I exist.
Well, in that case, all 5 of the personalities within that person that are separate from each other would also feel the same way. They would be able to experience. They would be conscious, right?
Yes.
They can't be active all at once. That means that they all exist independently of each other.
Not necessarily. You're smuggling in independently, and I don't like it, Alex. I will not tolerate this smuggling, this piracy that you're doing.
Are there 5 consciousness within that one person?
I can't say that. I'll have to give you a low confidence statement. I'm saying each one of them would know that they exist.
Assume you are that person, and you're the only one that can see the other 5 personalities.
I don't know. Then I'm moving away from a point of objective certainty. In the same way, I would say I'm very certain that you guys exist right now, but I'm less certain about your guys' existence than my own, obviously, right? That's just like honest face true. Like,
I don't know why you'd say that.
I've had really realistic dreams before, Alex, where it's like I think that I think this is happening, and it's like, oh, I exist, but I mean, when I see you guys, I think that you what?
You exist somewhere, right? You occupy
No,
some
what?
space.
No, I don't. What? I don't know. No, I don't know what you. What do you mean? I occupy some space in a dream. What does that mean?
No. In reality, in the real world, the consciousness that is you, occupies a specific coordinate or a specific place in existence in this reality.
Yeah, but I don't think a dream is any less real than like the physical world. So I think
a dream is as real as the physical world.
Yeah, I would say is that crazy thing to say? I
Yeah,
think
that's
true.
insane. That is absolutely insane.
It's not as it's
no, it's
just
insane.
different.
Straight up, no.
It's
question
different
asked.
planes of existence. It's just
No,
like my
it's not.
thoughts aren't. I think it is. I don't know. I
Hold on.
don't think that's that crazy.
That's what idealists think.
If you
Yeah,
imagine the
well,
circle
there we
in your
go.
head, would it be real? As real as a circle that, or a
It's
sphere
not.
that you hold in your
It's
hand?
not. It's only not as real if you're smuggling in the word like physically real. But then you're specifying
do you
that you're
think
talking about the
real
physical
means?
dimension.
What do you think real means?
I think real means that it exists, not physically. That's a specific type of existing. I don't think morals are less
So-
real than my
schizophrenic
bed.
that hears voices.
But my bed is in physical reality. I can't point to morals, right? Like I don't think that means they're less real. We're just talking about different layers of reality, right?
No, we're talking about imagination or things that you imagine and things that are physical, right? When we talk about reality, we're not talking about the imaginary plane of your mind.
So do you think the can I'm holding is more real than let's say morality? Because I would just like flat out disagree with that.
Well, no, I didn't say it's more real than morality. I said
Well, okay. So
morality is not a concept that you created in your mind, right?
Okay, so you at least agree that when we say real, we shouldn't be
Talking about
smuggling in
tangible
physically real.
objects.
Yeah, we're not talking about tangible objects. We're
Sure.
not right. So we're not talking about necessarily like, quarks and photons and right. We're not necessarily talking about that. And so yeah, I would say in what sense is a dream not real? It's just not physically happening to you. Well, you're physically experiencing it, but yeah, it's like if I go to a dream world, I'm not physically in that place, but I don't see why that would make it less real.
I don't even know how I can explain this.
I mean, I just think we disagree. It's not like I don't understand. I understand people give primacy to the physical world. Like I've talked to physicalists before, which obviously go farther than you, that would say, yeah, the can you're holding is way more real than morality. I understand their point of view. I just disagree with it. I don't see any reason to suppose that the can is more physically real. When I'm dreaming, I'm not in a physically real place.
I suppose when I say real, what I mean is it's a part of shared reality that others can observe as well as yourself. So if somehow we were able to bridge a dream and I could experience the dream with you, then I would say that becomes more real than just some like imaginary thing. But
okay, so now I'm going to test you. Let's say it's physically impossible for you to ever enter the room I'm in right now. Let's say it just is. Am I in a less real space because no one else can enter my shared space right now, that it can never be observed? Let's say that just ends up being the case.
If I ignore the contradictory part where you have to stay in a room for all of time or for the rest of your life.
Well, let's say I can move freely in and out of my room. No one else can see or observe inside my room. Is my room less real all of a sudden because it's not a shared reality space, right? No.
I would have to assume it's either not real or it occupies a dimension I don't have access to.
Well, you'd have to assume the latter. I don't see why you'd assume the former.
Well, I mean, unless I watched you walk into a room that I can't observe, right?
Okay, let's say you do.
Well, then
what happens in that room less real?
Body is somewhere.
Okay, but what's happening in the room? Let's say you have no access. You don't know what objects I have in the room. Are those objects less real because only I know about them and only I can know about them because no one else can enter my room? I would say that's
Is this are you still showing me this on video? Or
no, well, no, let's
you're
say
just telling me about the objects when you come out?
Yeah, I tell you about them after. Are they less real? You don't. I understand you can't comment if they're real because you don't know. But from my point of view, should I regard the stuff that I'm looking at right now that you can't see, and let's say you'll never see what I'm looking at? Can you regard that as, or should I regard that as less real because it's not a shared thing? To me, I think that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense.
I would say it's probably less real than everything else. Yeah.
that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Can you take it out?
Maybe I can't. How is it? Why should I
Well,
regard something if it's in my room? If I'm the conscious observer, why do I need you to make it more real? Why would I need anyone else? If it's a physical object in the universe,
Because then
that doesn't make any sense.
Without the assent of another conscious mind, you don't know that it is real in the first place.
Okay, first of all, I got to shout out Indian Jesus with the $5. Panel is exactly what I need tonight. Appreciate y'all. Hashtag Coom the G's. Thank you for the $5, IJ. So, why? Help me understand. You're piecing out, Emmet?
Yeah, I just started to feel worse and worse.
Like illness-wise, or by listening to?
Yeah, illness-wise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, the conversation is also pretty weird, but yeah.
I feel like Emmet, you would agree with me on this. So you know what?
Well, yes, I do believe in physical reality. There's stuff in your room that I don't know that is there. And it doesn't make it less real just because I haven't seen it or might never see it ever. Hopefully, we'll never see it ever.
Never say never.
Including the toilet in the wine closet.
What happens in the wine closet stays in the wine closet, Emmet.
Yeah, we know that and don't talk about it.
But thank you, Emmet, for stopping by. And I hope you feel better.
I need to get to bed here.
Good to see you all. Good to meet
See you, bro.
everybody.
But
good one.
just a second. Who are you saying that to? Me?
But Alex, it's hard to hear you. You went into some.
Oh,
you're in some liminal space where I'm unsure if you exist now, Alex.
Well, I mean,
you seem to be in a pocket section, a pocket dimension of reality. Well, I'm not certain of it, Alex, but you know.
Hold on. I could literally just be some like LLM that's communicating with you guys.
You could be, yeah. You very
Would
much
I
could
exist
be.
then? Not as a person, right?
Not as a no. And I would be less certain of your existence than my own, right? Just like the friends I've met in real life, you know, my own parents, I'm less certain of their existence than my own. For the
I don't know why you'd be less certain.
it's not even a
about
weird hypothetical. It's like, again, dreams. It's like
it's a stupid concept.
it's not a stupid how. Again, you've never dreamt of like a dream character that like is like a new person you've never met before, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, that person doesn't
dude,
like.
If any
exist.
of my dreams are real in any plane of existence, then there really is no God. Okay. My point is, just
wait, what? You're on some retard shit right now, brother. If your dream is real in any plane of existence, that means there's no God? Explain that to me.
I mean, isn't that self-evident?
I can't tell if you're just making fun of me or if you're being sincere, because that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
What about a dream? Like, even if we go with like a Carl Jung thing, like you can't even imagine that like let's say there is like a collective unconscious, or let's say that the more like spiritual leanings are right, and there is like some etheric or astral dimension, like, you know, like there are people that believe that, right? It's like you're saying that if that was true, that means there's no God, like that you will only accept the physical reality. Then what are you saying?
Oh my God.
I'm not trying to frustrate you, Alex. I'm legitimately confused. I'm perplexed. And I'm damn near certain of my perplexion, okay?
Okay.
I'm actually not even sure where we're at in the conversation anymore.
Where he's interrogating why I think my dreams being real
Dreams.
with God.
No, I feel like
interrogating his dreams?
We're not. I don't think we're actually like that far down the path. Alex said that if dreams are in any sense real, that God doesn't exist, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck he possibly could mean by that. And so that's why I brought up other examples of like people that think there's like a spiritual dimension above the physical.
My dreams are horrific. Okay, I don't have like nice dreams. My dreams are the worst things you can possibly imagine. So if any of those things exist on any plane of existence, I'm saying God is a seriously screwed up son of a... Yeah.
I mean, you don't think there's
an all good God wouldn't allow that. That's right.
Yeah,
exactly. You have to be trolling me, because obviously there's like like torture chambers right now that were like horrific, unimaginable cruelties, and we know that
that's
is
not even remotely what I'm talking about.
You're
But you
saying
are
your
making his
dreams are
case stronger
worse.
when you say that.
Well, I know, but I'm making a different case stronger, I think. But yeah, if your whole thing is the problem of evil, then sure. I mean, yeah, I'm not in your head, so maybe your dreams are worse than any conceivable torture that's ever been done to any human on planet Earth. That's a bold statement. It's a very bold statement.
Sorry,
but,
I don't smoke weed, Henry. No, fuck that. Yeah.
Dream lives matter. Dream lives matter. I agree.
Look,
people are so anti-dream these days. It's crazy.
The word real has to mean something. It cannot mean things that you conjure up in your own mind. Okay? It's definitionally not included within that. If you want to come up with
then that's what I said. I think you're smuggling in like physical reality to this.
Smuggling in anything.
I'm smuggling. You just admitted that morals could still be real, and you also admitted morals aren't physical.
Yes, if morals are something that is part of the actual universe, some underwriting or undercoded portion of the universe, then they would be real, would they not?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so then morals could be real. Yes.
Yes, and
in the sense that I'm talking about.
And let's say that Jung was right, and there's a collective unconsciousness, and when we dream, there is some type of dream. In a real sense, there is something called a collective unconscious that we're accessing. How is that like axiomatically impossible to you? I feel like I can't even begin to understand why.
But it's not. There's no evidence for it in any way whatsoever. Or there does seem to be evidence that.
That's fine. That's fine, but that's not what you said before.
In a separate sense. But,
I'm fine. I think we just define it differently.
Hold on. If you could prove to me that you can actually travel into a dream, right? And by prove to me, I mean you'd bring something back or bring me into it. I said, well, then I would agree it probably is real, right?
Probably is real.
Yes.
You had to bring up the Jewish people. Crazy. I mean, yeah, they're not real in the convent. Yeah, I mean, I understand that it's not a colloquial definition of real, right? Like, I understand if I wake up and I'm like, hey, I was just at an ice cream shop, and then I don't tell them it was a dream, people are going to be awfully confused. If I'm like, no, I was really at an ice cream shop, and they're like, no, I was with you like the whole day yesterday, you weren't. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about a dream. I understand.
The definition of real actually existing as a thing or occurring, in fact, not imagined or supposed. All right.
Well, I disagree. I mean, that's a
you can disagree with the definition, but that just you smuggling in this.
No, that's you using some like dog water dictionary definition to argue philosophy.
All right. Go ahead and look up the definition of real that says you can imagine it.
All I would have to do. I feel like you're just giving me layups. Like all I'd have to do is point to like idealism, right? Like.
No. You're pointing to philosophy or a system of philosophy, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who else is defining real besides philosophers?
Real.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to Merriam fucking Webster's. Fucking wrote me. What the frick?
Show me where this group of people, whatever that philosophy bullshit you just pulled out of your ass was.
Idealists?
You've never heard of an idealist before?
Some idealists literally believe that when you have dreams and you're talking to other agents in your dreams, that those agents in your dreams are conscious. Just to throw that out there.
I mean, it could be a separate part of you as a consciousness, I guess, but a separate entity from yourself.
I don't take this view, by the way. I just think it's funny that they have that view.
Yeah, like I don't
know if there's a good
real idealist.
Real's like one of those words it's hard to pin down.
Well,
exactly.
It's not.
It is hard to pin down, Alex. And I don't know. I feel like based on our other conversations, I don't know how you're like having a difficult time understanding this because I feel like
I'm not having a difficult time understanding this. I'm drawing a line in that terms mean what they mean. If you want to add some sort of like
you're using a dictionary definition to argue philosophy, which is always the worst thing you can ever do when you're having a philosophical discussion. It's just a terrible idea because the way
how am I supposed to know what real is
dictionaries are
if it doesn't have any
descriptive, right?
definition that can be looked at?
It has a definition. I'm saying we'd have to
What's
look
the
at
definition of real then?
Again, that's why I'm punting to idealism. So what I'm saying is,
what is idealism's definition of real then? Give me
that's what I'm trying to figure out because I want to be precise. So I'm trying to see.
I'm trying to see if I can. I'm gonna gloat and then I'm gonna pale.
An idealist wants to say that everything is experience rather than some sort of physical item, like an atom, for example, or a quark, if you want to go smaller.
Yeah, so
that sounds weird to me. Like a rock is made up of experience. I don't know. That sounds weird.
So this is like the Stanford philosophy page. So I mean, so one of the things, and so I don't know how to put this into a definition, but something mental, in brackets, the mind, spirit, reason, will, is the ultimate foundation of all reality, or even exhaustive of reality. So right there, that's at least right. So then I guess reality would be, I don't know how to turn that around, but you know what I mean? There's a way to make
reality's in the definition.
But that's you can take that
not
it's
real.
Not
Hold on.
No, that's not the definition. I'm saying that statement, there's a way to reorder those words to make reality what the definition is, because it's just giving a proposition, right? But it's talking about that the ultimate foundation of what is real is mind, spirit, reason, and will. And so that's which I'm not an idealist, so I don't think that.
I understand that the word real is within the word reality, but I don't think
so. Something that is real would be then something that has mind, spirit, reason, or will. Under this isn't me making it up, right? This is the Stanford philosophy page.
That doesn't actually mean anything. What does that even mean?
How does that not mean anything? You might not like the meaning, Alex. You're perfectly entitled to not like it.
What is the meaning?
The meaning is what is real is that which has mind, spirit, reason, or will.
So then only humans are real? Nothing else is real?
Well, it depends if you think I mean, I'm a panpsychist, so I don't know what you want from me, but I think everything has some degree of consciousness.
Why are you using? Oh, I see. So rocks have some degree of consciousness.
I think so. I mean, that's probably a broader conversation, but I think consciousness is fundamental to the universe. Okay. That's what I would say. Whether we call a rock conscious or not, I wouldn't call a rock conscious, but and I would say rocks are real because, again, I'm not an idealist. Okay, I'm a panpsychist, but I don't want to drag these into the weeds more than they already are.
Hold on. If you're not an idealist, then why are you using their definition when we talk about the word real?
Because you seem to think there's one definition of real that every philosopher accepts, and I'm saying that's fucking retarded, Alex. I'm saying that's absolutely retarded. That's just not true. Like, if we look at all the different metaphysics, if I look up the panpsychic definition of real is intrinsically tied to consciousness, right?
There's nothing in the world that every philosopher agrees on.
I know, but then if you're asking me, I know, but then it's like, what's the definition of something that's bad? It's like, it's not a nonsense question to ask, but you'd have to look. The consequentialists would talk about outcomes, right? The utilitarians would talk about the most happiness for the most people and blah, blah, right? Like virtue ethicists would talk about their virtues, right? So it's fair when it's like, you just look up bad in the dictionary or evil in a dictionary and be like, that's what it means. It says it in Merriam-Webster's.
Are looking to figure out what fits into the category of bad. They're not defining bad in a different way.
What do you think metaethics is, brother? They're literally defining good and bad in metaethics. That's like the whole point of it.
I understand that, but when you say...
So the whole point of metaphysics is defining what reality is and what's real. There's a whole branch of fucking philosophy.
I'm aware.
I don't know if you are now, based on this discussion. Now I'm confused. Because then why are you saying there just has to be one agreed upon definition of reality when you know metaphysics is a thing and you know that each metaphysician... Okay, real. Yeah, what's real? Metaphysicians would disagree on what it means for something to be real. Do you agree with that, at least?
So there's no... Yeah, I agree that there's some who would. Sure.
Some who would? I mean, probably every Stanford page of different types of metaphysics are going to define what is real in a slightly different way and use that word in a different way, right? Sometimes radically different ways, right? As we look at with idealists that think everything is what is real is that which is made of mind and will and stuff, or a panpsychist like myself who thinks what is real is that which contains consciousness to some degree, right? Like we're all gonna, or if you're a physicalist, right, then and especially if you're a absolute like nihilist, right, or even what we talked about before, mirrorlogical nihilism, right? Is the chair real? What do you mean by real, right? A mirrorlogical nihilist would say the chair isn't actually real. The subatomic particles are real, but the chair itself doesn't actually exist. Like, I'm not saying some crazy shit here. Like, I'm saying like this is like some pretty like normal philosophy stuff.
I understand what you're trying to say.
You keep saying that, but then you say something that makes me think you radically do not.
No,
and that's the concerning part.
I disagree.
With which part? Because again, we can disagree on what version of reality or what definition of real is the best definition. That's fine. You don't want to include mental states and stuff in that. That's cool. I'm just saying that depending on your metaphysics, you will define what is real in vastly different ways. That's all I'm trying to say. You can disagree with my definition. You can disagree with all different. And I'm just saying there's not like one thing that everyone means when they say something is real.
Yeah. Yes, but typically, if you have a question as to definition, you would say something like, "Oh, do you mean like in ideological sense, or do you mean in metaphysical sense?" The reason why we use these different what is the term for something that comes right before an adjective?
An adverb? Like what do you mean comes before?
Modifies the adjective. I can't think right now.
Is that not an adverb? I can't remember.
Adverbs modify verbs, not adjectives.
Isn't it just another adjective if it modifies an adjective?
Oh, potentially, sure. Whatever, there's a modifier to the adjective. That's how we delineate between something that has a standard definition and some proprietary definition that particular groups of people use, right? So we talk about, if you want to say real in the sense of pennant and whatever you said earlier, my brain is flocking. Then you would preface that definition. You wouldn't just assume that definition that you use, the proprietary definition that is used by that philosophical group, is the definition that should be applied to the word when it's just said.
I agree. I mean, I think that's why I gave the example that if I had a dream, I wouldn't go and tell my friend, "Oh yeah, this happened last night. It really happened," because I know what they would mean, what they would take that to mean is that it happened in physical reality. If I then clarified, "Oh, it happened in a dream," they'd be like, "You just said it really happened." So I understand that, but we got to this conversation because I specifically said, I think dreams are real. So I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm like literally just defining what I think of as real and what I think of as not real. You know, like I'm trying to just like extend what I mean by, so I'm not.
In case I missed something, when you say dreams are real, are you saying the substance of the dream itself is real? Or are you saying you're experiencing a real event?
I'm agnostic on the first one. I'm confident on the second one.
I mean,
so I very much think there could be something that Jung was right about with his like collective unconscious stuff. I do think that there's a good possibility that there is some truth to that. So, but that's like, I'm not like certain on
qualifiers. Thank you, LB things, or IB things, whatever it is. I mean, yeah, I would agree that like a dream is a real phenomenon and something that actually happens to people. It's like an actual event that occurs within your mind, but I wouldn't say it's a real place that you go to while you're sleeping that exists beyond the time that you are there, right?
I understand most people wouldn't say that, and that's fine.
Would you say that?
I would say that about the more like an out of body experience. I do think that my personal belief, I think there is some type of like reality on top of the physical world that you are interacting with, like an actual place, like some like etheric plane or an astral plane. I actually do believe that
Like astral projection,
like that. Yeah, and
Okay.
I don't think it exists. It doesn't exist in the same way our physical universe exists because it exists in an astral way, right? It's a different type
Well,
of thing.
no, all you're saying is it exists in a different like level or plane of existence. That's not my contention. My
Right,
contention
and I'm
is
saying
whether it exists at all.
Yes, and I'm saying what I think is possible then is that it's possible that a dream is maybe some type of interaction, and maybe this is why Jung's theory of the collective unconscious, right, comes into play, because maybe that's maybe when we dream we are hitting into something. And I don't know if you've had experience, I don't want to assume what your experience is with like messing with stuff like that, but it's like when you have a lucid dream, right, where you know that you're dreaming. Right. And then there's like things where people do to like induce a lucid dream, like just stuff that you can do in your own mind. And then it's like, and that feels different, but similar to like an astral projection or an out of body experience, but they all feel like distinct in some ways. So then I'm not, so that's why with the dream, it's like, I think it's really happening. Is it just a weaker form of something that people call out of body experiences or what? Like, I don't know.
I mean, have you ever like had the same reoccurring dream?
Yes.
How would you explain that if it's like a real thing?
Really quick before you do that, I got to get to bed. Thank you for having me.
I need to as well. Damn it.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Brandon. I monopolized this.
No, you're good. You're good. Take care, guys.
Yep.
I am definitely not thinking of Freud. If you're talking to me,
just real quick, like, how do you explain like reoccurring dreams if they're a real place that you actually have like an impact on?
Well, again, I'm not saying they're real in that way. There would be real in a dream kind of way, right? Like, so I'm not saying like, even with like out of body experiences and stuff like that, I'm not saying that it's like I can go and it'll be the same and it'll hold all the same rules that our physical reality
let's
holds.
separate this out, because I've personally never had an out-of-body experience. I've never astral projected or anything like that. I want to just like strictly speak about dreams themselves, right? Like whatever lucid dreams, fine. I've had those. Those can be fun. But I've been able to create new like people or places in my mind, but I've never been able to experience something that I haven't experienced in real life first. Have you?
Yes, unless you just mean, because like, yeah, I don't know if I've seen like a new color, but I've definitely been to places I've never been to before, and I've never imagined before. But am I just taking like, oh, maybe I'm taking what I know to be a waterfall and I'm comboing it with other stuff? Like,
when I say experiences, I mean like, if you've never been burned by a fire, I don't think you could experience that in a dream, because you don't have the necessary experience to recreate it in your mind, right?
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not sure. I guess it's almost impossible to know in some ways, because I've dreamed of things and it's like I've dreamed of dying before, right? And it's like, and it's hard to know, is my mind like, probably the logical thing is just to think that my mind is just filling in what it thinks this might be like, and so I've also dreamed of being tortured, and I felt pain before, so maybe my mind is just like, okay, if we took the idea of
pain in
like,
your dream?
yeah,
interesting.
I don't think it's to the level, because the dreams of being tortured, I don't think, right, I think that would give you like PTSD if you actually were, feeling
Like, have you
real.
ever tried just closing in your dream, close your eyes?
Yeah.
Because I've found that all sensation just disappears when I do that.
Oh, see, for me, all visual sensation disappears, because I think my brain is like, thinking that my eyes are even though of course you're not seeing through your eyes in a dream, but when you do that action, then yeah.
What is that term where thanks, Henry. What is that term for like when you can't hold a visual in your mind for very long? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Do you mean like aphantasia?
Yes. Do you fall into like any spectrum of that? Like, are you able to hold an image pretty consistently in your brain?
No, I'm I would say I'm like partially aphantasic. So like I can dream vividly, and if I'm in like a deep enough like meditation, I can see things. But if I like close my eyes right now, my eyes are closed. You can't maybe tell because it's sunglasses. But if I try to like imagine even something as simple as like a red triangle, I just like I can't do it. I can't do it. It's like somewhere in the corner of my mind. It's like there is, and I've realized briefly. I'll say this, that when I thought that I can't imagine it at all, but right now in some part of my mind, I'm imagining a red triangle, albeit loosely, and it's functionally different than when I imagine a blue triangle in a visual sense. So in some corner of my mind, something is changing. But no, I can't just like close my eyes, because I've heard people say that they could just close it and just like see a picture of an apple on the back of their eyelids. I'm like, I can't fucking do that. Unless I'd have to be like, again, like there has been times in meditation where I've seen it like literally like closed eye hallucinations, basically, where it's like it's like dreaming. But like, yeah, I can't do that normally, no.
I can, but I can't hold it. It instantly transforms into other things. Like it just constantly manipulates itself.
See, I wish I had that. I'm not even.
It
I don't
can
even know
result
if I'm
in some
seeing anything.
It can result in some. You gotta get past the idea that you gotta get past the certainty of being able to see it and accept. It could just be like, for me, for a while, I didn't think I could see anything either, but I realized that I was holding the standard too high. And once I started to kind of accept that, I was able to get a better glimpse of the things that I'm imagining.
Yeah, it's like I think that might be my problem. There's some like blocks going on, I think, because like when I was a kid, it's like I very much could easily do this. And I remember even going into like a dark room as a kid, I would see like little orbs of light flying around. It's like if I was in like blackness, I would like just visually like see stuff. And if I closed my eyes, I'd visually see. And then as I got older, it just like eventually just stopped. And now it seems like it has to be, very difficult. And I do agree with this comment, just to be clear. I do think hallucination dreams are different from visions or astral projection experiences.
Yeah.
I wonder if one is maybe a hyper extension of the other. They qualitatively feel different, all those things, but
yeah, I think my problem with the idea of dreams being real is the idea that like typically when something is real, you can change it and it stays the way you changed it, or at the very least, it doesn't like reset, right? Like if you walked into a room and you can move stuff around, like that room you were talking about, and you move stuff around, and then when you left and you walked back in, it was magically where it started. You wouldn't question whether the place you're in is real in any way.
I don't know if I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if I like splashed a pool of water and then immediately left, so I see all this water movement, and eventually while I'm gone, the water just like settles back to a level. And then I come back in, I'm like, wait a minute, I moved this water around and now it's all at the same point again. What the fuck? This water's not real.
No. Like you create files on it. Like, let's say you imagine it, or you have a computer, or you have a keyboard, you have a mouse. You put the mouse on the floor, you put the keyboard on top of the computer, you type some stuff into the window. And when you come back, none of it actually changed. All of it's like back to how it was when you first came in.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think that means it's not real.
Well, I mean, what would you think then? How would you conceive of it?
Well, I mean, I guess I would see it like, I guess I'm thinking, if I think of like, let's say experiences, like religious experiences, I mean, I'm sure you could, again, I know you don't say your religious beliefs, but I'm sure you can understand that religious people think those are real, but I don't have the exact same religious experience. It's like every time. It's like in some ways it feels like the room thing where it's like, yeah, it's like, it's not like once I have a divine experience that I can go back and it's like, oh, it's now everything's the way I left it. It's like, it just doesn't work like that at all. Like
that's not what I'm talking about though. Like,
but I would still say that divine experience is a real experience.
Well, you have an experience that you consider to be real. And maybe it is, but I think we intuitively understand the difference between like when something actually happens to you and when something happens but it has no actual consequence. Like even when you wake up from a dream, like you were talking about PTSD, it's not that you can't experience an extreme level of torture in your dreams. You certainly can. It's just when you wake up, though, those experiences tend to like fall away. They stop mattering. Like your brain understands that they didn't actually happen.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Because I guess the reason, I mean, and this could just be how we just experience these things differently, but when I'm in even when I'm in a lucid dream, it's like a dream. When people say, "Oh, the dream felt so real," I think that's because you're not very lucid. The more lucid I am, the more I can detect like subtleties and be like, "Oh, this doesn't actually, it doesn't feel exactly the same as real life." It's
Well,
like it's not actually like that.
That's partially because you're manipulating it. The moment you start like lucid dreaming,
Well, no, I mean you could be lucid without manipulating, right? Like I've had lucid dreams where I not at least which would be the same as normal dream. I know I'm dreaming, but I choose not to at least consciously manipulate anything.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
but that's what a dream is already. A dream is already your unconscious mind manipulating things, right? So
the
lucidity is just the awareness, and then it could also be that you're now having control.
What I'm saying is, it's in my experience, it is almost impossible to not, in some way, manipulate the dream once you're aware that it is a dream. At least
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I just mean like, let's say you're lucid, you're walking the field, and all of a sudden you get that moment of lucidity. Like, right? You've ever had a dream where it starts off non-lucid, and then Alex is disconnected. Alex just left me in the lurch, you guys. Now I'm all alone in my dreams. Is this even real? Oh, you're back.
My microphone crashed.
Yeah. So what I was asking is if you've had a dream where it's non-lucid and then it becomes lucid. So
Most
in
of
that
them go
moment,
that way.
okay, yeah. So then if you look around at that moment, so your mind has already created this, and then just like looking at the stuff. So at least there's no conscious desire to change. You're just observing. I would say that environment, once you're lucid, you can tell, oh wait, this actually doesn't feel like my waking reality. It actually does feel qualitatively different. Like the sense data, maybe I'm not like seeing things the same way, or there's some subjective feeling that
Sure, there's like a level of fog that you go through in your dreams. That's how you can you can basically start in this. Yeah,
that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
You can start like in a storyline where you have this like premise. You kind of understand what's going on, even though you have no real like knowledge of it. Like if you woke up in that moment, you wouldn't know what it is that you thought you knew before. That definitely happens. I think once you start like lucid dreaming, you start looking at things that your mind did not like create very well. Right, like a video game designer, but they assume you'll be facing straight, and you get into like a VR, and you look to the right, and things get a little more blurry. That's what it reminds me of, I guess. I could just be like interpreting it through my own.
It does remind me of that too, because I've noticed that like peripheral vision really doesn't work the same in a dream.
It doesn't at all,
because it's like your mind's kind of just focused on just like you're inventing what you're seeing, whereas right now I'm like seeing a bunch of nonsense that my brain is like half seeing and stuff. And same with like your body perception, whatever the word for that is, like your just internal sense of where your body is. It's like that, and it's not like you have legs unless you look down and like see the legs and stuff, right? Actually, which is why it's notoriously hard to run in a dream, because there's no tactile sensation is the idea of pushing off of the ground, because you don't have legs. You're just trying to move forward fastly.
I mean, when something is when you're being eaten from the legs up, you definitely feel like you have legs, but I get what you're saying.
Well, that's true, but you have to the key to running in your dream is you have to look down and focus on the feeling of that's the secret. Otherwise, it's not going to work. But
yeah, you can't. There's no, I can't look down.
And then there is some weird stuff, and this I guess we'll probably I know you have to go, but I'm curious about this if you experience the same thing, because I've heard this said before, and it is true for me, that like certain things for some reason just don't work as well, like and that those are some lucid dreaming triggers, like trying to read text or looking at like a clock, or like people say flipping a light switch, and I don't know why, but on all those three things I mentioned, I can't do those. I flip a switch, it doesn't work. Try to read, text moves around, look at the time, look again, it changes. And I'm like, why? Why can't my mind make a consistent time or imagine text on a page? Like, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work.
Because that consumes so much processing power of your brain, and your brain is trying to release all the experiences you've had that day and kind of compartmentalize. That's why sleep is so important, despite the fact that we get almost none of it. It's one of the reasons why like you can't go for too long without sleep, because your brain will stop functioning. Like you will die without sleep.
Yeah.
Your brain is doing a lot of work to compartmentalize this stuff, and then some part of your brain is obviously processing it in like a visual format. I think I don't know. I think maybe that's probably a big reason why I don't consider it to be real, because it seems like the experience is kind of preset. And you can always see that once you start lucid dreaming and you start like walking into a room that you haven't been in before, and you realize it's like there's nothing in there, and then somehow you end up being right back where you started.
See, but that doesn't happen to me though. I've gone into novel locations, and
no, not like
my brain just invents it.
Not like I'm not saying like a novel location. I'm saying like if you have a reoccurring dream, like I have a ton of these. If you like happen to wake up in one, like this lucid sleep, at some point, if you enter like a hallway that you haven't been down before, it either becomes the hallway you've been down before, or the hallway just kind of ends in a weird way. Like your brain didn't finish creating it. At least that's been my experience, of course.
Okay, actually, I think maybe, when you asked if I had repetitive dreams, it's never the exact same. It's like I'll have dreams where kind of like similar things are happening, or maybe I'm at the same location at a past point in my life. But I don't think I have dreams where it's like the exact events are like constantly unfolding in the same way. You know, like the giant spider comes out of my closet and starts attacking me, and then I go into the bathroom, and then there's a snake. Like it's not like sequential like that. It just might be like, oh, I often dream of, being chased by a giant spider, but it's not. But it like the situation could change. It's like more like thematics or like location wise, where it's like at a certain point in my life, or I like the first job I have, for some reason I'm often back at my first job, but the situations change. It's not the exact same. So when you say repetitive dreams, do you mean like a sequence of events is like more or less playing out?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. See, I don't have that.
It's like inescapable. No matter what you do, you still end up in the exact same sequence of events.
That sounds terrible, assuming it's a bad dream, which based on what you said before, I'm going to assume it's not pleasant.
I've never had a pleasant dream that I can recall. So yes, they're all.
What about the lucid ones? Like, can you change it if you have like control and like make it good? I know there's like degrees. Like I've had lucid where it's like I can only change some things. I've had lucid where I could change a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's like I lose grasp of that lucidity at some point. The more I try to like change, the less real it feels, and the less real it feels, the more I lose grasp of what it is that I'm trying to control in the first place. And then the next thing I know, I'm right back in the dream, continuing from where I was.
It's weird how you can go from fully lucid to like slipping back into like complete non-lucidity.
Yeah, it does
happen.
It's an unfortunate feeling, especially when you're like flying. Because then
I just to answer this, it's like, I'm not saying I lucid dream all the time or anything. To be clear, I've spent a lot of time trying to and do like those like all those little techniques, and so
it's really cool when you can do it.
Yeah, but it's not like tonight if I'm like I'm gonna lucid dream. No, it's like when I was, the more stuff you do, like dream journaling or the reality checks. I'm sure if anyone's interested in dreams, you've heard of that, where you like try to do something like put your finger. It would be really weird if this happened, because then I'd be dreaming this whole time. You try to put your finger through your palm, and then when you do that in a dream, right, then the idea is something weird will happen to go through your palm, and so the idea is you do that, let's say every like few hours, just throughout your normal waking life, you do that. And then the idea is if you keep doing it, then in your dream, you will naturally go to do that and then push through your palm and you'll be like, oh my God. And your brain kind of, and it actually works in my experience and a lot of other people's, that if you do that reality checking to see, am I dreaming? And not just asking yourself, but doing an actual action. Because if you ask yourself, you'll just ask it in a dream. You'll be like, of course I'm not dreaming, even though you're dreaming. But yeah, if you do an action, it'll happen in the dream world.
That's assuming you can even think far enough to consider asking yourself that.
Yeah, it depends on your dreams, I'm sure, for sure.
How much free time you have in there. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But also, I guess the last thing. So you said you haven't done astral projection, I guess. Have you ever had an out of body experience or anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Okay, because I never had a near death thing, but I've had stuff I would call that I think is astral projection, and that is part of maybe where I'm coming from. Is that I think it feels qualitatively different from a dream, but related, but it feels more like real life. Like it, whereas we talked about how a dream can feel fuzzy. The scariest thing about astral projection, from at least what I'm calling astral projection, I understand some people might not think this or whatever, but yeah, what I've done, it feels the exact same as normal reality. So even if nothing scary is happening, it still feels the reality of it is horrifying because a dream, you start to realize that the dream has a bit of fuzziness to it, right? A bit of a cloak, and then the astral feels like normal reality, except it's like you're in some strange universe. And so it's like just that alone is frightening. And so I don't know what to make of that. That's what makes me think, is that a real thing? Like, I think maybe there is some etheric reality, you know?
When I was speaking earlier about what's real and not real, I was like specifically talking about dreams, right? Not, if astral projection is real and you can actually do it, I would say you're actually projecting into some place that's real, right? Because you can't like astral project into an imagined scenario. That wouldn't be astral projection. And given that it feels qualitatively different, it seems like it is something that's fundamentally different from dreaming. So I wouldn't have like a hard opinion on that.
I guess the reason, and I see where you're coming from, and and maybe I guess the only reason that I guess I have the thoughts I do about dreams specifically is that it's like, it seems like it can kind of go in either direction. Like if you've ever had like sleep paralysis, where
I have.
So where you can't move, and but you're very aware. It's like I've gone from that to like waking up and just being in like normal physical reality. I've gone from that to like slipping into some type of dream, that to a lucid dream, that to an astral projection. And so at a certain point, it starts to be really, the line feels a bit arbitrary. Like I've had where your sleep paralysis and I've rolled like out of my body. And so it's like, is that a dream? Like now I'm like crawling along the floor and I can like see what's happening in my room. And it's like, I don't know if is that a dream? Is that something unique? Is that astral projection? Like, I don't know. It feels like it's kind of like a weird combo thing of like, there doesn't seem to be a defining line at which point, like all these things, like each one, when you experience it distinctly, feels distinct, but it seems like maybe it is on some gradient of like your mind doing of traveling to some degree.
I can guarantee you that, like, for me, the feeling of being of sleep paralysis and any kind of dream is fundamentally different.
Well, that is. But have you ever like crawled out?
No.
Have you ever? Because when I'll try to move and then I will think I'm moving, so I'll like fall out of bed and then be like, oh, I'm still in sleep paralysis. Now I just fell, and I'll think in my mind that I actually fell out of bed, and I'm like looking under my bed. I'm on the ground. And then eventually I like snap back to my body, and then I'm like realize that like I just thought that I had fallen off the bed. And so it's like I don't know where to put that experience, right? It doesn't. I've never been able to be a bit dreamlike in a way, because obviously I'm not actually looking under my bed, but now somehow, you know what I mean? Like it's just hard for my mind to know where to place all those things, I guess.
Sure.
It's an altered state of some kind. I'm just not of what Henry says here. I'm not sure where to place it, like in a metaphysical way of like, because I think I share your confidence, or at least what you're granting me, that I think astral projection definitely, I think it is in my opinion, I think it is a actual, like a real thing. And then yeah, dreams, it's like, well, obviously on some level it's just your mind. It's real in the sense that yeah, if I close my eyes and just have a little daydream, and then but there's a weird point where it starts to overlap, and so that makes me think, well, maybe everything in your mind is to some degree real. That makes sense. And I could be wrong about that, or I could be missing, because again, I'm not an idealist, so
sure.
I'm just not sure. Yeah.
This is the thing I hate about all these different like schools of thought and philosophies. It's made so many things so arbitrary and moot that it's hard to even have a discussion about what is and is not real in the first place. Like, I wish people would just create a new freaking word when they wanna change a definition. Like, stop adjusting things that everyone already agrees on. Like, for real. It's hard.
For real.
The English language is hard enough, right? Without modifying definitions in such an obscene way that nobody understands what anything is anymore. But I get it. People get bored. They need something to do. So they.
But I also think someone maybe some of the people even watching us now maybe think that we're doing the same thing by granting that astral projection that is in some ways real, right? If you're like a physicalist, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's just your brain hallucinating. You know what I mean? So like they would see that as absurd.
All we've said is if astral projection is real, then it would be fundamentally connected to some form of reality, right? You may believe it's real, but I'm guessing you're not trying to tell everyone, hey, it is absolutely true. And
well, I would say there's something that you can do that I call astral projection that feels fundamentally different from having a dream. I would say that. Sure. And so I guess does that make it real? Like if you, let's say you had mics, let's say you trust what I'm saying is true, that it feels fundamentally different in like, it feels like waking reality, but you're in like a different plane, would you interpret that in your mind as that was a real thing that happened, or would you put that in the category of the dream stuff where it's not real?
I don't know that I would say it's absolutely a real thing you're experiencing, but I definitely would not say that I have any idea that it's not, or that I have any faith that it's not real, right? I would say it absolutely could be real. It also could be something that's not real. But when it comes to dreams, I have a very firm and fundamental belief that it is not real, and I would defend that against anyone else. But when it comes to something like that, no, absolutely, I couldn't defend that. I've never experienced it, so I can't even try to come up with an explanation for it, I guess.
I guess an interesting thing is let's say you were doing some meditation, say some maybe guided meditation or something that you wrote down, and it's like a place you go to all the time. So in your mind, so you've invented, let's say, this cabin in the woods, and you've built it. Like each thing in your mind, you're like, okay, I'm gonna imagine that there's a picture here. I'm gonna imagine there's a table here, and you focus on this. Let's say you do this every day. And this is it doesn't exist in physical reality. At a certain point, wouldn't you say it kind of feels like in some...
You're talking about like a mind palace type thing?
Yeah, like at a certain point, wouldn't that become in some ways real? Like it's a repetitive place that through a meditation you can go and visit. You could walk around in your mind and you could see all the stuff that you've spent, so long building. So it's a repetitive place. It's the same each time you go to it. Like that's where I get to me that I would start to be like, well, that's kind of it's not physically real, but it's more real than just some random apple that I imagine in my head. It has it seems to have more transient reality.
Right. It's not transient.
And so maybe I struggle for the words to use because I don't know what to really. It just feels more real than just thinking of an apple.
I would say it's different from a transient thought or it's something you imagine briefly. Especially with a mind palace where you can actually change something in it or put something in it, and when you come back, it's still there, right? For whatever reason, you are generating something that's closer connected to reality than some thought that just passes through your brain and leaves you, right? That's what I would say, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's physically real, but it's some place that you can experience. You can go to. It accepts change, and you can make fundamental changes within it. And it's not resetting every time you go there. I would say that's pretty close to real, or as close as you can get, I guess, without like talking about a physical concept.
And I think, yeah, maybe that's more precisely what I mean. Because when it's almost like I feel the need to imply maybe some type of more value or more realness to that type of stuff. And it's like, yeah, there are certain maybe dreams that I've had where maybe it's like, yeah, a recurring character or a really vivid dream or something important where it feels like this isn't just nonsense. And so in some ways, I think it's like, it's real in the sense that I'm experiencing it, and in the sense that it's having like it's not the same as just the random noise that maybe goes through your mind normally. And so maybe you're right that it's just like not the best word to use, but it's hard to know what another better word would be.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say that a memory is a real thing, but it's a real experience, and it's connected to something real in your mind, like a neuron or set of neural pathways. So it is real in a sense that isn't captured by the physical reality. It's something that did happen, or at least as closely proximate as you can make it. But yeah, the term real in this sense just doesn't I don't know. I need to see if there's a better term for if there's a better term for it that just would fit better.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I'm open to that because it's like, yeah, there's some
real
way
seems
that I
to be
want to
a-
put import onto it as like this is less
real-
fake than the random nonsense that goes through my mind normally, or there's something
real is
that I
a
want
binary
to express.
term, right? Real is a binary term. It's either real or it's not. There's no like middle ground. Whereas something can be more tangible than other things. Maybe tangible is a better word for it. Like something can be like perfectly tangible, like a rock, or something can be tangible, like wind blowing past you, right? You can feel it, but it's not. You can't capture it. You can't see it, right?
Something can certainly feel more real, though. I think those are even the words I used for like different types of dreams, right? It's like some of them.
Yeah.
So what do I mean when I say it feels more real? Like in that sense, is real a binary? Maybe the feeling of realness is not binary then, because
maybe what you mean is closer to real rather than
because when I said those words, you didn't seem to be confused on it. You know what I mean by that.
No,
right?
yeah.
So it's like, yeah, and I don't know. I'm not really sure how to define it myself, but. And then and people, and I know you haven't done, like psychedelics, and I haven't either, to be honest with you. But the people say that it feels, the experience felt like so real, and it was a higher level of what they're trying to communicate. It was some like preternatural experience that some level of reality that was not in their normal, right? They use all these words to try to grasp at something. So at least there's some subjective feeling of something being like more real or more meaningful or more, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I think we talked about like the different parts of your brain that don't necessarily like activate, but when they do, it can make you feel like connected to something that is intangible, to something like larger. It can have you like feel this religious awe type experience. There's nothing to say that's not a region of your mind that isn't connected to something else, and what you're experiencing is a real experience. It's just when it's not active, either you're not there to experience it, or you're not like in tune with wherever this reality is. So like psychedelics could just be like a way to maybe activate something like that. It could also just be like your mind gets really excited and makes up a whole bunch of shit. It could be a lot of things. I don't like take a stance on that because I just don't know. like I can see that it's possible, and I can see how you could fool yourself into thinking that that's what you're experiencing. But there's a certain point at which, like, if the experience feels so real to a point, maybe what you're experiencing is real to an extent. But then we run into like schizophrenics, and they're hearing voices and experiencing things that they think are real. Right? Like, I wouldn't say that the hallucination or the voices you're hearing are real in any sense of the word, right? Would you?
I don't for the most part, no, but then I think back to what we were talking about with like the recurring stuff. If you I don't know if you've seen a show like Mr. Robot, but it's like okay, yeah, so it's like, was that character, was he real? It's like a recurring, if it's that level of like let's say, I don't know if schizophrenia, I'm not really sure if that is.
I think that was more multiple personality disorder than schizophrenia, because he wasn't just like hearing voices, he was acting as different people.
Right. But I guess if we just take the situation of him seeing this thing, or where it's like before he, let's say, knows that he's acting the parts, right? It's like a recurring thing that he doesn't, want. He doesn't even want to see that thing, but he keeps seeing the same figure, right? Same person that's talking to him. At a certain point, it's like, is that real? I mean, it's certainly real in his. It's a character in his reality that he's continuously seeing and talking to, but it's in his mind, so it's not like real, obviously physically. But at a certain point, if it has the same kind of thing of like recurrence and either changeability or persistence, then it starts to feel different than like a random hallucination. So if I have just like a random hallucination, or one schizo episode, then I would say, oh, it's not real. But if I was seeing the same recurrent character over and over again, I might be tempted to call that real. I don't know.
Well, in that moment you might, but let's say you take a medication and that character disappears.
But then every time I stop, the exact same character reappears. I don't know. Like, I would still think it's in my mind, but I would be tempted to probably use some reality adjacent word to describe it.
This is why schizophrenics will always lose in the end when they stop taking their meds. It's too convincing. It just is. But
I'm not schizophrenic, and I'm already convinced, even hypothetically, of if I kept seeing the same character. I mean, yeah, it just. And I think it's different. I mean, like, let's say you did have schizophrenia, and you just, for some reason, there was just something was flipped in your brain, and you would just like see, you had like a Donnie Darko thing where you just like see a bunny rabbit or a guy in a bunny suit, right? And you would just you knew it wasn't real, so you didn't have like the delusional aspect. You just always saw it.
I think this might be a pretty good definition for real. Something that has causal power or constrains the world in some way.
But I mean, dreams, would you not say?
No, there's no like real cause and effect in a dream, right?
But the dream will like affect you. Like, sometimes you could have a terrifying dream and wake up and you're afraid. The dream caused you to be afraid.
Well, I mean,
so it had a causal effect.
I think it's a causal effect on like reality itself, like physical effect.
Right, but if the dream is making your heartbeat faster, it's having and because it's scary, it's having a physical effect in reality. I mean, your heart is beating faster. That's a physical thing that's happening, right? So that's what I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then everything is real because it affects you in some way, which would mean that nothing is real if everything's real, right?
Well, I mean, I guess depends. It depends how. It's just if that's I don't know if that definition is precise enough to eliminate what we're trying to eliminate.
So
because I just don't see how it wouldn't be causal in some ways.
So instead of like a binary spectrum, if you think about it in terms of levels or modes of existence, I suppose you could say like there's physical entities, there's structural relational entities like the space-time geometry, forces, gravities, things like that. abstract concepts like numbers, logic, and math, those would be real, right? Like laws are real. Those would be like what, social entities?
Yeah.
And then
Social constructs, I guess, are
sure,
real in some, yeah.
and then like things
Good
in
night,
your
Henry.
mind, like thoughts, experiences, beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
So real can't be a binary and it can't be a spectrum because it doesn't fit. So just it has to be like different modes of or different layers of reality. In which case, I guess you could say a dream is real on.
it's almost like a mental construct in a way. I think is a dream, right? I mean, yeah, I think so. It's just, I guess I see your hesitation with the impermanence of it. And I think that's why the mind palace would feel more, because that feels like more like an actual mental construct that we're like, that you can, or an imaginative construct or whatever we want to call it, because it has some like consistency. Whereas just a random dream or some, then it feels more like that's not a distinct place. Then it feels more like just an experience you're having, as opposed to some
I
extent,
guess
every experience you're having is real because like you're really experiencing that thing.
Well, like pain, right? Pain is just neurons activating.
Yeah.
Pain can be referred, meaning it's not really, the pain isn't where it feels like it hurts.
Yeah.
Migraines, cluster headaches, those kind of things are. I mean, you can have like physical pain from PTSD and stuff, right? So these, I wouldn't say these things aren't real. So yeah, I guess dreams are real, but maybe not in like the classic sense of they affect the rest of the world. Well,
It's hard to pin down.
yeah, I guess. So, like, let's say you're falling in a dream, right? And you're afraid because you're falling. Is that the fear is real, but is the falling itself real, or is that not?
The experience of falling.
Not the experience, the falling itself.
The falling itself. No, I guess not. No. Well, I don't know.
I mean,
it's not physically falling.
Well, it's not falling in any sense. It's just like you're imagining that you're falling, right? So
right.
There's no like, as much as I think people have said to the contrary, you cannot die in your dream and then die in real life.
I guess I'm just thinking like if you see something, if you see something red in a dream, like, is it red? It's like, or is that, I don't know. I mean, there's not a red object there, but you're experiencing. I mean, it's all coming through the experience, I guess. Like anything.
The experience itself is real, but the substance of it is not.
Yeah. But then, when it comes to more things that can be more permanent and stuff and less temporary, then it seems like they start to take on some type of ontology of their own in some weird, hard to describe way.
Sure.
Because the experience is, the easy part. That, okay, I'm experiencing falling, I'm really experiencing that, and I'm really experiencing pain, and and all this stuff. But then, it's like, at what point, does the
how does this mean?
Thing you're imagining become something of something
Dreams
substantial?
So someone says dreams are real experiences generated by the brain, but their contents are not typically predictable representations of external reality.
Not their contents are not what?
Verdical. VERIDICAL.
Does that just mean like true or something?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, verdict, right? Search the web. Truthful, yeah. Coinciding with reality. Okay, so they don't coincide with like physical reality, but the experience itself is real.
Okay, I think I think that's a good note to end on. I think we got somewhere.
I think where we got is real doesn't mean anything anymore. Fair enough.
Yeah. Once you get down to it,
or maybe my approximation of what it means was more limited than it needed to be.
Yeah, I honestly am not sure. I don't know. But I'm happy I had this discussion. I'm not sure if I'm more certain or less certain of my initial thoughts, but I feel like they're nuanced at least. So yeah, so I will thank you for that. And thank you for being here. I feel this was I really had fun. There's so many good people on today. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
And thank you, chat, for all being here too.
I liked Emmet. He just needed to calm down a bit.
Yeah, he was getting a little fired up, which I like some fire, but yeah, it was good. And just for the chat, because I have an abnormally high amount of people watching, if you want to see, if you've been entertained, hit that subscribe button, okay? Do a panel that goes this off the rails every day at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, okay? Every single day. So you can see chaos pretty much anytime you want between that hour and 8 hours from that time. So yeah, just gonna say, hit that subscribe button. And thank you, Alex, and sweet dreams for real. Okay.
No.
I'm gonna really try to give you sweet dreams. Okay.
Please don't.
No bad dreams. But God bless, brother, and take care.
There are no sweet dreams. Okay.
You will have them.
Those don't exist. Bye.
Take care.